San Cooper carried the direct bloodline of the clan's patriarch, yet within the prestigious Cooper family, he lived a life lower than even the servants. His very existence was a thorn in their side. In the eyes of the ambitious, this led to a tragic end. He was framed and brutally murdered by his own flesh and blood, dying with immense injustice. But death must have been sleeping. San opened his eyes once more, finding himself standing before a mirror in his own 4-year-old body. Behind the wide, innocent eyes of a child was a soul that had been shattered to pieces. Pieced back together by bitter resentment and the horrific memories of his past life, his sole mission was not to find lost love, but to bring about destruction. His weapons knowledge of the future and the appearance of a harmless child, the perfect cover for him to silently set deadly traps while his wicked enemies were still laughing at him. The lowly child, San Cooper, has begun the countdown to the fall of the Cooper Empire. He doesn't just want justice, he wants to turn this family into a tomb. A tomb for the very people who pushed him to his death. His breathing was heavy. San Cooper, exhausted, knelt his weary body leaning against his greatsword. He was facing them, surrounded by soldiers in iron armor. A figure spoke, his voice filled with judgment. San Cooper, as a shadow of the family, you have betrayed us for your own selfish desires, colluding with the enemy. In my name, as the new head of the family. Cooper, I order your immediate execution. Hearing the accusation, he snapped his head up, his eyes shot with blood, grinding his teeth. You people, he seethed. He swung his sword in one final fiery attack, but the blow was intercepted by a sharp blade that plunged straight into his back. The life he had dedicated to the family ended up being a sacrifice. Countless other spears thrust forward. His body fell in excruciating pain. In his final moments, San wondered, is this how it ends? In the dark void of death, the image of a giant black dragon appeared, and his voice echoed with a venomous oath. I, San Cooper, if I have another life. A flash of light burst through his consciousness. I will tear you all into 100 pieces. His final hateful curse faded into the void. His eyes snapped open. Before him was a familiar wooden floor, and his body was that of a small child, covered in bruises. San Cooper sat up with a start, warily looking around. San stared blankly around the shabby room, asking himself, where is this hell? But why does it feel so familiar? Splash! Suddenly, a bucket of ice-cold water was thrown right on him. Cutting through his chaotic thoughts, a fat maid stood there. She looked down at him with contempt and ordered, hurry up and get yourself clean. Someone will be here to take you somewhere soon. San looked up, his crimson eyes flashing with a dark, cold, and terrifyingly cruel glint. Nothing like the eyes of a child. Seeing this, the maid slapped him hard across the face, yelling, what's with that rotten look? You little snot-nosed brat, you want to rebel already? The powerful slap sent San's small, weak body tumbling onto the damp, painful wooden floor. Seeing his reflection in a puddle on the floor, he was stunned to realize. A snot-nosed brat. A bizarre and excited smile slowly spread across his young face. Even though I've returned to the age of 3... His small hands clenched with determination. I, San Cooper, have actually been reborn. Memories of his past life came flooding back like a waterfall. In my past life, I was a shadow of the Cooper family. Along with the other shadows, I was subjected to training from a young age. And the family's most brutal training. Images of mountains of bones and rivers of blood appeared. Murder, arson, espionage. Just like our codename Shadow, we handled everything that couldn't be brought to light. We did it all. In return, the family bestowed upon us wealth and supreme glory. He remembered the sight of the army of shadows standing in solemn formation. That's why all the shadows were willing to be tools. But as an illegitimate child of the family, I desperately wanted to change my fate. I was bullied, my innate talents were damaged. I trained with my life on the line to make up for it. I wasn't valued. I volunteered to go to war for the family, rushing onto the battlefield like a bloodthirsty monster. To complete my orders, I beheaded enemy generals and massacred entire cities. Finally, after countless bloody battles, I secured victory for the family in the war. I thought I would be greeted with the highest, most supreme rewards. I never expected that in return, I would be framed. The unjust sentence echoed in his mind again. San Cooper, you have betrayed us for your own selfish desires. In my name as the new family head, I order your immediate execution. The memory returned to the sinister smile of Ellen, the new family head. He revealed the cruel truth, the truth about the existence of the shadows. To be honest with you all, from the day you became shadows, I cast a dark magic, a shadow oath upon you. Ellen's voice echoed in Sand's mind as he was dying. Your growing power was continuously transferred to me, and any wounds I sustained, you bore them for me. As for the glory and money, that was all just a trick to deceive you pathetic insects. You filthy, pitiful little bugs. Ha 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 ha! His maniacal laughter rang out, his reflection appearing in Sand's fiery eyes. Ah! Sand let out a furious roar, finally overcome with uncontrollable rage. I put all my strength into one final sword strike. A fiery attack carrying all his resentment shot straight towards Alan, but the force seemed to be reflected, throwing him far back. Though he had collapsed and was coughing up blood, he realized something. Through that, I was able to comprehend the blood magic to reverse the shadow oath, taking back all the power that Ellen had stolen from me. But my life also came to an end because of it. Back in the present, little Sand's eyes shone with determination. So, in this life, I absolutely will not make the same mistakes again. But just then, a growl echoed. His stomach rumbled. So hungry. It seems I haven't eaten in 3 days. A timid mouse suddenly crawled out from a pile of dry straw in the corner of the shabby room, looking for food. Sand's lips curled into a twisted smile as he lunged forward and snatched the creature. I'll just eat this rat to tide me over for now. On the battlefields of my past life, this stuff tasted even better than human flesh. The door was suddenly pulled open. A man walked in and spoke in a bossy tone. Hey, brat! 2 guards stepped forward with cold expressions. Young Master Allen wants to see you. Come with us. As they roughly grabbed him, Sand calculated in his head, in my past life at this time, I was chosen to become a shadow, but the memory of the ceremony is gone. They must have used the blood magic shadow oath on me back then. A meaningful smile appeared on the boy's lips. Instead of fear, there was a sudden surprise. Sand turned and bit down hard on the guard's hand, his eyes blazing with a fierce bestial intensity. The guard screamed in agony. Damn it! Is this brat the pack leader? Get him now! Sand stepped back into a defensive stance, his sharp eyes watching as the enraged soldier rushed in to strike. You little mutt! Don't you dare be insolent! In the blink of an eye, Sand's small body dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. His tiny hand gripped the hilt of a heavy greatsword. Sand swung the sword twice the size of his body and struck down the soldier, who collapsed instantly. The other soldier fell to the floor, staring in terror at the child before him. This kid? How can he possess such incredible talent for swordsmanship? Sand stood proudly, his blazing red eyes reflected on the cold blade of the sword. Well then, this is the perfect opportunity for revenge. Memories of an old forbidden art resurfaced. It was an ancient blood magic where the master, by offering a bit of blood, could turn a target into a shadow that would bear all of their injuries. Because of its cruel nature, the Empire had ordered all related magic books destroyed and forbade anyone from using the shadow vow for the last 100 years. At the scene, Alan was then only 8 years old. He slapped the useless subordinate across the face, gritting his teeth in fury as he glared at the soldiers. Even a stray dog can walk all over you. What does the Cooper family feed you good-for-nothings for? The soldier trembled in fear. My apologies, young master. It is my fault. Alan walked arrogantly through the long line of children who were bowing their heads in fear. How dare you lay a hand on one of this young master's people? In the middle of the crowd, the young boy San stood there. His profound, calculating eyes silently followed the back of his sworn enemy. Alan flashed a cruel smile at San and ordered his subordinate, Someone take this one to hell. Just as the soldier respectfully answered, Yes, sir, Lady Hela Cooper suddenly stepped forward to intervene. Wait, Alan! Lady Hela looked at San with a cold, sharp gaze. Then she said nonchalantly, That child has had no one to discipline him since he was young, so it's normal for his behavior to be a little wild. But now is not the time to punish him. What's important is the oath ceremony. She moved closer, placing a hand on Alan's shoulder, reminding him, Don't forget what Mother told you. Hela's face turned sinister as she leaned close to her son's ear. What must we accomplish today? Alan stared at San, who was standing motionless in the crowd, and thought, I really don't understand why Mother chose this lowly bastard to be my shadow. The moment I get the chance, I'll get rid of him." His expression changed as he replied respectfully, "Yes, my esteemed mother." Hela Cooper smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave. "All right then, I will take my leave so as not to disturb you any longer. My future family head," she ordered the guards. "Everyone disperse. Leave young Master Alan alone. The rest of you go outside and cast a soundproofing spell. Do not let anyone disturb the young master." The guards answered in unison, "Yes, ma'am." A mysterious liquid from a golden pitcher was poured into a sacred chalice. Alan stood on a high platform, raised the cup, and declared in a resonant voice, "From this day forward, you are all members of the Shadow Corps. Let us swear an oath together for the family." San and the other children raised their cups in unison, repeating the vow. "I, in the name of the Shadow, do swear. For my entire life, I will dedicate my life to the family. Everything I have is a gift from the family. The family's command is absolute." Soulless eyes stared into the cups. "For the family." San calmly drank the fateful liquid down to the last drop. The chalices fell to the ground. As the ceremony concluded, all the children collapsed, lying unconscious on the cold floor. Only San remained lying in their midst. Alan looked down at the children at his feet with contempt. "A bunch of fools. Can't even tell the difference between a sleeping potion and holy water." He drew a sharp dagger. He sliced a long gash across his own palm, letting fresh drops of blood fall to the floor. A glowing red magic circle appeared beneath the children. Alan muttered the incantation, "Your powers will continuously serve me, and the injuries I must endure." An evil light enveloped the entire room. "Will all be borne by you instead." Ghostly streams of black and purple smoke began to wrap tightly around the bodies of San and the other children. Sensing the new power, Alan was ecstatic. "I can feel the power flowing into my body." The shadow vow was a success. "I can't believe it was this simple. I'm a genius. I have to tell Mother this good news right away." He eagerly turned to run, calling out, "Mother!" A sudden flash of blue lightning sparked at Alan's feet. He tumbled to the floor, his face contorted in terror. "What? Why can't I move my leg?" Alan wondered in shock. Could this be a side effect of the shadow vow? Mother never told me about this. In a panic, he cried out desperately, "Mother! Mother, save me!" San, who had gotten up at some point, calmly watched the figure crawling on the ground. "You truly are a coward. Only know how to hide behind your mother's back, is that it?" San saw through his desperation and laughed coldly. "Too bad your mother cast a soundproofing spell because she was afraid of being disturbed. You can scream your throat raw, but she won't hear a thing." Darkness enveloped Alan as San approached greatsword in hand. He stammered, trembling, "Son, Cooper! How can it be you?" Alan backed away in fear. How are you still conscious? And how could you know about the shadow vow?" San replied nonchalantly. "Oh, scared already? What I know is far more than just that." San looked at him with the eyes of a predator. "If I were to say that I also know how to reverse the shadow vow, how would our dear young master plan to deal with that?" "Sir." San began to channel his power. The sword in his hand blazed with fire energy. The boy focused his strength and plunged the sword into the center of the magic circle, creating a violent shockwave. Alan screamed in agony as the magic backfired. "My chest, it hurts so much. Why is this happening?" "What are you doing? Stop it right now! Help me!" Facing his writhing enemy, San asked coldly, "You ask what I'm doing." An image of San from his past life flashed through his mind. "In my past life, I had to pay with my very life to take back what was mine." San looked straight into Alan's eyes with a cruel expression. "But in this life, I'm simply giving you a taste of your own medicine." A blood-curdling scream shattered the quiet atmosphere of the Cooper family estate. A guard rushed in frantically to report, "My lady, the magic seal has been broken." Hela Cooper, stunned, cried out in fear, "Alan, what happened to my son?" The cold full moon hung suspended over the towering spires of the family castle. In the dead of night, inside a bedroom of the Cooper estate, the old butler bowed his head and reported to Lady Hela, who was sitting by Alan's bedside, "My lady, the young master, is fine. He merely exhausted too much of his magical power, causing him to fall into a temporary coma. As for why the soundproofing spell was broken, it was due to a servant who lost focus while casting it. I have already ordered that person's execution." Hela Cooper tilted her head slightly, her sharp features showing no change in expression. I see. Throw his corpse to the dogs. The old butler replied respectfully. Yes, my lady. However, the young master seems to be mentally unstable. He is still a child, after all, doing things like this. I fear the psychological burden may be unavoidable. Alan Cooper suddenly awoke, sitting dazedly on the bed with a bewildered look on his face. Why, do I feel like something just happened? But I can't seem to remember what... Lady Hela gently reached out, stroking her son's hair with a tenderness that was full of calculation. She looked deep into her son's eyes and reassured Alan. You don't need to trouble yourself over those shadows. This world is by its very nature a place where the strong devour the weak, and you are... Alan grabbed his mother's hand, cutting her off with a determined gaze. A twisted smile appeared on his face. Why would I ever worry about them? I am the future head of House Cooper. Those commoners were born to die for me. Seeing her son reveal a cruel nature just like her own, Hela smiled with satisfaction. Isn't that right, Mother? She pulled Alan into a tight hug and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! You're truly my son. That's exactly how you should think. Tell me what you want for a reward. Alan replied smugly. Awesome, you're the best, Mom. Behind the window frame, San Cooper stood watching in silence with a contemptuous smile. Such deep mother-son love. But what a pity. A sinister purple aura rose from San's small palm. From this day forward, Alan Cooper will be my shadow. San walked down the dark hallway, memories of his past life returning with crystal clarity. In my past life, while fighting on behalf of the family, I accidentally discovered Chapter 6 of the Blood Magic Grimoire. The records on the Shadow Pledge. Back then, I was foolish and full of hope when I presented it to the family. An image of the past San kneeling and offering the book to a figure seated on high. But I never could have imagined that I myself had long been designated as their sacrifice. Fortunately, I managed to memorize the contents of the book and combined with the experience of reclaiming my power from my previous life. His eyes blazed. Now, by paying a price in blood, I can completely reverse the relationship between myself and Alan. However, this 3-year-old body is still far too weak. It's not strong enough to confront them head-on. I must start getting stronger right now. San's blood-red eyes stared intensely into the void. Therefore, the first step to becoming powerful is the Flameseed Mountain Trial. This is the test designed by the Cooper family to filter out those with the strongest physiques who will voluntarily sacrifice themselves to become shadows for the family. Just like Prometheus, who willingly sacrificed himself after stealing fire for humanity. Enduring the pecking of the divine eagle day and night, the Cooper family also throws these children, not yet 10 years old, into the Flameseed Mountain Trial. The small children must struggle to climb through a forest of sharp thorns. They are forced through the thorny bushes, left to be pecked at by the divine eagles, even if they are on the brink of death. They are absolutely forbidden from giving up. Giant birds circle the misty mountain peak. Only when the first shadow reaches the summit will that person receive the blessing of the griffin, the divine eagle. Before San stood a colossal, majestic, mythical creature. The winner would obtain an indestructible body, no matter how it was pecked or attacked. It would remain unharmed. The trainer stood before a long line of trembling children. You have only 3 days. It doesn't matter what methods you use. The standard for this test is singular. He pushed up his glasses, revealing the cruel eyes of a ruler. That standard is me. I am Enos Walker, the trainer of shadows. Survive and climb to the top of the mountain. The children around him turned pale with fear, all except for San, who remained calm. Of course, don't forget, those who give up will be executed after 3 days. All right, now you shadows, for the sake of your brilliant futures. Enos raised a brass whistle. Begin. As soon as the command rang out, the panicked children pushed and shoved each other, rushing into the forest of thorns. The sounds of collapsing and falling began to fill the air. Enos Walker watched with a surprised and scrutinizing gaze. Amidst the chaos, San walked at a leisurely pace, his hands behind his head as if he were on a stroll. This little brat is certainly taking his sweet time, isn't he? Not in a hurry at all. A guard pointed toward the small figure walking alone. That's San Cooper, the illegitimate child who displeased the young master yesterday. The man next to him sneered. Oh, so it's this kid, huh? While the other children struggled along the beaten path, San chose to climb the dangerous sheer cliffs with his bare hands. The guards watched and laughed mockingly, enjoying the spectacle. Ha 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 ha, instead of taking the path, he wants to climb the cliff barehanded. I bet he'll fall to his death before he even gets halfway up. What an absolute idiot! Another chimed in sarcastically. Hey, maybe we should go pick up his corpse now. But Enos Walker stopped them coldly. No need. Enos looked at his pocket watch, his eyes glinting with malice behind his glasses. I've just had an interesting idea. It's about time for that thing to come out and play. Suddenly, a giant shadow with outstretched wings blotted out the sky, terrifying the children. What is that? Wait, that's... It's the divine eagle. A catastrophic scene unfolded before their eyes as the panicked children screamed, "A monster!" San quickly found cover behind a rocky outcrop. His sharp eyes observed as the griffin wreaked havoc everywhere. It landed majestically, trampling on the bodies lying scattered in pools of fresh crimson blood. Its eyes, glinting with a cold, murderous light, looked down from afar. With a sinister smile, Enos Walker drew his bow. That brat angered young Master Allen yesterday. Might as well let the griffin take care of him. He released his hand, loosing an arrow imbued with killing intent. The arrow, meant to entertain the young master, tore through the air, heading straight for the raging divine eagle. San had climbed over the bodies of his peers, coming face to face with the beast's fiery eyes. "You foolish humans dare to trespass!" the griffin roared in fury. "Die!" But San just smirked defiantly. "Foolish die sounds good to me." The boy launched himself high into the air, aiming straight for the giant beast's head. Landing steadily on the griffin's head, San thought to himself, "I've lived through this once before." San gripped his short sword, looking down at the beast as it thrashed about wildly. There's only one way to quickly reach the mountain's peak and receive the griffin's blessing. A ruthless determination appeared on his young face, and that is to tame it. San drove the blade down with all his might, a show of force. Griffins are fiercely proud creatures and possess human-like intelligence. Unless you beat them into submission, they will never truly yield. The beast roared, flinging San away with terrifying force. San regained his balance in mid-air, his crimson eyes blazing with fighting spirit. In that case, I'll have to use that move. The boy swung his sword, executing the ultimate technique, triple slash carving. The griffin opened its massive beak, gathering a huge brilliant ball of energy for a counterattack. A violent vortex of energy erupted, blasting everything around it and flinging San into the void. His small body was caught in the magical vortex. San screamed as he was thrown down into a dark abyss. He nearly fell off the cliff. He struggled to his feet, his body covered in wounds. San gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. Damn it, I was too careless. I'm only 3 right now, not 30. So what if I have the sword skills from my past life? Looking at the monster circling above, he realized the harsh truth. With my current body and weight, I can't even get close before it blows me away. San's gaze suddenly stopped on a dark entrance. Thankfully, there's still another way. I just need to get to that cave. San stood up straight, gripping his sword, preparing for a more daring plan. Under the furious gaze of the divine eagle, San struggled to dodge the beast's deadly breath. His face was covered in dirt, but his eyes were still sharp. This wind is too strong. He quickly analyzed his opponent's attack pattern as pillars of wind closed in around him. Every time the griffin exhales a wind orb, its power increases from level 1 to level 10. If it unleashes the 10th orb, not even 100 of me could hope to escape. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in the boy's mind. That's it! San spun around his small feet, pushing hard against the ground, launching himself into a desperate leap. Instead of running away, he charged straight into the center of the vortex with a calculating smile. If I can't avoid it, San gritted his teeth, enduring the flesh-tearing pain as the immense pressure hit him. Then I might as well take the hit head-on. He would use the force of the wind to fly straight into the cave. San's small body was flung high into the air, shooting like an arrow toward the cliff face while suspended in mid-air. He began to use a forbidden art on his hands to lessen the cost. I'll activate the Shadow Vow and drain the power from that bastard Allen. At the same time, back at the manor, a teacup suddenly fell to the floor and shattered. Young master, someone come quickly! A guard screamed in horror as he saw his young master suddenly collapse. Young Master Alan has fainted again. Back at the cliff, San made a spectacular landing at the cave entrance with a triumphant smile. The plan was a success. Without a moment's delay, the boy gripped his sword and rushed into the deep darkness. I have to get inside now. The giant silhouette of the divine griffin landed at the mouth of the cave. The ground trembled beneath its claws. The beast roared furiously into the dark cave. You little rat, let's see you run now. It stomped its sharp, scaly feet on the stone floor, ready to slaughter the one who dared trespass on its territory. Suddenly, the monster froze its fiery eyes wide with terror. What? San calmly walked out, his small hands holding a baby griffin that was crying out, Mommy, help me. Is this your treasure? Looking at the beast, which was trembling with fear for its offspring, San coldly revealed, few people know that the mighty griffins give birth to children with deformed wings and cannot fly. Are you afraid I'll do something to your child? Relax, I won't harm it. San smirked, making an offer the stunned griffin couldn't refuse. On the contrary, I have a way to heal its wings and help it soar through the sky. San's gaze became grave and full of authority. However, I have one condition. Outside the cliff, the guards were smugly retreating to report to their superior. It's gone quiet inside. That little brat was definitely torn to shreds by the griffin. Let's go. Time to report back to young Master Alan and collect our reward. San's voice suddenly came from behind them. How wonderful. In that case, let me see you off. The guards were scared out of their wits when the massive silhouette of the griffin loomed up right behind them. San stood on the beast's head, smiling cruelly at the trembling men. But you might have to take the short end of the stick. Go wait for him in hell. Ed, San Cooper, how can it be you? The griffin opened its giant beak and lunged down, swallowing the soldiers whole amidst their desperate screams. No, don't! The gruesome screams stopped, leaving only splatters of blood everywhere. San stood facing the now submissive beast. I have fulfilled my promise. Now it's your turn. Take me to the hidden sanctuary at the northernmost peak of this mountain range. The griffin bowed its head in submission. Understood. Let's go. Two figures, one large and one small, stopped before an ancient towering stone gate, the land of the stonescape. As we agreed, the griffin warned, looking at the gloomy gate. You go in there, get the holy sword Perseus, and then bring Medusa's blood back here to heal my child. San nodded. All right, no problem. But the moment he turned his back, a brutally ruthless glint flashed in San's eyes. What a shame. My target was never that holy sword. And it certainly wasn't to help you. Griffin placed a hand on the stone wall and pushed it open. San stood proudly before the vast entrance to the hidden realm. What I wanted was to borrow your strength, to completely destroy this place. Inside the hidden realm, the haunting image of the snake-haired goddess Medusa appeared with blind eyes and sharp, cold teeth, standing before a high-level magical beast that could turn any living creature to stone. San's small figure looked incredibly lonely. Memories of his past life resurfaced vividly. When I was 12 years old, the matriarch sent the Shadow Legion here to seize the holy sword Perseus for Alan, because inside was the incredibly dangerous Medusa statue. The tragic image of the Shadow Legion being turned to stone and slaughtered appeared. The other shadows had to risk their lives as bait so that Alan could get close, causing immense casualties. San gritted his teeth as he remembered that injustice. That time, I was the only survivor, but because the sword only accepts those with S-rank talent, someone like me, whose talent was damaged, couldn't even touch it. However, Alan, who was born with S-rank talent, easily picked up the sword and defeated Medusa with ease. The image of a heroic Alan holding the holy sword, blazing as he stood on the enemy's corpse, appeared. Thanks to that, he became the genius chosen by the holy sword, receiving countless resources and the absolute loyalty of the Legion. San's eyes blazed with a steely glint, and a demonic smile appeared on his face. So, in this life, even if I can't have it, I will absolutely not let Alan lay a hand on it. San turned to look back at the utter ruins, causing a bewildered griffin to ask, Where's the sword? Where's Medusa's blood? Why is there nothing here but a pile of rubble? The ancient stone door slammed shut. San exclaimed in surprise, The door's closed. Griffin looked at the child with a suspicious and threatening gaze. Hey, kid, you're not planning on pulling some kind of trick, are you? San's expression changed. He pointed behind the monster in shock. The monster behind you. The giant stone statues suddenly began to move eerily. Griffin was stunned. The stone beast roared as it was suddenly attacked. Damn it! When did these rotten piles of rocks start moving? San replied, I don't know either, Griffin. He unleashed a thunderous blow, crushing the head of an advancing stone statue. The falling fragments suddenly emitted a strange purple light and began to tremble. Griffin watched in horror as they shifted. They can still reform, San observed. They're gradually merging into one. San quickly recalled his mythological knowledge, vicious, brutal, and terrifying. These three statues have no sensory organs, just like the Grey sisters who shared a single eye and a single tooth. He continued to analyze the source of his opponent's power. They, along with Medusa, are all daughters of a sea god and possess the power to control water. And so, a massive, powerful water monster took form. Griffin yelled, "Run!" San struggled to flee from the fierce surrounding waves. What's the point of running? You need to figure out how to find that sword. He yelled back, I'm looking for it! Griffin roared with worry as the cave began to crack. If this keeps up, this whole place will collapse. We're all going to die in here. San's gaze suddenly landed on an ancient symbol on the cliff wall. I've found it. There are runes on that stone wall over there. Maybe there's a solution. A sinister smile spread across San's face. Perfect. It's not just good, it's perfect. Just like this. The collapse of this hidden realm will bury everything here. The boy began to secretly calculate his own escape route. After this, I'll escape through the secret passage I discovered in my past life. San slammed his foot onto the stone floor. His eyes turned cold. But this little bit of power still isn't enough. Crimson streams of magic began to spread, enveloping the entire hidden realm. San pointed to the top of the cliff. He ordered Griffin, the runes say to pluck out that eye at the very top. Griffin looked up at the giant crimson eyeball, observing them from above. The eye at the top. The giant monster spread its wings and shot forward at incredible speed towards the target. Griffin focused his attack on the demonic eyeball. San yelled, then rip that eyeball out. A massive explosion of energy erupted, sending towering columns of water into the air. The monsters shrieked in pain as their bodies began to melt and crumble to pieces. Griffin landed on the calm surface of the water after the battle. So they just turned back into water. How miraculous! San explained the secret of their weakness. It's because the runes said that Perseus stole the Grey sister's eye to find Medusa's location, so the eye is their weak point. Griffin impatiently asked about what he needed. So where's the sword? Where's the blood that can heal my child? Does it say anything about that on there? San calmly asked back, the sword. The boy gave a mysterious smile and pointed toward the pile of ruins behind them. The sword is right over there. Take a look. Griffin was stunned. He discovered the crimson holy sword plunged deep into a critical point. Just then, the entire structure of the hidden realm began to collapse violently under Medusa's destructive magical power. San decided to leave as the collapse intensified. All right, time to get out of here. As the boy ran quickly through the debris, he silently calculated, once the Medusa statue has been activated, unless you use the sword Perseus to cut off its head, it absolutely cannot be stopped. San's crimson eyes narrowed, focusing intently on his opponent's every move. The boy executed a spectacular slide to dodge a tail whip from the monster. He landed solidly on the dusty ground in a defensive stance. San quickly regained his balance, and as he looked up, he saw the beast's terrifying transformation. San exclaimed, "What is this?" He looked around for help, but only saw an empty ledge. "Where's Griffin?" The tiny bird suddenly appeared only to desert him with a cowardly message. "This one looks a lot tougher. I'm leaving the rest to you. I don't want to die." A griffin, and it even has a shrinking ability. A giant snake bared its fangs and lunged. San struggled to continuously dodge the relentless attacks. Luckily, he had cleared this hidden dungeon in his past life. Backed into a corner, he looked towards the two armored statues in the corner of the cave. "First, I have to get the shield from the Knight of the Round Table." San quickly approached and grabbed the necessary equipment. "With this, I can use the reflection to avoid being turned to stone if I accidentally look into Medusa's eyes." At the same time, the monster let out a threatening roar as San held the shield high. This shield can also block Medusa's petrifying gaze. Sand ducked behind the round shield, steadfastly resisting the two deadly beams of light shooting from her eyes. The immense magical pressure from Medusa made him grit his teeth in pain. The violent impact flung Sand's small body away, sending him crashing to the ground. Collapsing in pain, Sand bitterly realized his current strength wasn't enough. This is bad. The shield alone isn't enough. Medusa slithered forward, blocking the path. A hopeless voice echoed in his mind. The secret passage from before has also been completely destroyed. Sand's gaze turned to the flaming greatsword stuck in a block of stone, but with his current talent level, it was fundamentally impossible for him to lift the sword of Perseus. No, he stubbornly rushed toward the legendary sword, a desperate look in his eyes. If I don't try, how will I know? If I don't risk it all for one last fight, I'm definitely going to die here today. His small, bleeding hand gripped the hilt, pouring every last bit of his strength into this one single attempt. Therefore, even if I have to sacrifice everything I am. A brilliant red light flared up as Sand stared in amazement at the sword in his hand. I actually lifted the sword so easily. Suddenly, Medusa lunged, stabbing straight through Sand's body and making him cough up blood. His body went limp, his consciousness fading. Why? Wasn't I supposed to be unable to lift this sword because my talent was too low? Alan's face appeared in his mind, a scornful smile on his lips. A worthless, low-grade talent like you dares to have the audacity to touch this holy sword. Where did it all go wrong? A memory from the past surfaced. Sand was tied up, and Alan was asking worriedly, "Mother, he's still not unconscious. What if he knows we're planning to steal?" His talent. Lady Hela coldly reassured her foolish son. All it takes is a single memory-wiping spell to solve everything. The past. Sand's eyes were wide open, trying to burn this cruel betrayal into his memory. The Alan in his memory gave a cunning smile. Well, now I'm so sorry. Your talent for the sword now belongs to me. At that moment, sparks of red energy began to form and radiate from Sand's body. He stood up to face Medusa. His entire body was enveloped in a raging power. Hiding behind a rock, the griffin exclaimed in shock, "What in the world is going on?" It squinted, unable to believe the scene before its eyes. This kid. Sand not only healed his own fatal wound, but also stood up with a completely different aura. How could he break free from his constraints completely unscathed like this? To the griffin, Sand's eyes now glinted with a sharp, cruel light. It whispered, "He looks just like a monster." Sand coldly swung his sword. With a single slash, he lopped off Medusa's head. Sand mused, "In my past life, I had an S-rank talent for the sword, perhaps even higher." He stood calmly before Medusa's head, and yet that matriarch used some kind of magic to steal my talent for Alan and then erased my memory. So that was the truth. Understanding everything, Sand suddenly burst into crazed laughter. His laugh echoed through the cave, making the watching griffin shudder. What's suddenly wrong with this kid? Sand covered his face with one hand, his eyes blazing red with a mix of hatred and amusement. Well now, things are certainly getting more interesting. Alan, the entire family. All of you just wait for me. Seeing how things were going, the griffin stealthily decided to flee. Whatever, while this kid is going crazy, I'm getting out of here fast. But before it could take more than a few steps, a cold voice rang out from behind, making it freeze. Griffin, get over here. The griffin immediately turned around, its attitude doing a complete 180. Its fear turned to fawning. Ha ha ha, no, sir. Did you call me for something? Sand thought to himself, wait a minute. Griffin, you're an S-rank magical beast, aren't you? Why are you afraid of him? Then he asked aloud, is your head hard? But the griffin was baffled and didn't understand. Hearing this, the griffin immediately flew up and headbutted a large stone pillar, smashing it to pieces. Landing on the ground, it thought smugly, this rotten kid, he must have wanted to use me to destroy this hidden dungeon from the start. Well, since he can cure my child, I'll let it slide for now. Meanwhile, the hidden dungeon's collapse grew more severe. The statue of Medusa's head fell and began to emit a massive amount of energy. The stone statue's eyes flashed with a strange light. Finally, it faded away. Back at the griffin's lair, it appeared in its enormous, majestic form and spoke to Sand Cooper. We, in the name of the great griffins, I will bless you. A golden light enveloped San as the griffin continued, "May you be granted a body that no matter how it is torn or attacked, will not be harmed." San felt a change in his body. It felt much tougher, and his minor wounds had already healed. Good. This will reduce the injuries I sustained, so Alan won't have to constantly take the damage for me and arouse the suspicion of that matriarch. His eyes became resolute. Also, for the time being, I must hide my S-rank swordsmanship talent to avoid unnecessary trouble. With that, San took out a vial of potion and gave it to the griffin. "Griffin, have your child drink this. Its wings will be healed." The baby griffin obediently drank the blue liquid. Immediately, its small wings began to glow and mend. The young griffin joyfully flew around in the air. Chirping happily, the mother griffin watched her precious child moved. "My darling, you can finally fly." Then San turned to the mother griffin and said, "It can only fly, that's all. If it doesn't accept a master before it matures, it will just end up as a stupid bird." The mother griffin asked in surprise. "What do you mean?" San crossed his arms and replied casually, "Nothing. Just consider it a kind reminder since we're acquainted. After all, you only became this powerful after accepting a master yourself. Didn't you?" The griffin briefly recalled the past. "You have a point. In the beginning, if my master hadn't fed me human brains every day, I would never have gained sentience and grown stronger. But my master passed away 100 years ago. Where could I find someone as powerful and as ruthless a killer as he was?" Suddenly, it had a revelation, its eyes shining brightly. That's it. It looked down at the small figure of San Cooper. His shadow on the ground appeared large and authoritative. The griffin bowed its head respectfully. "Please, sir, take my child as your familiar. He is young, but he possesses cunning and wisdom far beyond his peers. In the future, he may even surpass Blade." A mysterious smile formed on San's lips. He thought to himself, the fish has taken the bait. San looked directly at the griffin and stated his condition. "All right. I can take him as my familiar, but you must make a deal with me." The griffin asked. "A deal?" San replied, "I want all the information you have on Blade Cooper, and the precious key that opens the place where the Cooper clan worships the sword spirit Blade." Meanwhile, in a magnificent white castle at night, an angry voice rang out. "You can't find the cause." Lady Hela, the matriarch of the Cooper clan, furrowed her brow in anger. "The young master has fainted a dozen times. You expect me to believe this is natural, this condition? Just how much longer is it going to continue?" An old butler standing beside her tried to reassure her. "Please calm down, my lady. The young master is protected by the Shadow Oath. He always recovers quickly. After all, we still have those shadow servants to take the damage and provide him with strength." "What you say isn't wrong," Hela replied. She grew pensive, her eyes full of suspicion. "It's just, this whole thing is too strange. It seems Alan has only been like this since the day of the Shadow Oath ceremony. Someone is definitely behind this." The butler reported cautiously, "Indeed, my lady. And currently there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. San Cooper, just as we predicted, has taken first place in the aptitude test. Just..." Lady Hela asked coldly, "Just what?" Upon hearing the news, Lady Hela's hand trembled, spilling her tea. "It's just that San Cooper used the griffin to kill the walker's uncle and nephew, and even tame the griffin's young to be his familiar." She slammed the teacup down, her voice growing several shades colder. "Where is he?" The butler hastily replied. "He's right outside the door, my lady. I'll call him in at once." The heavy doors creaked open, the sound echoing in the silent room. San walked in with an innocent expression, but his eyes were anything but simple. He asked politely, "My lady, you summoned me." Lady Hela stared directly at the boy, her voice filled with authority. "San Cooper, why did you kill the walkers?" San just asked innocently. "Why?" San flashed a terrifyingly bright smile. "I did it all for the family. For a proper shadow servant trainer to be killed by a 3-year-old child like me. Well, that's just too pathetic. The Cooper clan has no need for such a worthless person." He tilted his head, looking directly into the stunned Lady Hela's eyes, and asked in a challenging tone, "Isn't that right, my lady?" Lady Hela's face contorted with rage. San thought to himself, "Yes, that's the expression I wanted. Go on, be angry. Go on, despise me." San stood tall, his gaze resolute and fearless. "Whatever trump cards you have, just play them all. I will not utter a single word of fear." Unexpectedly, Lady Hela gave a gentle smile, but her eyes were as cold as ice. "Double reward, San." Cooper with the trip to the Spring of Eden to recuperate. San was briefly surprised. He immediately bowed his head to hide the calculating look in his eyes. Thank you, my lady, he thought to himself. The Spring of Eden. What a coincidence. He quickly walked out. Lady Hela ordered the butler with a cruel expression, accelerate the research on the deprivation magic. It must be ready before the sword spirit inheritance ceremony. We must seize San's talent for the young master's use, the butler replied respectfully. Yes, she continued, once the secret that Alan has no talent for swordsmanship gets out, he won't be able to keep his position as heir. She looked towards the door, her eyes filled with malice. You rotten brat. I'll spare you for now. We'll see how arrogant you can be then. The scene changes to the Fountain of Eden, a vast and magnificent white place. San stood by the lake, watching the other children soaking themselves in it. In San's mind, the griffin's voice echoed from before its death. The master used a forbidden spell to seal his soul at the bottom of the Fountain of Eden, specifically to pass on a lifetime of swordsmanship to an heir who possesses S-rank swordsmanship talent. This will ensure the Cooper family's status in the Empire will not be shaken. After you get to the bottom of the lake, follow the undercurrent, and you will be able to enter an underground cave. This key will lead you to the master, the griffin continued to instruct. But there seems to be something strange about the Fountain of Eden. The master and I have been separated for too long, so I don't know the specifics anymore. The only thing I can tell you is, the master uses blood magic. He won't be easy to deal with. San thought to himself, blood magic and something strange, huh? It seems that surpassing Alan to get the swordsmanship won't be a simple matter. Just then, the whispers of two nearby children could be heard. Is that San Cooper, the one who took first place in the aptitude training? That's right. He even tamed a baby griffin. So amazing. Suddenly, a shrill voice cut in. Amazing? What's so amazing about that? He's just the son of a whore. It was Renan Alice, son of the Cooper family's horsekeeper, and his lackey, Lucien. Renan approached San with a condescending look. Congratulations. I didn't expect a skinny monkey like you to run like a monkey, too. The first one to reach the mountaintop. The lackey chimed in. Ha 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 ha, you said it. San looked at them coldly, thinking to himself, in my past life they were my subordinates on the surface, but in reality they were just pawns that Alan planted by my side. They fabricated baseless charges framing me for colluding with the enemy and committing treason, and with Alan backing them, they've gotten used to being arrogant and tyrannical. Seeing San's silence, Renan grew angry. What nothing to say. Let's see if that so-called invulnerable body of yours really works. He threw a punch straight at San's face, but San easily blocked his fist, leaving Renan utterly stunned. San gripped his hand tightly and twisted Renan's wrist backward. All right, I'll let you have a good look. Renan screamed in pain. Ah! Lucien panicked and yelled, Boss! Lucien pulled out a dagger and rushed forward with a ferocious expression. You mongrel! Are you looking to die? Stab. A sharp sound rang out as fresh blood splattered. Lucien watched in horror as his own dagger plunged straight into Renan's chest. San had grabbed Renan and used him as a shield. Lucien stammered in terror. What? With a cruel smile, San looked at Lucien. Sorry about that. My hand slipped. I ended up using this guy as a meat shield. Immediately after, he launched a massive kick at Renan, sending him flying and knocking the stunned Lucien into the lake with him. He then said, conveniently, this spring water can heal wounds. Just stay in there, all right? He looked down at the two sinking figures with a cold gaze. In any case, in this life, I'll still want to use you for practice next time. I will give you a reason you can't refuse to become my pawns. As Renan's body sank, a strange black aura emanated from his wound. San immediately recognized the aura of dark magic. He frowned, thinking, this forbidden art is no less evil than blood magic. How can it appear in spring water that has the ability to heal injuries? Perhaps this is the strangeness the griffin spoke of. San looked at the rippling surface of the water, but no matter what, I can't go into this water. I have to think of a way to get to the bottom of the lake without touching a single drop. Suddenly, a familiar cry for help rang out. Help me! San turned surprised to recognize the familiar voice belonged to... A servant was grabbing a little girl by the hair, yelling, You can't even serve tea properly. It looks like you're asking for a beating. The girl pleaded, I didn't mean to. I beg you, sir. Please spare me. San was stunned. Andrea. The servant raised his fist. Still talking back. Are you trying to rebel? Slash. A streak of red light flashed. The servant's face froze in astonishment. The little girl, Andrea, screamed in fear as a flaming sword slashed through the servant from behind. The people around them panicked and fled. It's a murder. Go report it, run. San walked over and held out his hand to the trembling Andrea. Are you okay? Andrea's perspective. In that moment, the image of the boy before her became so tall and radiant like a prince. She thought to herself, is he a prince? San's perspective. Seeing the girl staring blankly at him, he thought, did I scare her? San said awkwardly, sorry for frightening you. Andrea quickly shook her head. No. The little girl looked up, her sparkling blue eyes shimmering. Thank you for saving me. My name is Andrea, and you are. Memories of his past life suddenly flooded back. An image of a grown-up Andrea appeared. She said worriedly, look at you. You're hurt again. San recalled to himself, Andrea was my closest friend in my past life. She possessed a talent for magic that far surpassed others her age. We also had a brief time together. The Andrea from my memories fighting by my side confidently said, just charge ahead, I'll back you up. And then there were her hesitant, unspoken words. Isan? Actually, I've always... And of course, back in reality, Andrea stuttered, hey, are you... Mr. Cooper? Anyway, thank you for saving me. San blushed and thought to himself, 5-year-old Andrea really is adorable. He cleared his throat, trying to act suave. It's nothing. It's what any gentleman would do. Besides, just call me San. However, he turned serious again and got to the main point. Andrea, do you know any way to drain this lake? Or a way to get to the bottom without getting wet? He told himself, I can't forget the main reason I'm here. If it's Andrea, she'll probably have a way. Andrea was surprised. Don't tell me. You figured it out too? San asked blankly. Figured what out? With a serious expression, Andrea explained. There's a strange kind of magic in this spring water. It can heal wounds, but from then on, you can't receive any other kind of healing magic. You can only rely on this spring water for recovery. And that's it. San clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with rage. So that's how it is. It seems this is another one of the Cooper family's tricks to control the shadow servants, making them suffer in pain with no one to turn to but the family. Andrea smiled brightly and took San's hand. However, to thank you for saving me, of course, I have a way for you to get in the water without a single drop touching you. The little girl began to use her magic. A warm, golden energy enveloped her body. That light then spread out to envelop San as well. Andrea proudly introduced it. Look, this is called duckling magic. San was stunned. Duckling magic? Andrea explained, it helps people be like a duckling. Even though you're underwater, your inner layer of feathers won't get wet. San broke into a sweat, thinking to himself with a forced smile, isn't this just isolation magic? Andrea's naming sense is just as unique as ever. Just then, a group of guards burst in, pointing at them. He's in there. That's the brat who killed someone. Andrea panicked. Oh no, they're here to catch us. Without a moment's hesitation, San grabbed Andrea's hand and pulled her towards the lake. Run! They both jumped into the lake, sending up a huge splash of water. Under the surface, San spotted his target, the undercurrent at the bottom of the lake. That must be the place. Suddenly, Andrea held San back her mouth, making muffled sounds as she frantically waved her hands in fear, trying to signal, don't go there. Let's leave quickly. San was surprised. Huh. But it was too late. A violent whirlpool sucked them both in. Their screams were drowned out by the water. In a dark cave, Andrea shook San's body. San! San! San, wake up! San slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. Ugh. He sat up and looked around the unfamiliar cave. Where is this? He started fumbling around, searching for something. San took out the griffin key. He wondered, what is this? Andrea recognized it. The Jade Key. It's the key that can open the shrine of the Sword Spirit. San scanned their surroundings, but there were no doors anywhere. How am I supposed to use the key here? Andrea pointed at a strange stone pillar. Maybe it needs to be summoned. San asked again. Summoned, Andrea said confidently. Even though I don't know what a sword spirit is, I can give it a try. The little girl took the key and began to chant. A brilliant golden magic circle appeared at her feet. Okay, please heed my summons. Go find your master and open the gate to where they reside. The magic circle glowed intensely, and the stone pillar began to shake. San sensed a sinister aura. He immediately shouted, "This is bad." Thorny vines shot out from the stone pillar, heading straight for Andrea. San quickly rushed forward and grabbed the little girl. "Andrea!" He held her tightly in his arms as they skidded across the ground. In front of them, the stone pillar cracked open, revealing a purple spatial gate that looked just like a giant mouth full of sharp teeth. San exclaimed, "It's appeared!" He gently shook the little girl in his arms, but she had fainted. Andrea. San gently picked the little girl up. He looked towards the terrifying gate. "There's no other way. I'll just have to leave her here for now." He laid Andrea down. A soft golden light emanated from his hand as he used the concealment magic that Andrea had taught him in his past life. "I'll leave her here for the time being. If any danger comes, she won't be easily discovered." San's gaze became resolute as he turned to face the gate. "After all, if I want to gain the Sword Spirit's acknowledgement, it's definitely going to be a tough fight." He stepped through the spatial gate. Inside was a hellish landscape littered with countless corpses. San looked around warily. "Even though I had prepared myself for this, a scene like this." A hideous monster was strangling a corpse. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. The monster, covered in countless eyes, turned around and gave a grotesque smile. "Oh, we have a visitor." It was then that San realized the Eden Spring outside, supposedly a medicinal hot spring, was actually a place the Cooper family used to relocate their concubines. And now he knew the true fate of those women. San thought in horror. So in the end, they all became nutrients for the sword demon. Suddenly, as fast as lightning, the monster appeared right in front of him. It took a deep sniff, its face filled with satisfaction. The scent of an S-rank talent." San hastily backed away. He immediately went on the defensive, drawing his dagger, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could it know? The disgusting monster was now holding a blood-red sword, looking at San with suspicion. "Could you be Alan Cooper, the kid who is rumored to have been born with an S-rank talent?" It looked at San's filthy appearance. "But you don't look pampered or spoiled at all." Then it offered a second guess with a cunning smile. "Or rather, you're just a bastard child who came here seeking the inheritance." The monster launched the blood sword towards San, creating a terrifying clash. San raised his dagger to block it, responding decisively to the provocation. "I won't just hand it over to you, not unless you get past me," he stated firmly. "Rest assured, I came here to kill you." The monster laughed loudly, easily dodging San's attack. It praised him, "Worthy of being my descendant Black Coopers anyway." It swung its sword down hard. Cocky enough. Its claws stomped hard on the ground. San quickly rolled away, dodging the crimson slashes from the blood demon's relentless attacks. Finally, one slash hit its mark, tearing through his shirt. It made San let out a cry of pain. "Ugh, ah." San fell to the ground, blood dripping from his wound. The monster looked at him with contempt. "But you're still too weak, kid." The monster was surprised by San's recovery speed. "Oh." San stood up, the wound on his chest already fading. "The Griffin's blessing. I can't believe that stupid bird actually acknowledged you." The monster chuckled. "Tisk tisk. It's been a long time since I've seen that Griffin." San muttered to himself. Back then, Blade had to sacrifice most of his power to seal the soul. So, to obtain the inheritance with my current strength. A flame of determination lit up in San's eyes. He summoned the blazing sword Perseus. There's still a sliver of hope. The brilliant Perseus appeared, forming a giant cross of golden light that plunged straight into the ground. The monster was stunned. That cross emitted a brilliant light, creating an arrow that shot straight into its hand. The monster screamed in pain as it was enveloped by the brilliant light from the cross. "Blood demon sealing formation." San looked at his opponent, writhing in agony, and explained with a cold expression, "You've been dead for far too long. You don't even know that over the past 100 years, the Empire has developed several secret arts to counter blood magic." He advanced, ready for the finishing blow. "Now I just need to take your heart, and I can forcibly receive the inheritance." The monster howled in agony. "No, please don't." The fiery sword Perseus closed in on the monster, but it flashed a savage grin. The monster taunted, Oh no, please stop, I'm so scared. San was wary, his hand still gripping the sword, suspicious. What the? The monster let out a sinister laugh. How amusing, so very amusing. It's been a long time since I've gotten to play with a little mouse. Its hand began to heal, however it returned to its cruel expression. The game is over. I don't want to play anymore. Streams of crimson blood flowed from the monster's feet, covering the ground. You do have some talent and strength. It began to summon its minions to attack him. It's just not enough to receive my sword inheritance. San quickly composed himself, swinging his sword to block the blow, using blood to manipulate blood spirits. Such terrifying power. He used all his strength to defend himself, but couldn't avoid being wounded by the torrent of magic. Arg! He tried to stand firm amidst the dense wave of magic as fresh blood splattered everywhere. The attacks are too relentless. San tried to block the onslaught with Perseus's energy. Holy sword, protect me! He used the defensive magic of the sword Perseus, but the sword demon just smirked its sharp nail, touching the barrier of light. Useless. That single touch caused the light barrier to crack, and the sword demon was standing right behind San, with a brutal smile creating a soul-shaking impact. His face went pale with shock. In that instant, its hand shot out and grabbed him by the neck. It squeezed his throat, lifting him into the air. You should know that after a cat plays with a mouse, it eats it. Right, San groaned as the blood and mana were rapidly drained from his body. My blood, my mana, they're all being drained. The sword demon stared at San, its hideous face drawing close. But your scent, it's so familiar, it's just like the taste of a concubine I once devoured. Perhaps that person was your mother. In San's mind, the image of a gentle woman he had long forgotten suddenly appeared. He stammered, Mother. The sword demon flashed a chilling smile. Perfect. Let's see what her son tastes like. Sharp shards formed from blood magic rushed towards San, who was slowly slipping into unconsciousness. In his subconscious, the image of his gentle mother hugging him appeared. She was gently singing him to sleep. Sleep, my child, sleep. Mother's hands will rock you gently. A young smiling San from the past ran towards her holding a flower. Mommy, this is for you. The little boy tripped and fell, dropping the flower. The once gentle mother now appeared with a sad expression, turning her back to walk away. Son, I'm sorry. I have to go. The desperate young San screamed, Mom! Voices echoed around him. Your mom doesn't want you anymore. Other children surrounded the boy, punching, kicking, and cursing him. You mutt, son of a concubine, monster, you're unwanted under the rain of blows. San could only cover his head and mutter, That's not true. The boy looked up at the night sky, his eyes filled with tears. Mom wouldn't abandon me. At that moment, the sword demon's face filled San's vision. With its sharp teeth, fury erupted. His eyes suddenly blazed with the red light of blood magic. That power allowed him to break free from the sword demon's shackles. He drew his dagger and stabbed it straight into the monster's heart with an enraged roar. You killed my mother! The monster screamed as blood splattered everywhere. A torrent of crimson blood. The sword demon shrieked in terror. It's Blood Devour! How can a little brat like you use my blood magic? San leaped back as his blood merged with the magic attacking the sword demon. You rotten kid, you'd burn your own blood just to kill me. The sword demon struggled to pull the knife from its chest, muttering, releasing the blood spirit. I used too much power. I'll have to devour a few more women to recover. The sword demon turned its head, preparing to feast on a corpse. San asked coldly, Was she tasty? San stomped hard on the monster's chest, his eyes burning with vengeance. I asked you, was my mother tasty? The final image flashed in his mind. His mother, her face stained with blood, her eyes filled with pain as she called his name. San saw that face so clearly. His hands trembled, tears streaming down his face. Coldly, he plunged the flaming Perseus straight into the sword demon's head. The flames erupted violently as San coldly withdrew his hand. Staring at its body, collapsed on the cold ground, the monster rasped, This kid, he's gone insane. The pain made it want to flee. I have to get out, devour a few more concubines. If this goes on... Just then, San's sword lunged forward once more. San stabbed the sword demon relentlessly, his eyes wild with madness. Terrified, the demon begged, Don't kill me. I can bind myself to your sword, become your sword spirit, and enhance your power. San's cold gaze swept over it as he cut the sword demon off. You are not worthy. As soon as he spoke, the sword demon rapidly dissolved into a pool of blood which slowly gathered into a crimson orb. The blood dripped down. After absorbing the mark, the sword art's inheritance would reside within San's body. He stared at the dissolving orb of blood, his eyes becoming hollow. I almost forgot. I never had a mother to begin with. He gave a bitter, twisted smile. It was all just my own ridiculous illusion. What a pitiful monster! Suddenly, a faint, ghostly figure embraced San. A gentle voice echoed in his mind. You are not. You are not a monster. Mother is always with you, my child. Stunned in his mother's arms, the boy only caught a glimpse of the faint silhouette before it vanished. Just then, Andrea rushed in. San, are you okay? The little girl looked him over anxiously. Why are you covered in blood? Where are you hurt? I'll heal you. Andrea held San's face, her hands glowing with a warm, magical light. In his subconscious, San saw a vision of a grown-up Andrea chained and surrounded by bloody hands. In his past life, Andrea had met the tragic end of a concubine. San suddenly pulled Andrea into a hug, surprising her. He held her tightly, his eyes becoming resolute. The flames of hatred in his heart were replaced by a powerful will. In this life, I will absolutely not let that tragedy repeat itself. After the sword spirit's disappearance, internal disputes began to plague the Cooper family. The guards of the Eden Spring were all executed, and the servants, having witnessed San's ruthlessness, no longer dared to bully Andrea. Amidst the swirling rumors, San was framed as the mastermind behind the sword spirit's disappearance. But with no evidence, Lady Hela could only intensify her torment. She had San imprisoned his blood drawn and poisoned him. But thanks to the powerful body blessed by the Griffin, San survived it all unscathed. 4 years later, at the Cooper family's training grounds, a man screamed in pain. Struck by a wave of sword energy, Alan Cooper appeared sword in hand, looking down on his kneeling subordinates with contempt. You all have some skill, I'll give you that. But you still want to beat me? They were instantly terrified. No, we wouldn't dare. You are still the strongest, sir. Suddenly, 2 distinguished guests arrived. We have long heard of the young master of the esteemed Cooper family. Born with an S-rank talent for swordsmanship. Meeting you today, it's clear the rumors are true. It was Duke Isaac of the Isaac family and Duke Leon Cooper. Leon, head of the Cooper family, replied humbly, Ahem, you flatter me. Suddenly, a servant shouted, Oh, look over there! Both dukes turned their heads to look. San, now older, was using his sword to defeat a group of shadow servants. So noisy. San drew his sword, preparing to use a skill. He chanted the name of the technique Shadow Blade. A wave of ice-cold blue sword energy shot forward. It sent the shadow servants flying before they could react. The single blow quickly defeated them all, causing Duke Isaac to exclaim in amazement. That technique. Duke Leon assessed him. A normal person at this age would still be at the Iron Sword apprentice level, but this child has clearly reached the Silver Sword Guardian level. Unbelievable. Alan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. That bastard! Daring to steal my spotlight! He drew his sword and pointed it straight at San, provoking him. Hey, you! Do you dare to fight me? San gave a mysterious smile, calculating.
The crowd roared, Amazing young master, beat him. That's right. Young Master Alan, show him what a true sword genius looks like. Go, young master. Alan charged forward, his blade glowing with a powerful purple light. Yes, he's definitely going to win now. San parried the blow, his eyes filled with contempt. Put some effort into it, great young master. Did your mother forget to feed you or something? Alan was stunned, utterly shocked. What? With just a slight flick of his wrist, San sent Alan flying. Alan roared in fury as his magical power erupted. Impossible! Mother told me that with my current strength, no one in the family could be my match. As San calmly dodged, he assessed his opponent. Too weak. Even the mana infused in his sword is unstable. It's obviously been artificially enhanced. It seems I was overthinking things. This guy has no talent for swordsmanship whatsoever. San leaped into the air, his cold voice echoing. Let me show you what a real thrust looks like. Alan only had time to look up, his face filled with terror. The image of San's attack was clearly reflected in his pupils, which were shrinking in fear. San struck in a flash with his Shadow Blade technique. A 3-hit strike landed directly on Alan's face, making him let out a blood-curdling scream. Arrgh! Alan collapsed to the ground, clutching his eyes and howling in agony. Ah, my eyes. His soldiers, witnessing the scene, rushed to his side in a panic. Young master! Duke Isaac burst into a fit of gleeful laughter. Ha 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 ha! He turned to Duke Leon, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It seems I've misjudged the situation. So this is the extent of young Master Alan's abilities. I suppose those servants he defeated earlier were just pretending, weren't they? Leon's face turned cold as he replied, You are being disrespectful, Duke Isaac. Isaac just shrugged and continued his taunts. My apologies, my apologies. In any case, young Master Alan and my younger sister are engaged. I'd hate for her to marry a useless bum. Leon Cooper could no longer hold back. A murderous aura emanated from him. You're worrying about things that are far too distant. If the royal family hadn't decreed this engagement, I wonder if your sister would find anyone to marry at all. It's far from certain. Duke Isaac became furious as well. What did you just say? Isaac turned to leave. I won't disturb you any further, just don't forget the joint mission our two houses have. In 10 days! Duke Isaac took his leave. Watching Isaac's retreating back Duke, Leon gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Alan, that worthless trash. He turned and asked a maidservant. That small figure, what's his name? The maid quickly replied, My lord, his name is San. He is your son by a concubine, though there is no record of which one. Leon looked over at San, who was standing alone, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Oh, my son. No wonder his swordsmanship is so exceptional. He ordered, Bring him to my study. In the quiet, candlelit study, the atmosphere grew tense. From the shadows, San's eyes flashed with a wary red glow. He knelt on one knee before his father, a man he could only address as Lord of the House. My lord, what are your orders? Leon silently sized up his newly discovered son, unable to detect even a hint of innate power in him. He must be deliberately hiding his true strength, planning to compete for the position of heir later. He has some cunning, but unfortunately he's still just a kid, far too easy to see through. He placed a short sword on the table and issued a command. In 10 days, you will lead the 10th Shadow Squad along with the Isaac family's team to the Forgotten Crystal City. Retrieve the dragon egg for this family. Leon handed the sword to San. This is the blade that can activate the teleportation formation in Crystal City. San took the sword, his mind already calculating. To get the dragon egg, I'll inevitably anger the magic dragon in the city. For Leon to send me on this mission, I'm afraid his intentions are anything but good. Though he knew it was a dangerous mission, San raised his head as another thought flashed through his mind. However, how can I pass up an opportunity to acquire a dragon egg? He accepted the order. As you command, Lord of the House. But then San added, However, I have one request. This took Leon by surprise. A request. 10 days later, San led his team out. As per San's request, Andrea was also with them riding atop a lion cub. Andrea whispered worriedly to San, San, didn't you tell the Lord of the House that I was coming along as a maid? But for me to be riding like this the entire way, it doesn't seem right. San reassured her, Don't worry about it. He glanced back at his subordinates with a sharp, cold gaze. They won't have any complaints. Right. The two soldiers at the front immediately broke into a sweat, hastily replying, Right, of course, right. When the team arrived at a set of ruins, one person asked, Is this Crystal City? While another wondered, Where are the crystals? Where's the dragon egg? Suddenly, a mocking voice called out from ahead, To think that the elite troops of House Cooper wouldn't even know the first thing about Crystal City. And not a single thing. A red-haired woman in exquisite armor appeared with her own troops. She continued, It's honestly laughable. One of San's subordinates recognized her. It's Gloria Isaac, another subordinate shouted angrily. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Who are you calling incompetent? Gloria Allen's fiancé stepped in front of San and held out her hand. You must be San Cooper. A pleasure to meet you. You can call me Gloria. San completely ignored her. He turned to instruct Andrea, gently patting the lion cub. Andrea, you and Miu stay here. I won't be long, I'll be right back out. Andrea obediently replied, Okay. Furious at being ignored, Gloria fumed. How dare you treat me like I'm nothing? San turned and began walking down the stone steps. Gloria shouted from behind him, Hey, San Cooper, I'm talking to you! San turned back and calmly addressed the furious Gloria. Lady Gloria, if we don't activate the teleportation gate together before the sun sets, I'm afraid this entire trip will be for nothing. Gloria just clicked her tongue in annoyance. San sighed to himself as an image of the Gloria from his past life surfaced in his mind, the one who was always demanding to spar. San, you're training with me today, too. He muttered to himself. To think I'd run into this troublesome woman again. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, deciding to push the matter aside. Whatever. I should just pray that silly bird Miu can successfully complete the mission that I gave her. They both stepped onto the center of the stone platform. Suddenly, the platform began to glow. One of San's soldiers said in amazement, The altar! It's glowing! A soldier from House Isaac scoffed, That altar is a teleportation formation, you... Country bumpkin from House Cooper. His commander shouted, Silence! A bright light flashed, and as it faded, a magnificent crystal city appeared before their eyes. Gloria couldn't help but gasp. Oh, now this is what Crystal City is supposed to look like. It's beautiful. But is the legendary demon dragon egg really in a place like this? Just then, San sensed a murderous intent from one of the Isaac family knights. His thoughts were crystal clear. Kill off these Cooper family grunts. Then we, the Isaac family, will take the dragon egg back. San immediately became alert. This is bad. That knight raised his sword, his mind filled with delusions. The family head will surely reward me handsomely for this. But before he could act, countless streams of blue energy rained down from the sky. San shouted a warning, Everyone fall back! A massive explosion erupted, throwing both San and Gloria back. From within the cloud of dust, the city's light guardians appeared. A soldier screamed, It's the light guardians, protectors of the Crystal City! Another person roared. Let's fight! The Isaac knight from before had collapsed, screaming in fear, Mommy, save me! Gloria, furious, swung her sword and charged. She roared, You useless fool! Then shouted the name of her technique. A jagged blast of crimson energy shot forward, slashing straight into a guardian. Thorn slash! The terrified knight gasped. Lady Gloria? Gloria furiously questioned the knight cowering on the ground. Who gave you permission to act on your own, huh? He tried to justify himself. I did it for the family, Gloria replied with contempt. It looks to me like you did it for yourself. While she was distracted, a soldier urgently shouted, My lady, watch your back. Two light guardians had closed in behind her. Gloria thought to herself, damn it. But before they could strike, blasts of red sword energy slashed them into crystal fragments. Gloria was stunned. They were destroyed. She turned around and saw San standing there. Facing 7 guardians by himself, he raised his sword and commanded authoritatively, All Shadow Corps on my command form ranks immediately. His troops responded in unison, Yes, sir, and charged forward. They quickly formed a magic circle. Brilliant purple patterns glowed on the ground, and from the formation, enormous pillars of purple energy erupted. San leaped into the air, preparing for the decisive blow. A light guardian bound by the formation let out an incomprehensible growl. San's entire body erupted in red flames. He smirked. Let's see if your power of light is stronger, or if our darkness is superior. He unleashed a powerful slash, creating a whirlwind of red and purple sword energy. Witnessing that scene, the knights of the Isaac family couldn't help but be astonished. The guards were completely wiped out. The Cooper family is skilled at combining magic with swordsmanship, especially that kid San. He's just a child. How can he be so strong? Gloria looked at San with completely different eyes. An intrigued smile played on her lips, her cheeks blushing slightly. She thought to herself, San Cooper, he's not so bad, is he? After the Guardians were destroyed, a brilliant red core fell to the ground. San picked it up and its energy quickly flowed into his body. He could feel his power surging. Not bad. Absorbing the power of the core directly. Level up from Silver Sword Guard to Gold Sword Master. After leveling up, San turned his gaze to an ancient stone pedestal in the distance. The next step, a close-up on the diamond-shaped lock on the pedestal. He approached and inserted the spirit stone into the lock. A click echoed as the ground began to shake violently. A panicked soldier cried out, An earthquake! San spoke up. No, the pedestal is descending. He commanded, Get on the pedestal quickly. The secret passage to the dragon's lair had opened. The stone platform slowly lowered, taking the entire team into a dark tunnel. The team stood on the platform as it descended deep underground. When it stopped, a massive cavern filled with dragon eggs was revealed. "This is the demon dragon's lair." The soldiers cheered with joy. "Amazing. I never expected there to be so many. With this many, we don't need to split them. Everyone gets a share. Let's hurry and take them all back." San looked at the soldiers with cold contempt and said, "You idiots, rushing to become food for the demon dragon." Just then, a colossal demon dragon emerged from the darkness. Its roar echoed throughout the cavern. What is that?" "The demon dragon. The demon dragon has awakened." San drew his sword and calmly commanded, "Don't panic. Let's fight. I'll cover the rear. You guys get the dragon eggs out of here." But one soldier had already rushed toward the pedestal. "Activate it. Let's go up." A strange sound echoed. The commander of the Shadow Corps asked, "What was that noise?" The traitorous soldier Ray was secretly destroying the teleportation mechanism. "Ray, what are you doing?" He thought to himself about the plan he'd been given. Use those Shadow Corps members to hold back the demon dragon. After taking the dragon eggs out, destroy the teleportation pedestal to give the Isaac family no chance. As for Sant, just let him fend for himself. He let out a wicked smile. "My apologies, everyone. In this empire, there can only be one family that possesses dragon eggs, and that is the House of Cooper." He said to the ones left behind, "For the sake of the family, please make this sacrifice. I'll be leaving now." Those left behind roared in anger. "You bastard, get back here!" Gloria landed beside San. She said sarcastically, "The head of the Cooper family is certainly cold-blooded enough. Not only does he treat us this way, but he even treats his own people as disposable pawns." San replied calmly, "This was within my expectations." Gloria was surprised. "Within your expectations? Then why did you rush in here to die?" San replied, "You're overthinking it." The demon dragon spat a massive fireball. San quickly dodged it, then delivered a critical strike severing one of the dragon's wings. "Because I have no intention of dying here." He quickly stepped back, facing the wraith dragon as it roared in agony. The dragon instantly lashed out with its claws, sending San flying. Gloria rushed over, screaming, "San!" seeing the wraith dragon unleash its foul breath again. Gloria calmly shouted the name of her technique, Moonflower Sword Shield. She used her sword to create a shield of light blocking the wraith dragon's attack. "I told you I was fine. Are you all right?" He quickly sat up and said, "I'm fine. Help me hold it off first. I'll take the chance to strike its heart." San looked directly into Gloria's eyes, his voice filled with confidence. "I'm counting on you, Lady Gloria. Only you can do it." Gloria blushed and stammered, Okay." She gripped her sword tightly, telling herself, "I'm a genius swordswoman too. I can't let this guy look down on me." San smirked. Everything was going according to his plan. Gloria charged forward, drawing the wraith dragon's attention. She yelled, "San, now attack!" Seeing San just standing there, Gloria angrily turned back and yelled, "Hey, are you going to do something or not?" "What are you just standing there for?" While fending off the wraith dragon's attacks, she thought to herself, "Damn it, could that fall have been so bad that he can't even attack? At this rate, we're both going to die, I guess. I have no choice but to use that move." Gloria fell back into a stance. She growled, "Sword dance of ruin!" Her slashes formed a deadly dance, striking the wraith dragon repeatedly and forcing it to roar in pain. After the attack, the dragon staggered. Gloria panted heavily. Did it work?" Seeing the dragon lying motionless, San's 2 remaining soldiers cheered and kicked its body. "Take that, you stupid dragon, taste our might." Gloria still couldn't believe it. Did it really work? Suddenly the wraith dragon's pupils contracted. It opened its eyes, staring coldly at the clowns dancing before it. The soldier panicked. "Oh no. The wraith dragon has entered its berserk state. Run for cover." Gloria was horrified, unable to believe her eyes. "How can this be?" San, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Hide." He placed a hand on his chest. He pulled out the blade Perseus. A blazing red flame enveloped the sword. He whispered, "Legacy skill, 3rd sword art." His eyes flashed as he roared the name of the technique, Blood Shadow Slash. Blood erupted violently from the wraith dragon's wounds. San stood coldly amidst the rain of blood, raising his sword high to activate his legacy skill, the 3rd sword art. He shouted, "Blood Shadow Slash!" The dragon's blood began to transform according to San's will. He commanded, "Condense," and the droplets of blood instantly formed into crimson clones that looked exactly like him. Witnessing the strange spectacle, the Cooper family soldiers exclaimed in shock, San turned the Wraith Dragon's blood into clones." Another one realized, "Hey, it's not just that. Didn't you notice he suddenly switched to a sacred sword? Could it be blood magic?" Gloria, standing nearby, explained, "That's right. But since it's a forbidden art, the Empire only permits the head of the Cooper family to use it on the battlefield. When facing enemies before, I heard the Cooper family's sword spirit had vanished. Could it be that he—" Suddenly, Gloria came to a realization. She grit her teeth in anger as she understood the truth. Wait a minute. So he deliberately held back, just waiting for me to make the Wraith Dragon bleed. As San directed the clones to attack relentlessly, Gloria screamed furiously from behind, "San Cooper! You bastard, you dare use me!" San just smirked. So what if I used you?" He leaped high into the air, preparing a decisive blow alongside his clones, his heart filled with resolve. "In my past life, I was thrown away like a pawn. In this life, how could I possibly just sit and wait to die?" A sharp shing sound echoed as the sword sliced cleanly through the monster's neck. The Wraith Dragon's enormous head fell to the ground with a thud. The soldiers ran over gleefully. "Not bad! The Wraith Dragon is finally—" But before he could finish, the eyes on the dragon's severed head suddenly blazed. San shouted a warning, "Don't come over here!" San rushed forward to shield everyone. His eyes suddenly turned crimson. He coughed up blood. Cough. In agony, San saw his own reflection in a pool of blood. A voice echoed in his head. "San, did you think you could rest easy just by killing me? You will become just like me, needing to consume more and more flesh and blood, just to maintain your power." San's mind began to waver. Before his eyes, the images of Andrea, Gloria, and the others became distorted. A demonic phantom appeared, whispering in his ear, "Go on, little mouse. They are all your prey. Go enjoy the slaughter." San panted, trying to resist. Gasp. "Ha!" San lost control. He charged madly towards everyone, screaming, "I need more blood!" Gloria realized the dire situation in horror. He overused the blood magic. He's been corrupted. Help run. Just as his blade was about to strike his comrades, a pair of clear eyes appeared in his mind, along with an earnest voice calling his name. "San, don't. Andrea suddenly appeared. Her hands radiating a holy light pressed against San's chest. The stream of light pushed back the madness. San fell backward, his eyes gradually returning to normal as he heard her call, "San." He felt as if he were sinking into deep water where Andrea's hand reached out to save him. When San opened his eyes, he found himself lying under the shade of a tree. Andrea was looking at him with concern. "San, you're awake." Seeing him open his eyes, she cheered with relief. "Oh, thank goodness. You're finally awake. I used a purification art on you, so you won't be corrupted for a while. Everyone else is safe and sound, too." A cheerful tune played. Ding, ding, ding. Andrea happily showed off her spoils. In her arms, she held a large dragon egg. Behind her was her griffin Mew and the two traitorous soldiers tied up with gags in their mouths. A perfect dragon egg, completely unharmed. "It's the only one left, you know." The little girl smiled brightly, reassuring San. "Also, I didn't tell the Isaac family about the dragon egg. That red-haired girl already led her team away, so you don't have to worry about failing the mission. Cheer up." San looked at Andrea with a rare, gentle expression. "Thank you, Andrea. But actually, I wasn't worried about that." But right after that, his eyes darkened as he clenched his weapon, thinking about the plan that had fallen apart. The original idea was for Mew to take Andrea to a prearranged location and then falsely report that she had died in an accident. That would have allowed her to leave the family for good. Unexpectedly, San turned in anger and swung his sword at the bewildered griffin. "You couldn't even handle this one little thing. Go die, you stupid bird." The terrified Mew shrieked in protest. "It had nothing to do with me. She was worried about your safety and insisted on entering the hidden domain." "Wah," San grumbled. "So you've learned to talk back now, have you?" Andrea quickly intervened. "San, let's talk this out calmly. Don't get so agitated." Taking advantage of San's distraction, two soldiers charged from behind with fierce expressions. San Cooper. They swung their swords, aiming to ambush him and Andrea. San looked at the two who had just tried to sneak attack him with a chilling gaze, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. "Huh, so you finally bared your fangs. You want to steal the dragon egg from me?" But right after that, San's eyes flew open in utter astonishment at their unexpected move. Instead of attacking him, the two soldiers suddenly turned their blades and stabbed the man who was tied up. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. They both dropped to their knees before a stunned San. They bowed their heads and plunged their swords into the ground, expressing their absolute loyalty. "Master Cooper, please forgive us for our previous disrespect. If you had attacked us, outcasts like us would have surely died here. From now on, we no longer take orders from the family. We will only obey your commands. We swear to follow you to the death and will never back down." San broke out in a cold sweat, still reeling from this sudden turn of events. "You guys." Just then, Andrea pointed to the egg in her hands and exclaimed, "San, look, the dragon egg." Large cracks appeared on the dragon egg's shell and a crisp cracking sound echoed out. A small purple dragon broke out of the shell, soaring into the sky with a tender roar. Andrea panicked and screamed, "Wow, demon dragon!" "The demon dragon has hatched." San calmly extended his hand toward it with an air of authority. "Demon dragons only submit to the strongest. Do you wish to accept me as your master?" The baby dragon happily flew down and nuzzled San's palm, cooing affectionately. The two newly acquired subordinates were overjoyed. "This is great. The demon dragon has submitted." Under the brilliant sunset, the group departed together. From this day forward, the rebel faction belonging to San Cooper was officially born. The scene changes to the magnificent, ornate White Castle of the Cooper family inside a luxurious living room. Alan was whining to his mother. "Mother, when can I go to the racetrack?" Lady Hela replied indulgently. "As soon as your father is done with his work." Unexpectedly, the head of the family, Leon, walked in and delivered a thunderous slap across Alan's face. "Smack go-go where? All you know how to do is indulge in pleasure. You're not even as good as that bastard child, do you know that? That kid named San not only slew the demon dragon, but he also tamed a baby dragon." Lady Hela quickly hugged her precious son, defending him. "It's not his fault. Why are you taking it out on him? If it were our Alan who went, he definitely would have been able to tame the demon dragon too." Alan quickly chimed in. Yes, that's right." Leon, fed up, turned to leave. "Fine, forget it. Talking to you is a waste of time." Hela turned to comfort her son. "Alan, let's go." "I'll go with you to the racetrack today." "Yes, Mother." The door slammed shut, but the dark conspiracy continued in another hidden corner. In the grand hall, Leon paced angrily, shouting loudly, "Quickly bring me my horsewhip." Meanwhile, a butler secretly approached Lady Hela. Hela covered her mouth, asking in a hushed, venomous tone, "How is the research on the magic stealing spell coming along?" The old butler gave a sinister smile and reported, "Rest assured, my lady. The research was a success. We just need to find an S-rank talent to test it on. Once we confirm it's viable, we will immediately use it on San." Hela's cruel nature showed as she tightened her grip on her fan. "Excellent. This time we must eliminate that brat for good." Time flew by. 5 years later, at the group's hideout, San was performing a healing technique. A magical light enveloped him. This time the purification will be complete. San sat on the bed, smiling. Andrea spoke gently. "You won't be corrupted by demonic energy anymore. You can use your swordsmanship to your heart's content now." "Thank you, Andrea." Andrea, now a beautiful young woman, held a new magic staff and replied happily, "No, I should be thanking you. The staff you gave me. The staff you gave. I love it." Suddenly, a dark figure flashed past the window. Andrea flinched and turned around. San immediately rushed to the window, shouting, "Who's there?" But the shadow had already vanished into the night. San frowned thoughtfully. They got away, but that figure, it was clearly the butler. Just then, San's 2 loyal subordinates entered the room. "Master Cooper, what you asked us to arrange has yielded results." The two knelt to report the important news. "We've been secretly monitoring the butler and discovered that he recently summoned a group of dark mages. It seems he's planning to conduct some kind of ritual. In 3 days. We also heard the mages talking about finally finding another S-rank talent with extremely high magical power and so on." San pondered this grimly. "So they're finally planning to begin the usurpation ritual. But why not just come after me directly?" His eyes widened as he realized the truth. Instead of going after another S-rank talent, this target with extremely high magical power, It must be. It's Andrea. 3 days later in the family's storage warehouse, Andrea sighed. The two warehouses are a mess again. I'll just have to use magic to clean them up. Just as she raised her hand, the old butler suddenly appeared behind her with a sinister expression. As swift as lightning, he covered Andrea's mouth with a cloth soaked in a sleeping drug. Pass out, he commanded coldly. Andrea faded in his arms. He turned to his subordinates. Go. In a desolate forest, the old butler began a wicked ritual. He chanted, Power of the Dark Night. Heed my command, from the heart of the abyss, condense in my hand. Andrea was suspended in the middle of the magic circle. The old man continued, This power is now mine to control. The power swirled around him like a shadow. He drew a sharp dagger, his eyes wild. I just need to mix her heart's blood into the matrix, and her gift will be mine. Whoosh! A sound cut through the air, and his dagger plunged into the ground. The old butler was horrified. What's happening? Seeing Andrea's form vanish in midair, he broke out in a panicked sweat. That was illusion magic. From the shadows, the real Andrea emerged, staff in hand. With a determined look, Andrea said, Don't underestimate me. The young girl raised her staff and shouted the spell's name, Celestial Flash Shining Chains. Countless chains of light shot forth. They bound the old butler tightly, giving him no time to react. Damn it! This brat is incredibly cunning! He roared, ordering the stunned men in black around him. What are you doing? Seize her for me! They responded in unison. Yes, sir. In that critical moment, Andrea remembered San's words. Next, you just need to close your eyes. She heard nothing, saw nothing. Suddenly, a ground-shaking roar echoed out. Roar. The old butler looked up in fear. What is this? That sound. The dome has been shattered. A demonic dragon and a young lion charged down valiantly. The soldiers were in an absolute panic. A dragon? It's a dragon and a lion, too. How can this be? How could magical beasts come to her rescue? The scene erupted into chaos. As the beasts ravaged the enemy formation, the old butler trembled vaguely, guessing who was behind the dragon and the lion. Could it be? You even dared to lay a hand on Andrea. You truly have a death wish. Just as he predicted, San Cooper stepped out with a flaming sword resting on his shoulder. It's San Cooper. In an instant, San was upon him, pressing the flaming blade to the old man's neck and growling, Why did you go after Andrea? Scared out of his wits, the old butler hastily confessed, Because the usurpation magic can only be used on a target once to ensure the young master. If Alan could receive your gift, we had to find a test subject first, so please spare my life. I was only following orders. San looked at the old man with a mixture of contempt and rage. So, you harmed Andrea because of me. Unexpectedly, San retracted his sword and turned to leave. I can spare you. The old butler was stunned, unable to believe his ears. However, he began to slice a cut into his palm. A red light flared as San's blood dripped down, forming a magic array. He screamed in agony, This is the Shadow Pact! San grabbed the writhing old man by the hair and gave him an ultimatum. Go report to your mistress that the usurpation ritual test was a success. She can make her move on me immediately. If not, you know the consequences. The old man moaned in agony. Why? San's eyes flashed with a devilish calculating red light. Isn't it obvious? To completely expose Alan for who he truly is. Back at the Cooper mansion, the butler, his arm bandaged, knelt to report. My lady, the usurpation experiment was a success. Hela fanned herself smugly. Meanwhile, in a corner of the garden, Alan was trying to woo Gloria. My beautiful Lady Gloria, would you do me the honor of a stroll through the flower garden? Gloria coldly replied, Get lost. Hela couldn't hide her glee. What are you absolutely certain? The butler affirmed, 100% certain, on the night of the full moon next month. That coincides perfectly with the young master's coming-of-age ceremony. We can make our move then. Hela let out a satisfied, ambitious smile. Good, very good. My dream of all these years is finally about to be realized. Alan Mother will ensure you are secure in your position as the future family head. Alan, however, was lost in his delusions of grandeur. Known as the Empire's #1 powerhouse, he turned back to tease Gloria. Lady Gloria, are you playing hard to get with me? Too bad for you, I've seen right through your little act. Mother really is something else. Leaving me and my fiancé alone to cultivate our feelings. I mean, what lady wouldn't want to be with me? Suddenly, a sharp blade was pressed against Alan's throat, making him jump. Playing hard to get. Gloria aimed her sword at him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. A useless scarecrow like you? Thinks he's worthy of being my fiancé. Alan broke into a sweat, thinking, is this woman insane? He hastily stepped back and drew his sword, but still put on a brave face. You'll have to get through me first, Gloria. Without another word, she lunged. A panicked Alan screamed, Guards, get her away from me! Clang! The sound of metal on metal echoed through the garden as another sword suddenly appeared. It parried Gloria's fierce attack, protecting Alan. It was San in a guard's uniform. He gave a smirk. Young master, are you unharmed? Your subordinate has come to your aid. Alan, having just escaped death, clung to his arrogance and yelled, Who needed your help? I just didn't have my sword on me, that's all. You dare wait for the perfect moment just to mock me. But then he froze as he recognized the person in front of him. San, what are you doing here? Gloria cheerfully linked her arm with San's in a familiar way. Perfect, come and spar with me. San politely refused, I'm sorry, I have other business today. Alan stood behind them, witnessing the entire scene. His heart stirred with unease. Why is Gloria so friendly with that punk? Could it be? Gloria huffed, her tone a little pouty. Not just anyone gets the honor of training with this lady, you know. I advise you to reconsider. The thought flashing in Alan's mind grew crystal clear. Gloria likes him. Alan's face darkened and he clenched his fists in a fit of anger and jealousy. He thought through gritted teeth. San, you and my fiancé? Just then, Hela's voice came from behind. Alan, get over here! Startled, Alan turned around. Mother! He had to suppress his anger, thinking to himself, Fine, I'll drop it. For now, I'll teach that woman a lesson after we're married. Frustrated, Alan turned and walked away. He didn't forget to add a sarcastic comment. If Lady Gloria won't show me any courtesy today, then I'll take my leave. But Gloria, not to be outdone, replied, Go on then, I won't see you out. Once Alan was out of sight, Gloria turned to San, her attitude completely changed. She said seriously, Now that the obstacle is gone, if you still don't agree, I'll take matters into my own hands. San smiled. All right. I agree to your terms, but you must agree to one of my requests, Gloria said firmly. San leaned close to Gloria's ear and whispered with a knowing smile, Help me get an introduction to your older brother, Duke Isaac. Gloria was confused. That day, in a secluded forest under the moonlight, San stood before Isaac. I have a way to destroy Lady Gloria's engagement to Alan, but I hope your grace will lend me your family's heirloom, the illusory time casket. San knew exactly what Duke Isaac was thinking. In his past life, Duke Isaac had been extremely displeased with that playboy Alan. He was also dissatisfied with the alliance with the Cooper family and had proposed annulling the engagement multiple times, only to be rejected by the royal family each time. San continued his train of thought. So in this life, I just need to take advantage of that. Duke Isaac drew his sword, a wave of heat radiating from it as he growled, You insolent whelp! A marriage bestowed by the royal family is not something a person like you can break. And you dare to make conditions with me. San calmly faced his opponent's powerful aura, a slight smirk on his lips. A person like me! He drew his own sword, and a blazing red flame erupted from it, even more dazzling than Isaac's. San smiled confidently. Is exactly the kind of person who can help you solve this troublesome problem. Duke Isaac was stunned when he saw San's sword. A shocking thought crossed his mind. This sword is, could it be? The child from the Cooper family who truly possesses the S-rank talent is him. San pressed his sword against Isaac's neck, his voice heavy. If the engagement can't be annulled, then getting rid of that useless young master would achieve the same thing, wouldn't it? What do you say, Your Grace? Duke Isaac fell silent, his eyes flashing with complex calculations. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was 1 month after the full moon. The Cooper family mansion was brightly lit, preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony. Inside the main hall, the old butler reported to Lady Hela, Everything is ready. However, San Cooper is not among the illegitimate children. The young master has already gone to find him. I see. Hela took a sip of wine and casually ordered, Understood. Go and give the young master a hand. The old butler bowed. Yes, my lady. In a corridor, the illegitimate children of the Cooper family were gathered whispering. One of them lamented, "I really don't know why they called us here, to emphasize the heir's status, so we can be his loyal dogs." Another sneered, "What can you do? He's the one with the talent for swordsmanship. He's already been chosen as the future head of the family." A third one quickly shushed them. "Shh, both of you keep your voices down. Don't let the master hear you." A subordinate hurried up to the head of the Cooper family and bowed, reporting, "Master, all the guests have taken their seats so as not to keep them waiting. And we have started the banquet as you ordered." The master grunted in acknowledgement and strode away. On a secluded balcony, Duke Isaac suddenly appeared before the head of the Cooper family. "What a coincidence, Lord Cooper. Let's have a word." Lord Cooper replied coldly, "Duke Isaac, I don't recall inviting you." Isaac gave a faint smile. "In any case, it is my future brother-in-law's coming-of-age ceremony. Of course I had to come and join the fun." Yes, at that very moment, San was signaling a subordinate. "Everyone is here. It's time to activate the illusory time casket." The subordinate replied, "Yes, sir." San stood alone on the balcony and began to operate the artifact. He chanted the spell, "Gate of the Abyss, weave the heavenly illusion," the box in his hand, and began to emit streams of purple energy. Around San Phantom, figures appeared and vanished. He shouted, "Illusory time casket, illusory realm open." A massive complex magic circle with mystical purple patterns enveloped the entire mansion. In a dark room, Alan suddenly appeared behind San. He said, "Finally found you." Alan walked over holding a glass of wine and smirking sinisterly. "What are you doing hiding here all alone?" He led San into a dark room where a trap had been prepared below. The scene changed. San was now chained tightly to an iron cross. Alan approached with a dagger, saying in a mock apologetic tone, "I'm so sorry." Alan looked at San triumphantly and declared that the swordsmanship talent that originally belonged to San would now be his. In the dark cellar, he laughed maniacally. "This is your end." San returned to a time before. Andrea cried out San's name. Old memories suddenly flooded back with the butler's urging voice. "Break time is over. Stop dozing off and get back to work." Andrea, startled, exclaiming, "San!" then quickly replied, "Ah, okay." She realized her spiritual perception was awakening and affirmed to herself, "This isn't a dream. It's real from my past life." This power was incredibly special. Spiritual perception. One of the awakened talents of a time system mage. A mage who awakens. Spiritual perception can see fragments of time, from the past and the future. She realized with alarm San's in danger. Andrea ran for her life through the night, endlessly calling San's name. She told herself she had to act fast to stop everything before Alan made his move. At the same time, in the cellar, Alan handed the glass of wine to San and lied. "This is a wine Father has rewarded you with." Watching from a distance, Andrea sighed in relief when she saw her target had been found. She began to chant a spell to turn the table's silent light by the power of the stars into a long slumber, intending to put Alan to sleep for a few months, but suddenly Lady Hela appeared from behind with a cold voice. "Andrea." Hela mercilessly ordered her subordinate, "Take her down." "Do it gently." The henchman immediately obeyed. "Yes." Andrea was completely restrained, only able to let out muffled cries. "Umph, umph." Hela looked at her with suspicion. "Weren't we told the deprivation experiment was a success? Why can she still use magic?" She quickly pushed the thought aside. She had to focus on the main objective. "Forget it. Now's not the time to think about this. The deprivation ritual is more important." Back in the dark room, San nonchalantly drained the glass of red wine Alan had given him. Immediately after, the glass fell to the floor and shattered. Seeing San collapse, Alan sneered with contempt. "You fool, falling for the same trick twice." He began to unleash all his resentment and jealousy. "On what grounds do you have an S-rank talent?" His madness didn't stop. "On what grounds did you get the magic dragon?" Alan hissed in extreme jealousy. "On what grounds does Gloria like you too?" He stabbed San's body hard and screamed, "All of this should have been mine." Hela, standing nearby, coldly reminded him, "That's enough, Alan. Stop your nonsense with him. Let's begin." He quickly replied, "Yes, mother." The butler hurriedly brought the weapon. This dagger was specially made. Even with his indestructible body, it can temporarily pierce through. Hela praised him with satisfaction. "Excellent. With a vicious look in his eyes, he declared, "Too bad. Your swordsmanship talent is mine now." He plunged the blade in deep and laughed loudly. "This is your end, San," causing San to scream in pain. "Ugh! Ah!" Alan was lost in his frenzy. "Why scream?" He declared, "From now on, I am the true heir to the Cooper family. I will possess the highest talent and power. No one will be able to stand above me." Amidst Alan's laughter, San silently endured. The chains wrapped around his body, when suddenly San lifted his head and burst out laughing. "Pfft! Ha 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 ha!" Then he looked at Alan mockingly. "What kind of stage play are you performing, my dear older brother?" Both Alan and Lady Hela were horrified, not understanding what had happened. "What?" The iron chains clanked and then shattered from the explosive power. San's incredible power. San stood up majestically, looking at Alan with contempt. "Open your eyes and look carefully. Who is this end truly for?" He slowly lifted his finger and snapped it. Snap, activating the true power of the spatial illusion. Treasure. The illusion suddenly shook and vanished, revealing a scene that stunned everyone. This is the banquet hall. Alan and Hela were horrified to realize that all their crimes had been exposed for everyone to witness. Outraged whispers began to spread throughout the room. "He's lost his mind. How could he do something like this in front of everyone? So the eldest son of the Cooper family is this kind of person." The rumors about his S-rank swordsmanship talent were probably all lies, and everyone agreed. That must be it. The fury of the nobles erupted. "A person like this is worthy of being the heir." The kid's truly disgusting. Some even took the opportunity to speak up. "I'd rather do it than him." Hela stood frozen to the spot, beads of sweat rolling down. "Impossible!" How did that brat know we were going to make a move on him? She panicked, trying to salvage the situation. "It doesn't matter. How do we fix this now?" And she wondered, the experiment was clearly a success. Where did we go wrong? Alan lost control, screaming in despair. "It's not like that. You've all been deceived. That bastard is the one who framed me." Amidst the chaos, a pair of hands clapped softly. "What a fine play." Isaac calmly walked up to the stunned head of the family. "Wouldn't you agree, Duke Cooper?" Duke Cooper trembled with rage, his eyes shot with blood as he roared, "Alan!" Alan stammered in fear, "Fath!" While Hela quickly knelt and took all the blame. "It was all my doing. I forced the child to do it." "If you want to punish someone, punish me." A deafening explosion rang out. Boom! Duke Cooper unleashed his punishment, sending his son flying. Hela screamed in despair, "Alan!" San watched from a distance and watched. He crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips. Oh, how cruel. Alan lay writhing on the floor, but still stubbornly screamed, "What did I do wrong? He's just an illegitimate son. Everything should have been mine to begin with." Duke Cooper shouted, forcing his son to be quiet. "Alan, shut your mouth!" At the same time, the nobles began to gossip about the Duke's own past. I remember Duke Cooper's own origins weren't exactly legitimate, were they? He earned his position through his own strength, though he never tried to hide it. But how could his own son bring that up in front of outsiders? This made the crowd sneer. Tisk, tisk! How foolish! The Duke values his pride above all else. Duke Cooper turned back to his son with a deathly expression. "Is that so?" This made Alan stammer in fear. He raised his sword, blazing with purple energy, and declared a cruel command. "All my children heed my command. From this day forward, the inheritance contest begins." The Cooper children gasped in horror. The inheritance contest. Does that mean the eyes of the other children suddenly lit up with greed? "All of us have the right to fight for the position of heir, using any means necessary. No holds barred, the winner takes all." The hall erupted in a fiery roar. "Kill Alan first, kill him!" Witnessing the family tear each other apart. Duke Isaac let out a sarcastic laugh. So this is the legendary might makes right spirit of the House of Cooper. Well, today has certainly been an eye-opener. Isaac turned and declared coldly, "Now that it's come to this, the engagement between our two houses is hereby cancelled. I will not allow my sister to marry such a constant liar who possesses no real power whatsoever." The head of the Cooper family gritted his teeth, looking at San and mentally piecing everything together. It has to be the power of the chrono-illusion box. There's no doubt about it. That brat has teamed up with Isaac. He glanced at the surrounding nobles, pointing at him, and thought, all the noble houses are here. If these rumors reach the royal family, it would be disastrous for House Cooper. I might as well take a step back for now and deal with him later. The head of the house shook Isaac's hand diplomatically. Rest assured, I will seek the king's counsel and give House Isaac a satisfactory explanation. Then he placed his sword against Sand's neck, threatening coldly, If you want to fight for the right to succession, Brat be my guest. But you are forbidden from doing anything that would harm the family's honor. His eyes grew sharp. Otherwise, I will make you disappear from this family entirely. Sand suddenly let out a soft chuckle, looking at his father with a provocative gaze. Do you really think I care about that worthless inheritance? He pressed his hand against the sword's blade. Fresh blood streamed down his arm. If you want me to disappear, then do it now, father. The head of the house stared at his illegitimate son, inwardly astonished. This kid, what in the world is he thinking? After a moment of silence, he sheathed his sword, turned, and walked away. He's just leaving. My lord, are you really not going to teach him a lesson? There's no need. He's actually got some backbone. I'm eager to see what he'll do next. However, he thought, still annoyed, it's just that Brat's personality is not the least bit likable. I wonder who he gets that from. That night, under the cold, full moon at the Cooper estate, Hela was in a furious rage, smashing things. Who the hell leaked the information? How did that brat find out? Before we could act. The old butler replied, trembling. I don't know, my lady. He asked fearfully, My lady, what should we do with that maid? Hela glared at him with cruel eyes. Feed her to the demonic beasts. Do you really need to ask me about such a trivial matter? Suddenly she froze, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Wait a minute. He clearly used magic earlier. This means either the deprivation experiment was a failure. Ah! Lady Hela became enraged as she realized her plan had failed. She roared, The deprivation ritual was never performed at all! She glared menacingly at the old butler, Dak. Dak, didn't you tell me you had already stripped him of his talent? Why don't you demonstrate it for me right now? This caused the old man to tremble and fall to his knees, pleading, His talent is too powerful. I haven't been able to seize it yet. Please, my lady, just give me a little more time, he begged, while thinking fearfully. Don't tell me. She's already figured it out. But Hela just replied coldly, That won't be necessary. Without a moment's hesitation, she ordered the soldiers, Guards, drag him out and execute him on the spot, ignoring Dak's cries for help. As the soldiers complied, Yes, ma'am, Dak screamed in desperation. My lady, please let me explain. It was Sam Cooper. He was the one who forced me. Just as the sharp blade was drawn, a spray of blood shot through the air, ending the traitor's life. Hela looked at the corpse and declared coldly, When a dog betrays its master, the master puts it down. What's there to explain? As Dak let out one last pained gasp and collapsed, she turned to the tightly bound Andrea. She grabbed her by the neck and said sinisterly, As for you, why don't you just hand that talent over to me? Let's put you to good use. A crackling sound echoed as magical energy surged around her. She was stunned to see the girl's skin was completely unharmed. Not a single burn. A shocking thought flashed through Hela's mind. Could this girl be an ice soul physique? She began to calculate Andrea's value. A woman with an ice soul physique becomes a spirit conduit upon reaching adulthood. If a man pairs with such a conduit, he can use her to greatly increase his own power. She looked at the sobbing, despairing Andrea. Hela smiled a calculating smile. Well, if that's the case. Meanwhile, in a private room in the castle, San was deep in thought. I can't believe that even after I exposed the truth about his talent and Alan's despicable nature, the head of the house still couldn't bring himself to punish him. Is it because he's afraid of the power behind Alan's mother? He silently strengthened his resolve. What's more, he arranged for me to stay in the castle last night. He must be trying to keep an eye on me, afraid I'll run away. Heh. Before I make Alan suffer every last bit of the pain I went through. I'm not leaving this place. A knock sounded at the door. San said calmly, Come in. It's unlocked. He thought to himself, This early? Is it Andrea? But the person who entered was Lady Gloria with a radiant smile. My brother told me you have to go return that thing today. Model. I had some free time, so I came straight here to secretly assess the situation. If I can get the Isaac family's support, perhaps the young lady won't be too upset even if I kill Alan myself. Hey, what are you spacing out for? This young lady is standing right in front of you. He picked up the heirloom, wondering, I was just thinking, why would a great family like the Isaacs treat a tool that only creates illusions and has such incredibly strict activation requirements? It as a family heirloom. Gloria just responded with an arrogant humph. She winked suggestively. Want to know? As if I'd ever tell you. Unless, she thought to herself, that legend isn't believed by anyone anyway. Everyone in the nobility knows it. I have to use this opportunity to make San agree to a condition. However, San just turned away coldly. Then goodbye. This left Gloria completely stunned. Huh? Unwilling to lose, the young lady yelled, San, I challenge you to a duel. But he just calmly replied with a single word, fine. The two stood facing each other on the dueling grounds, gleaming under the sun. Gloria charged forward, first attacking with a loud cry, Ha! The young lady unleashed a flurry of sharp strikes that tore through the air toward her opponent, but San calmly blocked the attack and deflected it with ease. With a lightning-fast counter, San held his sword to her neck. You've lost again. This made Gloria sulk. You have no chivalry at all, San reminded her of their deal. You were the one who told me to use my full strength. As promised, you have to tell me the secret of the box of illusory time. Gloria sighed. Honestly, it's just a legend. No one knows if it's true or not, and no one has ever managed to do it. Do you still want to hear it? She began to recount the ancient secret. The legend says that if someone gains the recognition of the spirit of knowledge and masters time magic, and is willing to sacrifice their entire life force, they can use the box of illusory time to help another person be reborn. The shocking truth dawned in San's mind. So, in my past life, Andrea sacrificed her own life to give me a second chance. This time, I won't just get my revenge. I have to take good care of Andrea. I absolutely will not give that bastard Alan another chance. Just then, a subordinate rushed in with terrible news. Master San, something terrible has happened. Andrea has been captured. San was stunned by the news as two subordinates rushed in to report. What? Who took Andrea? Speak clearly. One of them, trembling, explained what happened during the night. Last night, while we were making our move, someone saw Lady Andrea being taken away by the madam and a few servants. In the forest. The other one added information about the malicious rumors that were spreading. Speaking of which, this morning, I think I heard two maids saying that Andrea has been taken by the young master to be his personal maid, and that he'll make her his concubine once she comes of age. Standing nearby and hearing the whole story, Gloria mused with a surprised look. Back then, I thought they were talking about San, so it wasn't him. Rage erupting, San shot off like an arrow, his killing intent overflowing, which horrified his subordinates. Alan, you're asking to die. What are you two standing there for? Hurry up and follow him. That look in his eyes. He's not going to save someone, he's going to kill someone. Oh, right. Elsewhere. Alan was roaring with humiliation despite his subordinates' attempts to calm him down. That damn Sant! How dare he humiliate me in front of so many nobles? I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Young master, please calm down. Didn't the madam already say, had to wait on everything until you've come of age? In an uncontrollable rage, Alan kicked his attendant away. Get lost. Go die. Seeing this, a henchman approached and offered a vicious plan targeting San's weakness. Young master, I heard that San fellow is very fond of that Andrea girl the madam captured. Why don't you make that little wench pay his debt for him? Heh. You're a sharp one, aren't you? Alan walked up to the captive Andrea with a disgusting smile. Andrea, my future concubine. Under my tutelage, you will surely become a true whore. Seeing Alan's perverted smile, Andrea cried out in despair in her mind. What do I do? My magical energy is completely suppressed by these shackles. I can't fight back at all. San, where are you? Please come save me. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Look at this pathetic sight. I wonder what kind of face he'll make when he sees you enjoying yourself under me. What kind of expression will he have? Just as Alan reached out to touch Andrea, a thunderous roar shook the very air. You just obediently accept your fate. Be a good little concubine for me. San appeared, his silver hair standing on end, eyes blazing with fire, and his entire body enveloped in a violent aura. Without a single wasted word, he delivered a thunderous blow that sent Alan flying. Alan screamed in pain. Ha! Ah! San charged forward again, attacking his lower body. Die! Utterly terrified, Alan could only scream helplessly. Ah! Power exploded from San's madness. He continuously slammed his fists into him. Die! His punches landed like sledgehammers, breaking the bones inside his body. San stood at the center of a dark aura, his eyes rolled back white, completely out of control. Alan trembled, begging for his life. "Help! Save me!" The panicked Cooper family guards rushed in, trying to save their master. "Quick, save the young master!" Ha 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 ha! Gloria's group arrived just in time, horrified by the scene before them. "This is bad, Master San." In the chaos, the bone chain on Andrea's neck suddenly cracked. Gloria shouted for Andrea to stop San before it was too late. "Hurry, Andrea-san is about to lose control again, yes." Andrea rushed forward, hugging San tightly from behind. Her desperate calls helped him find his reason again. "San, snap out of it, I'm fine, San. Andrea." Just as San faltered, the servants hurriedly dragged Alan out of the danger zone. "Get young Master Alan out of here." Lady Hela appeared, witnessing her son beaten to a pulp. "Alan!" She pointed at San, hissing out the most vile insults. "San, you damn mongrel! Is this how you repay the kindness of your father for taking you into this castle?" San silently drew the sword from his belt, his eyes bone-chillingly cold. He slowly advanced towards Hela, a crimson flame beginning to wrap around the blade. "San!" The overwhelming threat made Lady Cooper step back in fear. "San, what are you trying to do?" San grasped the blade with his hand, letting his blood run down the length of the sword like a sacrificial ritual. He loudly declared an irrevocable challenge in front of everyone. "I, San Cooper, hereby initiate the sacred duel to the death with Alan Cooper. A fight to the death. I will absolutely not allow this threat to Andrea to continue to exist. Absolutely." 7 days later at the arena, nobles sat in their extravagant seats. They watched the duel to the death between San and Alan, who stood facing each other in the vast arena below. San, holding his flaming sword, gave a confident, mocking smile. I never thought you'd actually show up instead of running away after delaying for 7 days." Alan retorted with a sinister look, a gray shield bearing the head of Medusa appearing beside him. "Why would I give up the chance to crush a stinking bug like you?" San's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a bad feeling about that shield. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out, declaring the official start of the battle. Alan immediately made his move, shouting the name of his technique. Medusa's petrification gaze. A green beam of light shot from the shield straight into the sky. San exclaimed in surprise. "Medusa." Countless laser beams shot down from above, forcing San to constantly leap back to dodge. Then Alan burst out in gleeful laughter. "Ha ha ha, so the Golden Swordsman is nothing more than a dancing monkey in reality." Swordsman ranking information panel. From highest to lowest sword. Saint Golden Swordsman Silver Sword, Guardian Swordsman Apprentice, Shing as he moved. San analyzed the situation. "My shadow body won't grant me immunity to Medusa's attack because an abnormal status like petrification isn't considered damage. So there's no way to transfer it to my shadow body." He landed steadily, his eyes filled with determination. "I have to destroy that shield." On the other side, Alan shouted smugly, "Sans, you didn't expect this, did you? You may have stolen my Perseus sword, but I obtained the Medusa shield. This is the difference between a child of destiny and a mere rebel." Sans sprang up, kicking off the wall to launch himself towards Alan, skillfully weaving through the petrifying beams of light. Alan's eyes were filled with crazed laughter. "It's useless! Useless! Ha 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 ha!" In midair, Sans swung his flaming sword and shouted his target. Medusa Alan smirked deviously, holding the shield out in front of him. The eyes on Medusa's face flared with a deadly light. He roared. Now San unexpectedly threw his sword straight ahead like a spear, aiming for the shield. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the shield, it began to turn to stone. The petrification quickly spread to the entire blade, causing it to fall to the ground. San landed on the ground, his eyes as cold as ice. He stared intently at Alan and uttered a single word. "Die." He lunged forward with incredible speed, slashing through Alan's body. At the same time, a cracking sound came from Alan's hand. A ring had shattered. Alan chuckled smugly. "Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. I'm a golden scepter mage now." He began to chant. Dark energy rose from the ground surrounding San. Alan roared. "Devour everything, avenging spirits. Dark magic. Primitive art. Corruption." In the stands, Isaac shouted in horror. That bastard Gloria sitting next to him turned to ask. Brother Isaac explained with a look of disgust. That's evil dark magic. It can only be mastered by using the souls of 1,000 civilians who died in agony. Gloria was stunned. What Isaac angrily questioned Bonbon. I want an explanation, Bonbon calmly replied. This is a secret of my clan, Your Grace. Please respect the traditions of the nobility. The Duke could only snort coldly. To Alan's surprise, San raised his sword and slashed without any attempt to dodge. Seeing this, Alan laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha! What a fool, you're really not going to dodge. In that case, enjoy suffering in agony. But the dark magic had no effect on San. Alan was stunned, stammering in disbelief. It didn't work, and no, that's impossible. That's not possible. I've tested this skill hundreds of times. No one can resist this magic and avoid being corrupted, enraged. Alan frantically poured more magic into it. Skull-shaped, resentful souls flew toward San. You bastard, just die. However, San stood firm, completely unharmed amidst the vortex of souls. Alan was in a complete panic. Impossible. Why are my attacks having no effect? San, with his blood-red eyes, coldly pronounced his sentence. Now that you've struggled enough, you can die. San rushed forward to attack Alan, who activated his skill. Taunt, shadow, body damage, transfer. Ha 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 ha, you fool, you are my shadow. How can you possibly hurt me? The audience in the stands was also completely astonished. How is this possible? San frowned slightly, a drop of sweat running down his face. Damn it, I forgot his shadow body can transfer fatal damage to other shadows. Alan laughed contemptuously. Do you really care about the lives of those wretches? Alan invoked his dark magic, Scepter of Life. Drains the life force of others and attacks a target. As long as the target's life force is lower than the total life force gathered, 10 targets will die instantly, he thought confidently, although I don't know why. The shadow pledge on him is useless. He's not getting away from this spell. With a wicked smile, Alan points his scepter at his own subordinates who are screaming in agony as their life force is drained. In that case, I will use their life force to demonstrate this technique. The Scepter of Life. Andrea watched in horror as San's subordinates collapsed to the ground, their bodies engulfed by a dark aura that was draining their life force. She stammered, My life force? Then shouted anxiously, Lucian Reno, what's happened to you guys? High above, Alan raises the Scepter of Life, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Have you given up resisting? But what a shame. I have no intention of stopping the punishment for those bastards. Below, San remained silent, his eyes filled with a deadly rage. Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as San plunged his sword straight into the ground. A blazing red magic circle with ancient runes appeared at his feet. San declared in a steely voice, I refuse to become a beast like you. Forbidden Art Blood Array. Alan's dark magic was immediately sucked back by the blood array and converted into red energy. It enveloped San. Alan shouted in shock, What? Instantly, the stolen life force returned to the soldiers, healing them. Ah! They cheered joyfully. It's coming back. It's all back. It's Boss San Long live, Boss San Long live, the boss. In the sky, a giant blue magic barrier suddenly appeared with the massive shadow of a dragon flying, circling above. The dragon let out a deafening roar and dove straight down, shattering the barrier to everyone's amazement. The majestic demon dragon landed behind San. It let out an intimidating roar, causing Alan to fall to the ground in fear. San said coldly, Savor your breath, Alan, because it will be your last. San smiled confidently. He said sarcastically, So you can get this desperate, huh? In the stands, Isaac couldn't believe his eyes. Dragon armor? Could the legends be true? Gloria, sitting beside him, asked curiously, Brother, what are you talking about? Isaac explained, his eyes fixed on the scene below. They say that if a dragon can synchronize its will with its master's under the influence of intense emotion, it can completely change its form and significantly enhance its master's abilities at the same time. The demon dragon began to transform, merging as one with San. Sharp, jet-black pieces of armor with glowing blue patterns began to form and envelop San's body. The entire process was complete. San stood there in a full suit of dragon armor, exuding an overwhelming power. Isaac continued, This is called dragon armor. In a state of utter panic, Alan screamed, Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Even if you have the recognition of that little beast, there's no way you two... Could have synchronized your hearts and minds. In his panic, Alan tried to calm himself and gathered a large amount of dark magic. This must be an illusion. I'll shatter this mirage right now, ran forbidden art. He summoned a giant skeletal monster from his magic. In response, the wings of the dragon armor on Sand's back merged, forming a colossal flaming greatsword. Sand declared, "What connects our wills is our rage, directed at you." He swung the sword. A powerful slash tore the skeletal monster apart. The greatsword didn't stop. It continued on, shattering the scepter of life and striking Alan. His arm was sent flying as he screamed in agony. "Ah, it hurts! This slash is for the innocent people!" "Whose talents you stole." In the stands, a horrified Hela screamed, "Alan!" But Duke Bo ordered Hela sit down in the arena he had quickly summoned, a grotesque flesh monster growling in fury. "You bastard! How dare you! How dare you!" Sand leaped into the air, preparing for the finishing blow. He raised the greatsword facing the monster. His voice echoed, "This slash is for the shadows who died because of you. And for me, the one whose talent you stole and used to death in a past life." From within his helmet, his eyes shone with determination. "For all the evil deeds you have committed in the past, present, and future," he dove down like a flaming meteor. "Go to hell, Alan." An earth-shattering crash echoed as the sword was about to strike its target, but Hela leaped out using her own body to block the full force of the blow for Alan. Duke Boar roared in fury from the stands, "Hela! What are you doing? This is the most sacred life-or-death duel of the Cooper family." Alan, back in his human form, lay in his mother's arms, whispering, "It hurts so much." Isaac watched the scene with a smirk. Commentary. The lady was indeed a renowned S-rank mage in the past. But unfortunately, after marrying Duke Boar, she never once set foot on a battlefield again. I never thought I'd have the honor of witnessing this. Today in the stands, one person whispered to the person next to them, "She actually used a magical artifact to cast a level 8 spell like Holy Shield." Could the rumor be true that the matriarch was injured by magic backlash while assassinating the former family head? The other person shushed him. "Shh, just watch the show." She clasped her hands in prayer. A massive, brilliant lance of light appeared in the air. "Level 9 white magic holy lance," Hela growled, full of indignation. "If I had known you would become such a monster, I would have killed you when you were just a child. Now I will correct this mistake. Today you must die." In his dragon armor, San raised his head to face the giant holy lance ready to fight. Just as the battle was about to erupt again, an authoritative voice rang out from the stands, "All of you stop!" A purple ripple spread across the arena from Duke Boar's position. The purple ripple spread. It easily shattered the golden holy lance. Immediately after the energy wave hit San, causing his dragon armor to disintegrate, returning him to his normal form. Isaac looked on in admiration, resting his chin on his hand and remarking, "Just as expected from the soundless sword Saint Boar. This move, the magic suppression ripple, is simply invincible." Duke Boar stood up and said coldly to Hela, "The Cooper family does not welcome you. Take your people and leave." Hela angrily pointed at him and growled, "Father, Patriarch, you will regret this." San turned his back and said calmly, "Let's go." He, along with Andrea and his subordinates, left the arena. After leaving the arena on the road, Isaac called out, "Hey kid, let me be frank. Are you interested in joining the Isaac family?" San replied sarcastically, "Oh, you don't mind that I've been exiled from my family? Or are you planning to declare war on the Cooper family?" Isaac was momentarily speechless, replying awkwardly, San then made a proposal. "Sir, although I cannot join your family, I can make a deal with you." Isaac was curious. "Oh, a deal," San explained. "The king is gravely ill, and a war among the nobles is about to break out. If I can successfully enter the Royal Academy, you could be the first to receive the latest news from the capital." Isaac was skeptical. "You're quite the schemer. You want me to help you enroll in the Royal Academy? Why should I trust you?" San thought confidently to himself, recalling the image of Duke Boar. "Because my talent for swordsmanship is S-rank. This is the perfect time to use this trump card." He declared loudly, "Because I will become the direct disciple of the hidden sword Saint Chris." Isaac was shocked that Chris, at the same time, somewhere else. A man with disheveled hair was sitting on the floor in front of a large door looking drunk. He hiccuped, "Hic, damn it, what kind of monster is talking behind my back? Hic." Information panel, hidden sword, Saint Chris, age 47, realm sword saint. Title Chris, alias Hidden Sword. Faction King's Blade. Trait sword faster than sound. Personality appears relaxed and carefree, but is actually very cautious and doesn't trust easily. Position. Commander of the King's Secret Assassin Legion, answers only to the king. Hobbies. Drinking constantly, pretending to be drunk, really pretending to gamble. Many days later, on the outskirts of San Gordon City. Isaac pointed ahead and said, "Do you see the 3 towers up ahead? That is the strongest defense system of San Gordon City, the Trinity Magic Towers. Seeing them means we're not far from the city." Isaac continued to advise, "Let me tell you, San Gordon City is full of nobles. You must be careful when you're outside the academy." While Isaac was still rambling on, San thought to himself, "This guy can't be trusted. For the sake of his family, he has backstabbed many people. I'll have to solve this problem myself, and find an opportunity to split from the group." Isaac presented his plan. "San, don't worry. I'll handle everything related to the Royal Academy. Little Andrea will have to suffer a bit of inconvenience by registering as your maid. That way, you two can live together legally. As for your bodyguards, I'll arrange for them to stay at my Isaac family's manor. They can help protect the manor and deal with any bandits." Hearing the word bandits, San's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, bandits. There are bandits near the capital. This is my chance. Isaac explained further. They might be called bandits, but they're actually just subordinates of the San Gordon nobles. They're quite a troublesome bunch. San immediately spoke up. "Leave the bandits to me," Isaac asked in surprise. "What about Andrea, then?" San spurred his horse into a gallop, shouting as he rode ahead. "Then I'll trouble you, sir, to send her to the Gloria Royal Academy's School of Magic." Gloria looked at her bewildered older brother. Isaac calmed down and said, "First, let's take care of his subordinates and settle them in the manor." Deep in the forest, San stood on a high tree branch. Looking at the fortified base in the distance, he calculated. Based on what Angela told him in his past life, she should be about 7 years old right now, secretly imprisoned in a cave. This must be the bandits' den. He moved quickly through the trees, his thoughts racing. Her father Chris has been searching for her, frantically willing to spare no expense. Looking at his demon dragon, he concluded, "If I can save Angela, I can successfully become his disciple." He activated his dragon armor once more. His entire body was enveloped in majestic armor, radiating a powerful energy. Below, a group of bandits was on patrol. A black shadow flashed past them at an imperceptible speed. Instantly, threads of darkness pierced through each bandit's throat, killing them on the spot. San stood on the corpse of a bandit, his sword still stained with threads of blood. First skill of the inherited sword. Style: Fleeting Blood Shadow. He soared into the air, then charged at the remaining bandits. Second skill of the inherited sword. Style: A fiery serpent shot out from his sword, incinerating the enemies. Raging Blood Serpent. The leader of the Plum bandits jumped out from the base holding a great sword that crackled with lightning. "Who dares to be so bold? Die!" With a deafening clang of metal, the two swords clashed. San flew high into the air, swooping down for a critical strike. Third skill of the inherited sword style, Blood Shadow Touch. Plum realized in horror. That sword technique, the Blood Demon Sword. "You're from the Cooper family. Do you know who we are?" Before he could finish his sentence, San's slash tore his body in two. The bloody halves disintegrated into the air with a gruesome, sizzling sound after San's attack. San in his dragon armor looked coldly at the remaining enemies and declared, "I don't care what kind of vile bastards you are." After dealing with the enemies, San returned to his normal form. Suddenly, a griffin flew down from the sky and let out a cry. The small griffin nuzzled its head affectionately against San's shoulder. San smiled, stroking it affectionately, and asked, "How did it go? Did you find the place I told you about?" The griffin took off and flew away. San pointed in its direction and ordered, "Lead the way." Following its guidance, San found a hidden cave entrance. He tasted a bit of the rock from the wall, then pushed aside the boulder blocking the entrance with all his might. With a rumbling sound, he descended a dark staircase, the clatter of his footsteps echoing. At the bottom of the stairs, he found a red-haired little girl cowering in the corner. The little girl looked up and asked innocently, "Mister, are you a good person who's come to save me?" San thought to himself, Angela once mentioned that she can tell if someone is lying and can sense their true intentions, whether good or bad. "I need to be honest," he answered frankly. "I came to take you to your father and ask him to teach me swordsmanship." Hearing this, Angela happily stretched out her arms. "You're not lying, mister, then let's go." Carrying Angela in his arms, San walked up the long stairs to escape the dungeon. As they neared the exit, his expression turned serious. I'm afraid we won't be able to leave so easily. Blocking the exit was a giant blue skeleton. Its 6 pairs of eyes burned with a malevolent flame. San put Angela down and warned her, Angela, that big guy outside is very strong. I can only block its attack once. When I charge out to get its attention, you run as fast as you can. Understand? Angela answered decisively, Yes. San looked up at the giant skeleton, which was emitting a purple aura. He muttered, The power of a 4-meter-tall giant skeleton can rival a sword saint. But this guy is nearly 5 meters tall. Dragon, this time, we're really going to have to risk our lives. He activated his dragon armor and said, Angela, get ready. Angela, standing next to the griffin, replied bravely, Don't worry, big brother, I'm ready. San rushed out of the cave, confronting the giant skeleton head-on. The giant skeleton raised its bony hand and brought it down in a punch. San used all his strength to raise his sword and block. At the same time, he yelled, Now, Angela, run! Angela screamed in fear as she ran. Struggling to hold on, San thought to himself, There's still one last move in this dragon armor. This is the perfect time to try it. He shouted, Dragon armor release forced deactivation. Canceling the armor state caused the residual magic within it to detonate. It immediately created a terrifying shockwave, a life-saving skill. Red energy chains shot out from the explosion, binding the giant skeleton tightly. The armor vanished. San stood there confidently. A mere giant skeleton can't stop me on my path of revenge. However, the skeleton began to struggle, breaking free from the chains. San looked towards the fleeing Angela and thought, Right now I just need to get Angela out of here. The monster roared, Die! And fired a massive dark energy orb towards Angela. A huge explosion erupted. San screamed in horror, Angela! Fortunately, the griffin swooped in just in time. It snatched Angela and flew into the air, escaping the blast. The griffin released Angela and San rushed forward to catch her. He held Angela tightly, continuously jumping and dodging the energy orbs fired by the skeleton. The two of them landed in a strange room. With a giant ceiling magic circle on the wall, San realized their situation. Damn it, it's a ceiling-type magic circle. I have to destroy the core of the formation to escape. Carrying Angela, San desperately dodged the attacks. He growled, But with this damn thing chasing me, I don't even have time to examine the formation and find its core. Angela looked at San and asked, Big brother, this core you just mentioned, is it in an important area, and that other people aren't allowed to enter? San was surprised. That's right. Do you know where it is? Angela pointed towards a building in the distance. When they occasionally let me out, there were 3 places they never let me go near. But that one is the closest. San said decisively, All right, let's go there first. While running at full speed, dodging the giant skeleton's energy orb, San analyzed, That damn thing may be strong, but it's slow and can only use its bone cannon from a distance. He carried Angela on his shoulder and jumped over a ruined wall. But, he told himself, I don't have my dragon armor right now. I'll be seriously injured if it even grazes me. The two of them landed in a strange room. Where a giant sphere of blood hung suspended by chains, San noted that the room had been reinforced, but would probably not hold for long. Angela's eyes suddenly began to glow with a blue light. The little girl said, Brother, that bow. It seems to be calling to me. San looked at the magic circle on the floor and replied, All right then, let's see what it does. A stream of blue energy enveloped the girl, forming Sinf's bow of light. Angela giggled happily. Heh. San was surprised. This is Sinf's blessing, Angela urged him on. Yes, brother, that huge monster is coming. Let's leave and go to the next place. San agreed. All right. The two of them flew out of the room just as the giant skeleton burst through the door. Angela shouted, Brother, the second location is just ahead. They landed in another room. There a black sphere rested on a pedestal. San said, I've found it. It's right here. But as he looked inside the sphere, San's expression changed in astonishment. No way. At that very moment, the giant skeleton behind them began to self-destruct. San realized the mage who had set up this formation had activated the giant skeleton's self-destruct mode. He turned to warn Angela. Angela, I might lose my mind after using this technique. If I attack you, you have to find a way to protect yourself. Angela replied firmly, Yes. Don't worry, Angela trusts you, brother. A bizarre, multi-eyed specter appeared behind San. He took a stance, preparing to unleash his final technique. I can only use that move Inherited sword technique, 4th skill. He unleashed a terrifying wave of energy toward the black sphere. Bloodbath Tempest. A raging storm of crimson energy engulfed the sphere, shattering it into pieces. After the explosion, a dark entity entered San, possessing his body. It whispered, "Now you are mine." Below, a horrified Angela cried out, "Brother!" Meanwhile, in the royal capital, the green city of Gopton, a drunken man was leaning against a wall outside the Royal Academy. A subordinate in a black cloak approached to report, "Sir, the one who brought about the deaths of the 2 princes has left the city." The man asked in return, "Should we send someone to follow them?" A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. "Drunk. The second one, Sandrew, is out of the city." He stood up, dusted himself off, and ordered, "Watch my wine. I'll go check on this myself. I'll be back to drink later." Then he vanished. The subordinate, wearing a red demon mask, picked up the wine bottle and laughed sinisterly. Hey, at last my lord is free again, back at the bandit's den, back at the well." San, controlled by demonic power, radiated a crimson killing intent. Below, the dragon and the young lion were on high alert. Angela called out in fear, "Brother!" With a demonic smile, San swooped down to attack Angela. Angela fell to the ground, sobbing, "Sob, sob, brother." The dragon struggled to its feet and breathed a stream of fire to block San's attack. San easily slashed through the flames with his sword. Seeing Angela in danger, the heavily injured young lion still managed to crawl forward, using its mouth to push Simp's bow of light towards her. Angela remembered San's warning before he lost his mind. "Angela, I might lose my mind after using this technique. If I attack you, you have to find a way to protect yourself." The girl gripped the bow of light tightly, responding decisively in her mind. "Yes, don't worry. Angela trusts you, brother." Her eyes filled with determination. Angela raised the arrow of light, telling herself, "Brother, don't worry. Angela will definitely survive." She drew the bow, and a brilliant arrow of light formed, aimed straight at the demonically controlled San. San quickly dodged and launched a counterattack. The girl stood on the young lion's back, the bow in her hands still glowing, creating a tense stalemate. San, controlled by the blood demon, let out a savage smile. Heh. Such a tempting little apple. I wonder which part I should eat first." Under the terrifying killing intent, Angela trembled. She thought in despair, "No, I can't move anymore." The blood demon controlling San lifted Angela into the air. Its voice was filled with lust. "Such pure blood should flow from a ripped-open chest and slowly trickle down my throat." Seeing a tear roll down San's cheek, Angela also started crying. She comforted him. "Brother, don't be sad. You did your best." In the darkness of San's subconscious, his tear transformed into a speck of light, falling and stirring the surface of a silent lake. San's consciousness awakened. His eyes blazed with crimson fury. He roared in his mind, "Blood demon, you've gone too far." The blood demon was shocked to see San regaining control. "Impossible! Impossible! How could you break free on your own?" The blood demon roared, "Stop resisting! You can't stop me! Your mind will never escape my control." San, struggling, admitted, "That's true. Your influence on my mind is truly terrifying." But then he gave a confident smile. "However, one move is all I need." San raised his sword high, ordered. A whirlwind of blood energy enveloped him. He shouted, "Blood feast!" The blood demon panicked. "No, you're destroying yourself. Don't even think about becoming a swordsman." "In the future," San scoffed. Hey, don't worry. Chris will help me solve these problems, and very soon you'll be dealt with too." At that moment, a cloaked figure appeared standing over San's unconscious body. He was the one who brought about the death of Sandrew, and he spoke in a cold voice. "Don't place your hopes in others. You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. You who dared to cause trouble for His Highness." He raised his sword high and shouted, "Die!" Without a moment's hesitation, Angela rushed forward, her arms outstretched to shield San. "Don't hurt my brother!" Suddenly, countless sword strikes flew past, shredding the attacker's arm. My arm. How can this be?" Chris arrived just in time, scooping Angela up in one arm. He spoke in a gentle voice. "Angela, my child, you've suffered so much all these years. I'm sorry I was late. Come on, let's go home." Angela struggled in her father's arms, sobbing. "No, I want my brother. Don't leave him behind." In their mental space, Chris spoke to San. "Hey, kid, Do you want me to help heal your body? Though severely injured, San replied with determination. That's not the only thing I want. I risked my life to save Angela so that I could inherit your legacy. Chris, holding Angela, chuckled and said to San, heh, but I'm the one who saved Angela just now. Although your mistake caused a few minor problems, it also freed you from the Second Prince's control, didn't it? 7 days later, at the Royal Academy. Chris told San, your body might not be fully recovered yet, but I've already announced to the entire Empire that you will inherit my title in the future. San asked, so, does that make me the public enemy of the Royal Academy now? Chris replied indifferently, you can always choose not to become my disciple. Around them, other students were whispering. Look, isn't that the guy who killed his own brother? I heard he killed his whole family. Apparently, he even tricked the Sword Saint Chris. San thought to himself, your legacy isn't the only thing I'm after. A mere group of hostile students will never stop me. A young student in shining armor stepped forward to block San's path, announcing loudly, William, the #1 ranked commoner in the Royal Academy's combat division, the Golden Swordsman. You are a villain who framed your own blood brother, and a scoundrel who deceived the Sword Saint Chris with your schemes. I, William, challenge you today to strip you of all your honor. San realized immediately. Such intense hostility he can't even hide his killing intent. This must be the work of the Second Prince Sandrew, the one behind those bandits. So this is your plan, is it? Using William's sense of justice to deal with me while I'm severely injured. William drew his sword tauntingly. If you don't dare accept my challenge, then get away from the Sword Saint Chris and renounce your noble title. San recalled his past life. Oh, William, the first time we met in my past life, you challenged me because you were being manipulated. I can't believe it's happening all over again. After my rebirth? He smiled. In that case, we'll do it the old way. All right, William, I accept your challenge, but if you lose, I want your eternal loyalty. The crowd of students roared, Go, William! Kill him, William! Yeah, teach him a lesson. Show him the Royal Academy isn't a place where any stray dog or cat can just waltz in. William lunged forward, his sword glowing with a blue light. San, take this royal sword art charged slash, San countered with a move of his own. Blood demon sword art, blood light stealing shadow. Chains of blood surrounded William. San said, William, just admit defeat. You're no match for me. William roared, shattering the blood chains with a powerful surge of energy. Royal sword art berserk fury, San thought to himself. This is bad. I just used bloodlight stealing shadow and need at least 10 seconds before I can use it again. William unleashed a flurry of combination attacks. A spectator gasped in amazement. That's William's ultimate combo. He's actually mastered that move. While he's still a student here. William planted a hand on the ground, gathering power for a massive attack. He leaped into the air, shouting, Swallow's return, as he brought his sword down in a mighty slash. He roared, Repent for your evil deeds, heavy slash. Seeing the sword rushing toward him, San assessed the situation with a confident smile. Blood magic is different from other kinds of magic. In my current physical condition, I can barely even perform the second form of the blood demon sword art, which is only at the Silver Sword Guardian level. A memory of William's oath flashed in his mind. San remembered the warning he'd once been given. If you use the third form, it won't just activate the blood demon illusion. It will also cause your fragile, newly healed body to collapse. Again! But San's resolve was firm. I'm sorry, Master, but William's loyalty is something I am willing to risk my very life to obtain. William poured all his strength into the final blow, yelling, It's over! As San lay on the ground, a blazing red aura erupted from his body to parry the attack. He leaped to his feet, activating his ultimate technique. Blood Demon Sword Art. Third form 1,000 blood shadow blades. Countless blades made of blood rained down from the sky as San commanded coldly, William, block this! His opponent was stunned, unable to react to the terrifying power. In a flash, San appeared right behind William, his sword at his throat. William gasped in horror. Can swordsmanship really do something like that? San smiled wistfully. Oh, my honest, dependable William. I finally get to see that fascinating expression on your face again. It's so nostalgic. Suddenly, San's eyes glowed a demonic red. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally, completely out of control. Ha 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 ha! San grabbed his face, trying to fight back the madness that was taking over. Lying on the ground, William grew anxious as he sensed the change. Something is wrong with the killing intent around San. What can I do? Sensing the danger, the crowd of students quickly surrounded them, aiming their weapons at San, who was standing in the center of a glowing red magic circle. A mage in a red robe raised their staff. Flames erupted with a whoosh. Another mage conjured sharp ice crystals, shouting in outrage, "That's blood magic, there's no doubt about it! He's a monster using such blasphemous magic!" The crowd grew more agitated, their gleaming swords pointed menacingly at him. "That magical power is so dense. He's definitely a cold-blooded villain. He deserves to be killed by everyone." Suddenly, William spread his arms to shield San, taking a step back. "There's no need for you to throw your life away for this pathetic bastard." But William resolutely replied, "He has earned my eternal loyalty. If he is truly a villain, then I will protect him and die before he falls." Amidst the extreme tension, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as a pair of black shoes stepped forward, shattering the atmosphere. A hand suddenly chopped down hard on the back of San's neck, knocking him out instantly. The man sighed. "Tisk. This kid really is just like I was when I was young. So troublesome." Ugh. San let out a groan and collapsed. The sword saint. Chris caught him. His sharp gaze swept over the surrounding students. Taking advantage of others when they're in trouble is not the style of a Royal Academy student. Once San recovers, there will be plenty of opportunities for you all to compete with him. The killing intent radiating from Chris terrified the students to their core, their faces draining of all color. So scary. I feel like I could die at any moment. I feel like I've already died once. In a hidden corner, the two princes, Sandrew and his subordinate, observed everything. The subordinate asked, "Your Highness, what should we do?" Sandrew gave a sinister smile. "I remember he got into the academy. Through a noble's recommendation, right, come with me to the challenge mission hall." News spread everywhere as people gossiped while watching Chris carry San away. To think it really was blood magic. That's something that will truly lead to a deadly end. In another corridor, Professor Andrea said worriedly, "Professor, I want to help San resolve the blood magic illusion affecting him." But the old mage stopped her. "Don't be foolish, little girl. It's better to stay away from him. The magic he practices is the evil blood magic." Andrea argued back. "But didn't you once say that the faction of magic and its morality are unrelated?" The mage placed a hand on her shoulder and explained with a grave expression. "That's right. Most of them are unrelated. However, blood magic is different from other types of magic." In a dark, wine-filled cellar, Chris was lecturing San. "Blood magic is different from other types of magic. If you want to completely master the blood demon sword style through blood magic, you must possess absolute mental, willful, and physical strength." San woke up in a chamber filled with a blue healing solution. Chris stood outside watching and speaking. "For the past 7 days, I've gone through a lot of trouble to help you recover." Chris pointed to a diagram of a human body on a board. "I taught you how to use the bloodline magic of blood magic to replace physical strength in using the blood demon sword style, and to control it, as well as to strengthen your body." He angrily clenched his fist, growling in reproach. "Is this how you repay me? By using your body when it hasn't even... I'm fully recovered to do something so reckless? If you want to cripple yourself that badly, then who's going to settle your feud with the Cooper family?" San stepped out of the healing chamber, calmly drying himself off and replying, "Of course I'm not that naive. But some things are worth risking everything for. Wouldn't you agree?" Chris shot back, "What if you had died? What if you had harmed others?" San smiled confidently. "I believe that Master would not tolerate his own direct disciple going mad and causing a massacre." Suddenly the sound of coughing, ahem ahem, came from the door. Chris was startled and recognized the visitor. "George, why are you here? You're not welcome here." Outside, a man in armor replied, "I'm standing outside the room." A nameplate read, "Combat Academy Branch, Chief George Brandon." George entered holding a scroll in his hand and announced coldly, "San Cooper, you are a student recommended by a noble. According to school regulations, please complete the challenge mission within 1 week to prove your qualification to remain at the Combat Academy." San exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" George turned to warn Chris before leaving. "Chris, don't let your petty schemes disrupt the normal teaching order of the school. The headmaster may tolerate you, but I will not." "Master!" Chris broke out in a cold sweat, able to do nothing but silently take the abuse. After George left, San turned and asked curiously, "Master, do you have some kind of grudge against him?" Chris waved his hand with a disdainful look. He's just a sword anyone can use. A stubborn old fool who was lucky he didn't die by my hand. He pointed, giving an order. As long as you don't break the rules, you don't need to pay him any mind. Now go and complete the challenge mission as quickly as possible. San nodded. Yes, go and get ready. If the mission was arranged by that stubborn old fool himself, I'm afraid it won't be easy. That night at the entrance to a wild, secret realm, San observed the shimmering portal. He then recalled the instructions. The challenge mission given to San by that stubborn old fool was inside this secret realm. Enter a short while before the others and pour this vial of potion into the water source within the secret realm. Countless ferocious monsters lay in wait. On a tree branch, a demon monkey with blazing red eyes was lurking, and on the ground, a giant tiger with fiery eyes was growling, baring its fangs and claws. George Brandon revealed a sinister, calculating smile. As for how mad he'll go, it all depends on when Lord Chris stops holding back and decides to kill him. The next day at the Royal Academy, San was waiting in the hall. William approached to greet him. San. I'm afraid this mission won't be easy to complete. I was planning to find you after I received the mission. San replied calmly. I've known for a while. For all, George dislikes my master, so he'll deliberately try to make things difficult for me. William explained with more worry. It's not just that. The current situation is very complicated. Everyone is gathering in the main hall. San walked in with William. All right. Let's see what's happening in the grand hall. Felix George's disciple is standing on a high platform looking down at the murmuring crowd of students. He points a finger at San with contempt. I'm just waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. Seeing San walk in, Gloria shakes her head wearily, as if she already anticipated something bad was about to happen. San and William approach the registration desk. Felix is sitting there with a fake smile. San says, I'm here to accept the trial mission. San from the Combat Academy. Felix pushes up his glasses and announces with a malicious tone, I'm very sorry, but due to a mutation in the secret realm, the difficulty of student San's trial mission has been raised to an extremely dangerous level. It now requires a team of at least 4 people. Surprised, William suggests, then let's switch to a normal difficulty solo mission. Felix holds up 3 fingers, explaining with a triumphant look, the suitable solo missions will only be announced next week. But according to Academy rules, student San must complete his trial mission within 3 days to officially join the Academy. Immediately, the surrounding crowd of students starts to shout and mock San. Get lost! The Royal Academy doesn't welcome scum like you. For student San, are you going to find a way to gather enough people, or are you just going to leave the Academy safely? Felix, why are you wasting your breath on him? If I were you, I'd ban him from taking any missions for 3 days. In the face of everyone's hostility, San's aura suddenly explodes. A sharp crimson energy surrounds him, startling Felix. San asks coldly, You think I can't find teammates? It doesn't matter to me, Felix says, trying to maintain his challenging smile. But it seems like no one else wants you to enroll? San suddenly draws his crimson sword and holds it to Felix's neck. His eyes were sharp. And more importantly, if I can find enough teammates, I want you to get on your knees and apologize to William for humiliating him. Enraged, Felix grinds his teeth. You dare. Unless you kill me, don't even think about making me kneel. San gives a knowing smile. I'm not going to kill you, but I will report everything to Master Chris. Do you really think he won't act to protect his own disciple? Felix broke out in a cold sweat at San's threat and relented. You can talk after you've gathered your teammates. Tonight. That won't be necessary. If it's just a 4-person exploration team, he slams his sword on the table, trying to act tough. Suddenly, a group of people steps out from the crowd. Gloria, Isaac, Andrea, and William all stand with San. Gloria announces, Combat Academy. Andrea continues, Magic Academy. Andrea and William also state clearly, we are willing to join San's group. Felix is stunned, stammering, This squinty-eyed senior, please take a moment to register for the mission. Then a giant red phantom appears behind San, radiating terrifying pressure. San commands, please kneel and apologize. Felix was so terrified, he collapsed to the floor, trembling. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Are you willing to bet your life on it? How can he do this? Another student whispered, as expected, a villain is still a villain. Senior Felix was just following the rules, and now he's using Master Chris's name. To bully others. San leads the group away, leaving a humiliated Felix behind. Gloria asks San, "You really didn't have to go to such extremes for me." San, maintaining his cold expression, replies to William, "Remember this. As long as we do nothing wrong, we must not let trash walk all over us and do whatever they please. And I, San, will never do anything wrong." In a hidden corner, Prince Sanru and his subordinate observed everything. The subordinate asked, "Your Highness, what should we do?" Sanru laughed sinisterly. "You must follow the rules, Felix. Remember the shame you feel today and turn it into strength. That way, you will be able to drain the life from him like the god of death, all while following the rules." "Yes." Felix bowed his head. "Yes, master." The Melessa jungle. A teleportation gate opens. San's group steps into a dense jungle with towering ancient trees and a majestic waterfall. Gloria looks around and remarks, "This is the Melessa jungle. I've heard that the inheritance of the mysterious sorcerer of Great Melessa is hidden here. But the Academy has owned this secret realm for hundreds of years, and no one has ever found that rumored inheritance." William explains the terrain. "This dense jungle includes this mountain forest. The exit is the lake at the top of the mountain. The foot of the mountain is the most dangerous area of this secret realm. It's where nightmare-level magical beasts equivalent to titled sword saints roam. Monster distribution chart, foot of the mountain, nightmare level, mid-mountain disaster level, higher up high-level monsters, mid-level low level," he continued. "The closer you get to the peak, the safer it becomes. Near the top there are only low-level monsters. If you're near the pond, you don't have to fear the magical creatures. They won't attack unless provoked." Gloria adds more information. "The fog in the forest is poisonous. A gold-ranked swordsman can endure it for about 10 hours, thanks to their physique. But for mages, if they don't have a corresponding physique and rely only on mana for resistance, even a gold staff mage will lose all combat ability in about 6 hours. Suddenly, San signals for everyone to stop, his eyes wary. "Everyone prepare for battle. Something seems to be coming." A swarm of giant beetles with glowing red eyes flies in surrounding another group of students who are running in panic. A female student screams desperately, "Help!" William draws his sword on guard. So this is the Melessa insect swarm. Not only is it hard to shake them off, but they don't offer any benefits either. We just need to get out of their path. It's no use. We've been running for 20 minutes and changed direction 5 times, and they're still chasing us. Suddenly, a shrill voice rings out, "Fat Cat hoo-hoo." William is surprised. "Fat Cat hoo-hoo, what kind of magic is that?" A girl creates an energy shield, pushing back the swarm of beetles. San angrily shouts, "You all spent 20 minutes running away, but you don't even have the courage to draw your swords. Do you even deserve to be called geniuses?" Meanwhile, the group of rescued students is still trembling in fear. San swings his flaming sword and yells the name of his technique, Blood Serpent. A stream of blazing red energy shoots out from the tip of his sword. It pierces through the hard shell of the charging giant beetle. With a loud crack squelch, the monster's body is instantly crushed. In a crimson flash, blood and flesh fly everywhere. Standing among the beetle carcasses, San withdraws his magic and remarks with disappointment, "It didn't even increase my blood magic, as expected. These are just worthless evil creatures." After the danger had passed, the rescued students let out a sigh of relief. "We're finally saved." William stands in front of them and coldly asks, "Aren't you ashamed of being saved by your enemy?" A female student with round glasses and an arrogant expression brushes dust from her shoulder and scoffs, "Tisk! A country bumpkin like him has absolutely no taste." She continues to spew malicious, contemptuous words. "A bastard like you who can't even inherit a title or land. Do you think any noble would actually consider you an enemy? You're nothing more than a bit of entertainment. If you know what's good for you, escort me out of here, and I might consider leaving a retainer position for you." Suddenly, William and the female student jump in terror, shouting in unison as they look ahead. "What is that?" From the darkness, beasts with fiery eyes appear. San immediately deduces they must be monsters attracted by the insect swarm. "Everyone be careful. There's something wrong with these monsters." A giant bear lets out a ferocious roar, a dark cloud of killing intent enveloping it. San calmly raises his sword, his gaze sharp. "It doesn't matter, I just have to kill them all, one by one." Info. The Cooper family's blood magic swordsmanship is an inherited style that uses blood magic as its core. San charges straight toward the pack of monsters. He swings his sword hard at the bear, thinking to himself, because it uses magic instead of physical strength, The techniques of blood magic swordsmanship are bizarre and unpredictable. That makes them hard to defend against. Attack Crimson Lava Afterimage. San unleashes a 3-hit combo that pierces the bear's rock-like hide. For a user of blood magic, to increase their magic capacity, much like how warriors strengthen their bodies, all they need to do is kill. The tip of his sword sinks into the beast's head as San coldly commands, "Blood control, use blood." A blood flame erupts around San. Absorb blood, evolve blood. This is the core of blood magic. Lances of blood shoot out like arrows, wiping out the surrounding wolves to protect Andrea. The young girl looks at San surprised. San's eyes are glowing red as power surges through him. No matter how much magic is contained within the blood under the secret inherited techniques of blood magic swordsmanship, it will only make the blood swordsman stronger. A smiling demonic phantom appears behind him. The only problem is the malice of the dead towards the living that lingers within this blood. It will condense within the body into an eternal blood demon phantom. The phantom looms over the group of 3. Andrea looks worriedly at San's expression. It is an eternal curse that only those with an indomitable will can suppress. San, are you all right? Just then, the pack of monsters continues to charge forward. San reassures everyone. Don't worry. With Master Chris regulating my power, why wouldn't I be fine when facing these high-level magical creatures? But right after that, San's body suddenly freezes. He clutches his chest in pain. Urk! An uncontrolled torrent of black and red energy erupts from San, forming a violent vortex accompanied by a piercing scream. Ayy! Andrea quickly creates a shield to protect everyone from the shockwave. Gloria asks worriedly, "Is this like that time in the dragon's cave?" Andrea shakes her head. Sweat pours down her face. No, this time it feels different. It feels like... The girl with the glasses speaks up again, scoffing. What's there to be confused about? Practitioners of blood magic always end up going mad. Isn't that common knowledge? The first and second heads of the Cooper family both went insane because of blood magic. It's said that the current head became a sword saint, specifically to isolate the blood magic's influence on the bloodline. The family turns a deaf ear to such talk. Andrea tries to use her magic to connect with San. Starlight, please combine for me Starlink technique. The other girl clicks her tongue. Tisk, that's useless. Using a mental resonance technique on that lunatic, you're actually asking to die. San is now completely enveloped in killing intent. Andrea's face pales, her eyes widening in horror as her consciousness is dragged elsewhere into San's crimson mental world. A blood demon was sitting there. It sees Andrea's soul and clicks its tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. To think someone would be willing to risk their life to save him. Andrea bravely asks, "What have you done to San?" The demon points upwards and explains, "It wasn't me, it's because that brat ate something he shouldn't have. The first Cooper, the one who created me, was killed by this exact same damned thing. So little girl, you still want to save him? Let me plant a blood demon seed in your heart and I will show you the way." Without any hesitation, Andrea steps forward. To save him. The demon bursts into gleeful laughter. Ha 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 ha! People like you are always the biggest fools, too kind for your own good. Andrea's gaze was more determined than ever as she told herself, "San, I will definitely save you." Andrea hugged San from behind, casting her most powerful purification magic, Starlight. Purification technique, Lightstream. Seeing that, the female student was jealous and furious. Using 7th Circle Starlight magic at such a young age. You must have spent all your time training. What a country bumpkin who doesn't know how to enjoy life. William couldn't take it anymore. He pointed his sword at her and shouted, "You the noble lady over there? Either you come over here and help, or you shut your mouth and hide in the back, got it?" She just clicked her tongue and turned away. Tisk! Suddenly, San's eyes shot open, his crimson eyes slowly regaining their clarity. A stream of black energy was expelled from his body. Fwish San looked down at his own hands. The demon's voice full of mockery echoed in his head. "Tisk, tisk, tisk! You were actually saved by that little girl. You really are trash!" San roared in anger, dispelling the black energy around him. "Get lost!" The demon didn't let up. "Tisk, tisk, tisk! If I hadn't promised that girl I would save you, I wouldn't have even bothered to appear in this disgusting place." In San's mind, the image of the blood demon appeared clearer than ever. It gave him an ultimatum. "I will only teach you this once. Remember it well." It pointed to a red crystal spinning in a storm of blood. Identify the difference in the blood and pinpoint exactly what made you lose control. If you let this damn thing invade your blood again, I will kill the girl you care about. Do you understand? A brilliant red crystal hovered, emitting an eerie light in the spiritual world. The blood demon smiled maliciously, saying to San and Andrea, "We'll be seeing each other again very soon." Heh. San gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. "Humph! The next time we meet, you'll regret it." San swung his sword to the sky, creating a giant vortex of fire and shouting, "Blood discharge, frenzied feast." Countless fire serpents descended, tearing apart the magic wolves. Sizzle. The sound of the sword slicing through the air rang out. The red crystal began to absorb blood from the monster corpses. In the sky, a giant pillar of light shot straight down onto the mountaintop. Andrea exclaimed, "Ah, a half-saint-level expert has entered the Academy's mystic realm. They must have realized the situation and sent a teacher to pick us up." "6," San replied calmly. "Why would a half-saint-level expert be deployed? Has something changed in the trial mission? Either way, I will complete it." From the pillar of light, a man in armor appeared, sword in hand. Whoosh, countless monster corpses surrounded him. He casually swung his sword and said with contempt, "Ha! A bunch of ignorant beasts." Countless monsters died in a single sword strike. That man was Oliver, a teacher from the Advanced Sword Art Academy, a half-saint-level gold sword master. He thought to himself, "Heh, as long as I bring that bastard's corpse back, I will definitely be valued by His Highness Sanru." Oliver held a magical positioning device in his hand. He was confident with this item. Designed by the Magic Academy to specifically locate users of blood magic, I can easily find that brat and kill him. He continued to think, William. Do you know why the half-saint rank exists? It's probably for people who want to save face and call themselves by this title. He saw San's group from a distance, his eyes sharp. Are those the students who were rescued along the way? With these students as witnesses, it won't be easy to deal with that brat directly. The group of rescued students cheered with joy when they saw Oliver. "Professor Oliver, are you here to get us out?" "Thank you so much, Professor Oliver." Oliver raised his sword high. "1, he smiled. 2, there's really no other way. I am a good beloved teacher after all. 3, he swung his sword down. Fwish. In his mind, he thought, eliminate the evil disciple who caused the abnormality in the mystic realm and reveal his true nature. The students will thank me. San sensed the killing intent and turned to look. A wave of killing intent. A red sword aura shot towards him, aimed directly at him. Seeing San easily cut down, Oliver stepped forward, sneering. You should be honored to be killed by a sword saint-level slash. So the so-called half-saints are just gold sword masters capable of launching as sword saint-level attacks, but right after that, a demonic red phantom appeared behind him. Just as expected of the Academy creating something so ostentatious yet so impractical, he immediately realized and turned around to attack. San, you're actually not dead. It's the mysterious nature of blood magic. I'll just have to kill you again. San blocked the blow with his sword. Clang, he thought. Blood magic teaches its user to detect toxins in the blood by using blood magic, but this isn't a toxin. This is something else. It's how his internal energy works. By sensing this, I can see through his movements and actions. Once I understand the mechanism, I can even copy other people's techniques in the future. Suddenly, a green protective circle appeared around San, along with a shout, "Fat cat, hoo-hoo!" Immediately, William rushed forward, unleashing a lightning kick. Imperial sword art! He raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed again in midair. Sparks flew, accompanied by the deafening clang of metal. Oliver continuously attacked, forcing William into a difficult position. Damn it, San is harder to kill than I thought. William's attacks are also harder to deal with than usual. It seems I can only use that move. He swung his arm, launching blazing red shadow hooks. He shouted, "All of you die!" Then created sword auras that slashed straight down into the lake. When the sword auras hit the lake, they created a powerful shockwave. From under the water, giant shadow dragons rose, roaring fiercely, ready to devour their prey. Meanwhile, Oliver had created a separate protective shield for himself. He stood watching his cruel handiwork and smugly thought, the students will be grateful to their teacher for arranging this training. It's a real battle, right? Faced with ferocious shadow dragons, a group of students was in a state of utter panic. One shouted in despair, "Damn it, Oliver's trying to kill us. This can't be happening. Professor Oliver isn't that kind of person. Another person roared in fury. He just used a magic scroll to escape. He's nothing but a mad dog lashing out in desperation. A student collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and screaming in panic. I can't die. I still have to earn money to support my family. I need to succeed. I can't die. But then fear turned into courage. He stood up trembling and raised his sword with determination in his tear-filled eyes. I will fight right now. A shadow dragon lunged forward, its fanged maw wide open, ready to devour him. Just then, San and William rushed in, blocking the attack with their swords. San yelled, William, give it everything you've got! We have to block this attack! William gritted his teeth, straining. Ugh. Meanwhile, the other dragons simultaneously unleashed destructive energy beams. San ordered Andrea, Gloria, protect those useless fools, they're still human. Andrea raised her hand, creating a sturdy wall of light, and shouted the skill's name, Wall of Testimony, Paparoom. Gloria, while fighting, grumbled, Andrea, you couldn't think of a cooler spell name than that? Andrea was left dumbfounded. Huh. In the midst of battle, San turned and yelled to William, William, give me the crystal. William hesitated. But that's for your trial mission, San said decisively. If we can't kill it, I'll fail the mission anyway. Just give it to me. Without further hesitation, William threw the bag containing the crystal to San. San caught it and quickly calculated. A disaster-class monster. If I use a technique at the level of Blood Shadow Blade, I'll definitely give the Blood Demon a chance to take over my body. So what if I use swordsmanship and magic below Silver class? His decision made San began to absorb energy from the crystals. Dark magic swirled around him. William, cover me, I need some time. Without a word, William bravely charged forward to face the giant dragon head-on. The monster roared as its heads lunged forward in unison, creating terrifying pressure. A worried shout came from behind. San, be careful! The multi-headed dragon bared its sharp fangs, seemingly wanting to devour everything. William strained with all his might, using imperial swordsmanship. Ugh! But he was still overwhelmed by the dragon's power. Behind him, San had finished absorbing the energy. Blown away, William shouted in desperation, San, how much longer until you're done absorbing it? The Blood Demon Crystal. Now stronger, San unleashed fiery slashes while replying, just a few more minutes, not letting San fight alone. Gloria also charged in, unleashing her own beautiful yet deadly technique. Sword Dance Symphony. But her attack wasn't strong enough. She was knocked down by one of the dragon's heads. Andrea cried out in panic, Gloria, someone save her! In midair, Gloria was enveloped by a massive surge of blood-red energy. It was San. He had fully absorbed the power. Standing in a sea of blood, he declared, You demonic beasts! Your time has come. All the energy converged into his sword, forming a giant fiery serpent. San swung his sword and roared, Blood Flame Serpent Slash. The slash carrying destructive power tore the shadow dragon to pieces. When it was all over, San stood there muttering about his new power, so simple. The blood-red smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a desolate landscape. San staggered exhausted after using such an overwhelming attack. As Andrea and Gloria rushed to support him, the group of rescued students emerged from the forest led by a young man in silver armor. William, surprised, called out his name, Lewis. Lewis looked at San with hatred in his eyes, muttering accusations. The demon who uses blood magic. The evil one who abandoned his family, the bastard who harmed his own brothers. William yelled in panic, Louis, no! But it was too late. Louis raised his sword, let out a roar, hi-ah, and swung it straight down. The sword plunged into the ground right next to San. Louis dropped to one knee, bowing his head in remorse. Student San, if it weren't for your help, I would be dead. Please accept my sincerest apology and gratitude. Please forgive my past foolishness and ignorance. Following Louis's lead, all the other students knelt down in unison, chanting together, Please accept our sincerest apologies and gratitude. Just then, a female student with glasses suddenly gasped. Pointing to the sky, she said, Everyone look, what is that? In the direction she pointed, a dark red cloud of countless mosquito-like magic insects was swarming, obscuring a corner of the sky. San narrowed his eyes, his pupils glowing red as he activated Blood Sight. With his special vision, he saw through to the energy streams connecting the swarm and realized, this swarm is definitely hiding some kind of secret. Without a moment's hesitation, San shouted, Bloodlight Doppelganger! Then turned to instruct Andrea, Protect yourself and take care of those students. A blood-red shadow separated from San and shot straight down into the lake where the swarm of insects was thickest. The dark red energy pierced through the swarm, revealing the magic threads connecting them. Sinking deep to the bottom of the lake, San discovered the source of it all, a heart beating rhythmically in the middle of a dark magic circle. He muttered, "I see. The so-called Medusa swarm is just a tool to harvest life force. The real goal is to use the heart inside the magic circle to resurrect the sorcerer named Medusa. More dark magic. Damn lunatics. Heh! A bastard who steals the lives of others just to extend his own should just die already." San swung his sword, launching a destructive attack at the heart. "Let's go, blood devourers' frenzied feast." As the heart was destroyed, a stream of green life force radiated outwards. It enveloped the exhausted students. One said in surprise, "Hey, my stamina has recovered." Another exclaimed joyfully, "My magic is restored too." The green energy converged, opening a spatial gate. A student shouted, "Look, isn't that the gate to the hidden realm?" San in chibi form thought to himself, "I can't believe I accidentally found the exit." Meanwhile, outside the hidden realm, Oliver stood guard, thinking to himself, what happened in the hidden realm must absolutely not get out. If word gets out His Highness's plan to take over the academy will be affected and I won't have a place here anymore, he mumbled anxiously. Humph. As expected, things always take a turn for the worse. The gate to the mystic realm has opened ahead of schedule. Who could have survived? He drank a strength potion, his eyes turning vicious. I have to go all out to prevent any mistakes. From inside, the students cheered. "The gate is opening. Once it's stable, we can leave." "Fantastic. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for another second." Andrea saw San emerge from the water and rushed over. "San, you're back." "Are you okay?" San calmly replied. "I'm like everyone else. My stamina and mana have fully recovered. And I also found 2 things at the bottom of the lake." San handed Andrea a crystal vial. "This crystal vial smells of a strange poison. It must have been used to store the poison inside the monsters' bodies." Andrea observed it closely. "This type of crystal vial is very rare. I'll go back and ask my teacher to take a look. Maybe he'll find a clue." San nodded. "All right, thank you." William held another magic crystal and said with regret, "Judging by its size, this must be the disaster-level magic crystal left by the 5-headed dragon. It's a shame the previous magic crystals were all used up and we can't stay in this place with the poison bones for long." "San, I'm afraid your mission—" Lewis suddenly walked over. He held out a bag full of crystals. "Here, these are the magic crystals I collected earlier. Use them to complete the mission." The other students also held out their spoils of war. "Ours too." "Thank you, San," one person thought to themselves. San is finally accepted by everyone. This is great. Outside, Oliver was ready. He thought what happened in the mystic realm must absolutely not get out. Otherwise, His Highness's plan to take over the academy will be affected, and I won't have a place here anymore. He drained the potion, his eyes filled with killing intent. Humph, as expected, things always take a turn. For the worse. The mystic realm's gate has opened ahead of schedule. Who could have survived? I must go all out to prevent any mistakes. Seeing the group of students happily running towards the gate, Oliver thought maliciously, why couldn't they have just died quietly in the mystic realm? As the crowd got closer, San sensed the killing intent and shouted, "Damn it, Oliver's making his move." He unleashed a vicious attack, the Crimson Blade Shadow, and roared, "Die!" Gloria and Andrea cried out in alarm, "San, are you okay? San, let me help you." But San was not the same as before. Dazzling wings of fire erupted from his back, his eyes glowing with blood sight. "Oliver, I have seen your death." The two clashed. Oliver roared, "You bastard, die!" San replied coldly, "The one who should die is you." The two streams of sword energy collided, creating a terrifying explosion during the fight. The crystal vial containing the poison fell from San's pocket at that exact moment. A figure rushed forward to intervene, separating the two. "Everyone stop!" The newcomer was Division Head George. He grabbed Oliver and angrily demanded, "Oliver, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Oliver sneered, "You brainless idiot who can't follow the rules, you're nothing but a burden. As long as I complete the Two Princes mission, the lives of a bunch of students are meaningless. I'm killing the evil one who poisoned the mystic realm." Hearing this, the students panicked. "What poison? Don't tell me I've been poisoned." A female student with glasses asked suspiciously, "Division Head George, do you have any proof?" George answered confidently, "Of course. George held up a magic scroll. This is a magic scroll created by the headmaster himself. It can identify the scent of the poison. If the culprit is among you, the scroll will find them immediately. The scroll glowed and flew straight towards the vial, the crystal vial that San had dropped. The students' trust immediately wavered. One person said in disbelief, "Did San really poison the mystic realm? No way. He just saved us." But another speculated, maybe he used a forbidden substance to complete the mission and took the opportunity to save us, to turn his reputation around. Ugh, could there really be someone so despicable? George smirked to himself. Heh heh, a bunch of fools so easily manipulated. Destined to be nothing but sacrificial pawns your whole lives. He turned to San with a facade of righteousness. Well, do you have anything to say? San replied calmly. It's always easy to frame someone by finding an excuse, but if you expect me to do nothing, then you must be dreaming. In a flash, George appeared and squeezed San's neck tightly. San was horrified. How is he so fast? Is this the power of a true sword saint? Damn it! I can't use my power after he grabbed me. I can't even control my magic. George said coldly, according to Article 367 of the Academy's law, instructors and staff have the right to kill anyone who attacks school personnel without cause. Chris's direct disciple, accept your punishment. Suddenly, a sword slash cut through, interrupting the confrontation. A dignified voice echoed from the Mystic Realm's gate. Wait, George, this is not the time. Two powerful men walked out. George hurriedly presented the crystal vial to the man in the lead. Sir Headmaster, look. This is what was found on San using the magic scroll you gave me. The three headmasters used a high-level appraisal spell, and they thought to themselves, this is indeed the secret poison the royal family uses to target blood mages. Chris has certainly taken in a very troublesome disciple. The headmaster glanced at the poison vial, then waved his hand dismissively. Oh, this proves nothing. We still need to lock them in the dungeon and take our time with the investigation. A stream of magic chains shot out and bound San and Oliver. The headmaster thought to himself, it's better to lock them up first or else. That kid will be relentlessly targeted by this killing intent. George started to speak, but the headmaster instantly cut him off, his tone filled with authority. That's enough. We will investigate when we return. Stop making a fool of yourself here. As the group of powerful figures left, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. One of them asked, so in the end, is San really the bastard who used the poison or not? Another asserted, of course it was him. Professor George used the headmaster's magic scroll to find him, but another person was hesitant since Professor Chris had already refuted that. And the headmaster didn't punish San on the spot either. A student who was still biased said, I still think San is the culprit. But Lewis spoke up in his defense. I believe it was all an act by Professor Oliver. We all saw how he disregarded our lives in the secret realm. The scene shifts to the gloomy, cold place, the Academy's dungeon. In a cell, Professor Chris is treating San. He explains that this type of poison is used by the royal family. It's specifically for dealing with blood demon sorcerers. But according to my investigation, it came from none other than the second Prince Sanru. San, gritting his teeth in anger, interrupts. I won't forgive him. I'll kill him. Chris turns and walks away, tossing back a cold remark. How childish. You stay here and think carefully. This world isn't lacking for enemies to kill. Meanwhile, San sits alone thinking to himself, you're an idiot. Professor Chris's duty is to protect the royal family, yet you told him to his face that you're going to kill his highness. In another cell, San is confronting Oliver. He says mockingly, I never thought that even at a time like this, you'd still be serving your master. He doesn't care about your life at all. Oliver glares back and retorts, shut up. It is my honor to be able to dedicate my strength to his highness. San recalls his family's oath. As the shadow guards of the Cooper family, it is our highest honor. San mutters in disgust. Damn royals. San approaches the iron bars, questioning. Have you ever considered whether it's worth it or not? Is your talent and hard work just to satisfy the desires of that trash? You must have felt it too. What it's like to be a disposable pawn abandoned at any moment. Oliver hangs his head, sweat trickling down his temple. San continues to persuade him. Don't you have anything else to care about? Like your family. If you're willing to confess everything about the secret realm to Headmaster Ambrose, I promise I'll help you escape the second prince's control. Oliver jerks his head up. He roars in San's face. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Don't you dare think about making me betray my family like you did, you despicable traitor. San shrugs. Is that so? Then let's see how the master you're so loyal to will treat you. That night, a mysterious cloaked figure appears before Oliver's cell. The person tosses a vial of poison down a cold voice echoing from beneath the hood. Oliver. His Highness has arranged a duel for you and San in the Beast Arena. This is your last chance. Oliver trembles as he picks up the vial. The mysterious figure continues. This precious vine of life will grant you your final glory. Oliver grits his teeth and swears, I swear to follow His Highness's command, even if I die. The mysterious figure replies, I'm glad you understand. His Highness will accept your loyalty. Oliver stares at the vial as San's voice echoes in his mind. You'll surely die if you use the vine of life. What's the use of gaining glory after death? He recalls his past when his father also sacrificed his entire life for the family and became a sacrifice. San's voice speaks again in his mind. Is glory really that important? Is it worth giving up your life for? The scene shifts to the Empire's Beast Arena. The roar of the crowd echoes everywhere. It's about to start. Hooray! In the arena, San and Oliver stand facing each other with magical chains between them. A voice rings out from the stands. Tonight's match will follow the most ancient rule. The two warriors will fight under the assault of a mana beast. Whether by killing the opponent or by cooperating to kill the beast, the last warrior left standing will receive our cheers and a reward from His Highness. Second Prince. The caged mana beast begins to awaken. Its dark tentacles stretch out, killing those nearby. The mana beast is about to awaken. The match officially begins. Oliver lunges forward, his face twisted with madness. I've seen through your blood demon sword art. As long as I widen my range of attack, your bloodlight tricks will be useless, but San easily counters. Impossible. Oliver is stunned. San asks coldly, do you have any idea how strong a 4-year-old child who has been arduously trained in swordsmanship and possesses an S-rank talent for it can be? The mana beast attacks, but San easily slices through its tentacles with his sword. He rushes forward, unleashing a powerful slash. Silent slash. My body has fully recovered. It's time to test the sword art I inherited from Chris. Oliver braces himself to block. I've recovered all my strength. You can't beat me in the stands. The second prince frowns. Why isn't Oliver using the potion? He turns and orders, someone bring Gray over here. A soldier escorts an elderly woman over. She is Gray Oliver's mother and the second prince's cook. Oliver sees his mother, his heart filled with panic. Mother, if I fail, what will His Highness do to her? He has no other choice. Oliver looks at the vial, grits his teeth. I can't fail, and gulps it down. His body begins to transform. Purple veins bulge as dark power erupts from him. Oliver charges forward like a moth to a flame, pouring all his resentment and despair into his blade, screaming heart-wrenchingly, For my mother, please, just die! As the two swords clash, sending sparks flying, Oliver grits his teeth and whispers a plea to San, please! Help me get my mother away from the second prince. In return, I'll help you deal with the Hellvine. San is stunned by the insane proposal. What the hell are you planning to do? A suicidal resolve shines in Oliver's eyes. Only my death can ensure my mother survives tonight. Just then, the giant Hellvine monster unleashes its sharp tentacles. The sharp tips attack, forcing San to leap back to dodge. Oliver yells in despair, his face streaked with tears. I'm begging you. Without hesitation, Oliver activates his ultimate skill. His whole body bursts into flames as he charges straight at the monster. Ultimate Firewine Slash. The monster retaliates mercilessly with countless dark spikes. Die. Boom! A terrifying explosion rocked the entire arena. Smoke dust and shockwaves flew everywhere. In the stands, the second Prince Sandrew cruelly kicked Mrs. Gray to the ground. Mrs. Gray said with contempt, Trash will always be trash. He couldn't even do a simple thing like that. Mrs. Gray fell crying out her son's name in agony. Oliver. She sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. My son, I hope my death can appease the wrath of His Highness. I hope San will accept my death as an atonement. From beneath the cloud of dust, a brilliant red crystal appeared hovering in midair. The core of the Hellvine. San took the glowing red crystal and placed it on the dying Oliver's chest. He whispered weakly, Ugh, San, you have to save my mother. San looked at him coldly and asked, Is this the reason? Or why you became Sandrew's dog? The crystal passed through his ribcage, sinking deep into Oliver's faintly beating heart and radiating the light of life. San plunged his sword into the ground, smiling defiantly. "If you die, I won't help you save anyone. You'll have to do it yourself." The sword erupted in crimson flames. San activated a high-level healing spell, Bloodmancy Flesh Regeneration. The fatal wound on Oliver's chest began to miraculously close under the effect of the red light. Seeing that Oliver was out of danger, San turned and walked away. The blood of the Hell Vine can neutralize the negative effects of the Vine of Life's poison. Just focus on quietly recovering for now. Master Chris will come find you later. San entered the gloomy throne room. Sandrew was sitting there applauding. I never expected blood magic to be so powerful. To be able to defeat a disaster-level magical beast and a quasi-sword saint at the same time. He declared arrogantly, "You are the victor of this match. You may request a reward from me. What do you want, treasure, or perhaps you wish to beg for forgiveness for your crimes?" San pointed directly at the kneeling Mrs. Gray. "I want her." Sandrew was surprised. "Her? A mere servant. What about her has caught your eye?" "Oh, you still want revenge on Oliver by targeting his family, do you?" Sandrew smirked with amusement. "Just as I predicted. San, you truly are a natural-born blood magic cultivator." Sandrew's face revealed a greedy and crazed expression. "In your very marrow flows greed, bloodlust, and the desire to destroy everything. Join me and become the new sword in my hand." San stood protectively in front of Mrs. Gray and replied coldly, "Your Highness, you are always so fickle with your subordinates. With your very own. Oliver followed your orders, but as soon as he died, his family immediately lost their protection." Sandrew stepped down. "Oliver's death was a tragedy," San interrupted. "And what if I don't want to follow you, Your Highness?" Sandrew's face darkened, his tone threatening. "You refuse blood mages are despised by the entire world from birth. Only those who hold supreme power can protect you. Become my sword, or you will be expelled from the academy as the mastermind behind the Secret Realm incident." A guard lunged at San from above. "His Highness has offered you his grace, yet you dare refuse? How disrespectful, Dai." Klang San calmly drew his flaming sword and blocked the attack, an overwhelming aura radiating around him. Suddenly, the large doors were blown open with a loud explosion. The guards shouted, "Assassins, protect his Highness!" 3 figures burst in, led by George and a familiar person in armor. Mrs. Gray broke down sobbing as she hugged her son. "My son, you're still alive." Sandrew was utterly horrified when he saw the newcomer. "Oliver, you're not actually dead. You cowardly traitor, you should go to hell." The battle erupted. San leaped into the air, launching a decisive blow at the surrounding guards. "The one going to hell is you." The flaming sword in San's hand transformed. He shouted the name of his technique, Bloodlight Phantasm. The second Prince Sandrew was terrified as he saw his soldiers being pushed back. San held his sword to his throat, mocking him. "It seems your power is completely useless." Cornered, Sandrew turned and yelled at Chris. "Chris, you're the captain of the Royal Guard. Why haven't you killed this assassin who is trying to murder a member of the royal family?" "Don't tell me you want to be a traitor, too." Chris said nothing. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he drew his greatsword from its sheath and cut down the man standing next to him. He stood between San and Sandrew, but his words were aimed at the prince. "The only one I am loyal to is His Majesty." Chris held up 3 vials of potion, as evidence, his voice firm. "These 3 potions were found in the Melissa forest and are connected to Oliver, who is of royal descent. As captain of the Royal Guard, it is my duty to investigate their origin. Fortunately, San rescued Angela at that time. Otherwise, I would have been controlled by Sandrew just like Oliver." Hearing this, Sandrew broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "If I really let him continue this investigation when the truth is exposed, His Majesty will place me under house arrest. The new student exchange ceremony at the academy is about to begin, and if I'm confined at a time like this, my older brother might take over my duties. That would delay my grand plan." He immediately changed his attitude, putting on a fake smile to deny the accusations. "Those 3 potions were given to Moran previously. As for why they were found on Oliver, I know nothing." "Your Highness means to say that this was all planned by Moran and Oliver and has nothing to do with you." Sandrew gave a cruel, decisive order. "That's right. I will certainly punish Moran and provide an explanation for Sword St. Chris. Someone summon Moran here." In his mind, he thought, "Clearly this San fellow is the mastermind pulling all the strings. It's not just because he's a prince. He has countless people serving him. If I really hurt him, Master Chris would be in trouble too. But in that case, I'll kill Moran first and clip his wings. Immediately, a black-haired man stepped out from the shadows, his face worried. Your Highness, you summoned me. It was Moran. Suddenly, Moran summoned a giant snake and attacked San. Die! Chris quickly blocked the attack with his shield, shouting, I was wondering who would be audacious enough to kill a member of the royal family in front of everyone. So it was a scoundrel like you. Moran stepped out arrogantly, adjusting his noble attire according to the sacred laws of the Empire. Moran was a baron. He smirked deviously, even if he had actually killed San. And all he would have had to do was apologize to the Cooper family and offer gold as compensation. Moran raised his hand towards San, arguing shamelessly, But San isn't dead, therefore, as a baron. Lord Moran has not violated any imperial laws, don't you see? After exploiting the loophole, Moran turned and bowed in apology to Sandrew. Prince Sandrew, it was a failure in the Cooper family's discipline to allow this lowly bastard to confront you. Please accept the Cooper family's apology. The Cooper's hound should be kept in his kennel instead of running around biting people, please rest assured. Prince Sandrew. Then Moran turned and glared at the man in the fur coat next to San. Long time no see, you bastard. Are you ready to be dragged back to your kennel by me? The incident subsided for the moment. San and Chris stepped outside the palace. San said, Your reaction today surprised me. San wondered, When that despicable guy from the Cooper family insulted you in front of everyone, you really just ignored it and didn't get angry. Chris recalled the past. He replied calmly, What's the use in getting angry? I've defeated him more than once in the past. But then Chris's expression darkened. But he has the bloodline of darkness. As long as he doesn't die, the shadows in the Cooper family will be in so much pain. Chris looked into the distance, reasoning, the matriarch of the Cooper family wouldn't let Ellen come here to die on his own. She probably came with him. Images of dark forces secretly maneuvering flashed in his mind, including Sandrew Moran and other hidden figures. The mysterious silhouette of the woman leading the family. Cooper appeared in Chris's mind. After all, the second prince is in charge of the freshman exchange ceremony. He will definitely invite the 7 great families of the new generation if he wants to create his own faction to seize back power. In another situation, San was being provoked by fanatics. You evil bastard, I will kill you in the name of the holy light. Lord Chris, don't let him trick you. Let me tear off his hypocritical mask. Chris just sighed. No need to show off that quick tongue of yours, because only the dogs that can't bite bark the loudest. San drew his sword, his eyes blazing with determination. In this freshman exchange ceremony, there will be many S-rank talents better than you two waiting for me to defeat and make into allies. He swung his flaming sword, sweeping aside the soldiers in his way. I don't have time to play around with all of you. Seeing San's progress, Chris laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Good kid. You've finally grown up a little, though. Afterwards, Chris took San to meet someone important. I've arranged a meeting with Headmaster Ambrose for you. He's very interested in the inheritance of the Blood Demon. The first Sword Saint. Perhaps he can teach you something new. They arrived before a large, majestic gate of the Royal Academy. Inside, Headmaster Ambrose was waiting. He said, San, come here. Attack me with your strongest move. San hesitated. Headmaster, I can't do that. Ambrose chuckled, suddenly attacking first. You're a kid who knows how to respect his elders. In that case, and I'll strike first. A giant green energy hand descended from above onto San's head. He was startled. Huh. The hand punched him, sending him flying. San thought in astonishment, using magic without an incantation. San nimbly jumped out of the impact zone, sighing in relief. Thank goodness I used my blood demon magic to cushion the blow. That force was no less than a full-power slash from a sword saint. From the rubble, Ambrose summoned an earth and rock giant. An S-rank magic puppet model, he challenged. Heh heh. I may not be as strong as I was in my prime, but I'm still more than enough to handle a gold-rank sword master. So feel free to use your full strength. San's gaze sharpened as he focused his power. Then I will go all out, Headmaster. Please guide me. He shouted the name of his technique, Inherited Sword Technique 4th Form. Bloodwind Massacre? San transformed into a blazing red whirlwind, hurtling straight at the rock giant and shattering its arm in an instant. Ambrose observed the attack closely and commented, It's very flashy, but its effectiveness is lacking. It would be better if you focused it a little more. He looked at the flames on San's body. Blood flame. This is burning your own blood energy to increase damage. Without hesitation, San swung his flaming sword down. Berserk serpent slash. Too reckless, the blood demon puppet. We'll take this chance to devour its host. Immediately, the blazing red phantom materialized, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, excellent, kill, kill, kill. The blood demon feeds on flesh and blood. San burning his own blood energy only strengthened it, leading to a backlash from blood depletion. San was bound tight by magical chains. Meanwhile, the red demon roared at the headmaster, "Release me, old man! I want to kill all of you!" Ambrose was shocked. "It's even conscious! This tone is just like that Cooper kid from back in the day," Chris shouted worriedly as he saw San in pain. "Headmaster, this isn't good. San can't take any more." Ambrose calmly reassured him. "Don't panic. I know." He cast a confinement spell formation to protect San. "I have to temporarily seal it." After the situation stabilized, Ambrose gave a stern order, San Cooper. "Until you can master the power of the blood demon puppet, you are forbidden from using blood demon magic." San, sweating profusely, protested in a panic. "But the freshman exchange ceremony is about to start. You're telling me I can't use the technique I'm most skilled with?" While Chris treated San, Ambrose explained, "That's precisely why you must master it quickly. The core of blood demon magic is blood control. I will give you special training from now on. You've become too dependent on your blood sword techniques. If this power is not controlled, it will be a disaster." He recounted a dark secret. The army led by the 1st and 2nd Coopers was once invincible, but they all died in a single night. Aren't you curious how that happened? San recalled reading the documents and pondered, was it because the blood demon sword technique went out of control? No wonder there are no such records in the Empire's history. Ambrose walked through a graveyard of swords. His voice echoed, "There are many people in this academy you care about. Only by completely mastering the blood demon sword technique can you keep them safe?" San bowed his head in determination. "I understand." "Thank you, Headmaster." Ambrose waved his hand. "Come on, San. Time is short. We must begin your special training for blood demon magic." A black crow flew past the window frame. As they were talking, he added, "The fewer people who know about this secret training, the better." San and Chris watched the crow with suspicion as it flew away. A little later, while San was soaking in a medicinal bath, that black crow appeared, blushing as it peeked at him. It immediately flew away when Chris looked over. When the forest grows larger, all sorts of birds will appear. The Royal Academy is about to get noisy. Elsewhere, the crow from before began to transform into a white-haired girl. It was just a medicinal bath. The girl got dressed, annoyed, and cursed under her breath. That drunk cat uncle definitely did this on purpose. Damn it. That's Luna Forest, the S-rank genius from the Forest family, one of the 7 great noble families. Note, by order of the 2 princes, San is forbidden from using blood demon arts. He's weakening himself. I wonder if he'll be eliminated during the ceremony. The day of the Royal Academy's annual freshman exchange ceremony has arrived. The Gothton Collection Stadium is packed to the brim. The audience isn't just here to see new talent, but also for the presence of the legendary ducal family heads. The ceremony's host, Baron Moran, holds the microphone and enthusiastically introduces, and also the presence of the family heads, from the legendary ducal families. In the VIP stands the 2 Princes Sanru sit with the other highnesses' representatives. Representatives from the ducal families, distinguished teachers, and outstanding students are all here. We gather today to witness the talent and potential of our new students. A knight whispers to a contestant, "This ceremony is organized by the 2 Princes Sanru. The winner will not only receive preferential guidance at the Royal Academy, but will also earn the high esteem of their highnesses. And they'll be granted one wish." San, standing in the crowd, thinks, the 2 princes' intention to recruit talent is as clear as day, but this wish comes at the perfect time. If I win this competition, the fall of the Cooper family will happen much faster. Moran announces the rules of the competition. This competition is divided into a preliminary round and a knockout stage. The 8 students who qualify from the preliminaries will advance to 1-versus-1 matches to determine the winner. The preliminary round will follow the old rules. The first 8 students to sever a Hydra's head and bring it out of the arena will advance. A giant cage opens, revealing a terrifying, multi-headed monster. The immortal beast, the Hydra. The signal sounds and the competition begins. The students, including San's friends, charge forward in unison. In the blink of an eye, a Hydra head is sent flying by a purple flame. Moran is astonished. So fast, one of the Hydra's heads has already been severed. It looks like natural magic, a rarity in the Academy. Who did that? Luna Forest appears full of charisma, a crossbow in her hand. She has mastered both magic arrows and crow transformation. At such a young age, her talent must surely be S rank. The Forest family's rookie is quite something. Black crows transform into energy arrows raining down. San observes and thinks to himself, as expected, this freshman duel ceremony is full of hidden masters. Suddenly, a giant chain hook tears through the air, carving up the ground at terrifying speed. Luna Forest screams in anger, "Who is that? Who dares to steal the spoils of the Forest family?" But the thief had already embedded his axe head into the Hydra's head and was laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, thanks. Looks like little Crow Sister has yielded her spot to me." He yanks the iron chain, pulling the head towards him. He hoists the head onto his shoulder and introduces himself defiantly. "I'll gladly take it. I am Torrid in rank." Her prize-stolen Luna Forest dives down, unleashing countless ice arrows and roaring, "Are you looking for a death wish?" Torrid's lightning defense easily blocks the attack. San watches the fight with amusement. "How interesting. I wonder who will win. The King of the Green Forest, the Forest family, or the King of Storms, the Rank family?" Torrid scoffs. "You're all talk. How could an attack like that break my defense?" Torrid runs off laughing loudly. "You should be careful not to lose all your hair and go bald." The host comments, "As expected from a member of the Dragon family famous for their monstrous first-class defense, Torrid in rank has secured a spot in the knockout stage. Meanwhile, the fierce battle for the remaining heads continues. The students are shocked by the Hydra's power. So strong. How did he win so fast? This thing is even more dangerous than the five-headed dragon in the secret realm. Luckily, there's a seal suppressing it, otherwise it'd be a huge pain." Suddenly, a scythe slices off a serpent head. "That was just a sneak attack, watch this." Gloria appears enveloped in a green aura and swings her scythe, severing the head. "Don't let those northern barbarians look down on the warriors of our empire." San thinks to himself, as expected from the Isaac family known as the king's right hand in my past life. The chaotic battle continues. Luna and William shout, "Kill it! This is the Royal Academy's home turf, everyone charge!" Luna warns, "The Hydra's gone berserk, everyone protect yourselves." While San reminds Andrea to be careful. A serpent head lunges toward Andrea. San immediately dashes in front of her, swinging his flaming sword and yelling, "Get back!" Andrea is stunned by San's power. "San, you're incredible." Your sword aura is strong enough to slice through a magical beast. San, however, is analyzing. The Hydra's true power has been heavily suppressed. It seems the Academy doesn't want any deaths in the preliminary round. Just then, William runs over excitedly, showing off his prize. "San, I finally got one." San smiles. "Great work. If we get one more head, all of our members will succeed and advance to the next round." San observes the suppressed Hydra, thinking, "It's rare to see a Hydra suppressed to this extent. Besides its head, I want to take something else from it." He orders his teammates, "Andrea, Gloria, William, all of you fall back. I'm going to use this fight for practice." The group replies in unison. "All right, be careful." Although he can't use blood demon arts, his enhanced body allows San to easily withstand the Hydra's attacks. He dodges an energy orb and thinks about the Hydra's fire magic attack. San slashes his sword at the snake's neck, forcing it to swallow its own attack. "Have a taste of your own medicine." The Hydra's rapid regeneration shield was shattered by its own most powerful attack. San plans his next move. He leaps into the air, swinging his sword for a decisive blow. He knows that when the Hydra's 8 heads are severed, it will consume the energy of the central head to instantly regenerate the others. He flies in and slices one off. This will leave the Hydra in an extremely weakened state. San shouts, "Right now! I just need to strike the Hydra with this sword, and then, if I use the blood magic resonance that Chris taught me, I'll be able to gain the Hydra's rapid regeneration ability." He slashes down hard, but the snake manages to spit out a blue flame, blocking his attack. From the stands, Moran scoffs, "Ha, ha, ha! San, you're as foolish as ever." He holds up the final head, taunting San. You tried to challenge the most difficult head, but ended up in this pathetic state and missed your last chance. Why don't you kneel and beg me? Maybe I'll give this to you. San scoffs, his red eyes blazing dangerously. Kneel and beg, you've got some nerve. If you don't care about advancing, what about them? You don't care about them either. Black tendrils extend from his shadow, tightly binding Andrea's group. William, Gloria, and Luna San shouts, Ellen! Just as the chains are broken, the Hydra's main head roars fiercely, shattering its restraints and breaking free from the seal. With the cracking sound of breaking metal, San stands defiantly surrounded by a multitude of giant, furiously attacking snakeheads, the fiery sword in his hand burning intensely. You're all courting death. In the VIP box, Prince Sandru rests his chin on his hand, looking down with cruel amusement. Oh, the Hydra's seal has been broken. Does that Cooper bastard really want to die that badly? I hope a few of these toys die in the arena. That would make things much more interesting. Suddenly, Ellen rushes forward, standing on a Hydra head, and summons a black-haired girl with soulless eyes. He yells, San, today I will repay you for all my past humiliations and wash away my shame with your blood. Lisa, attack! Ellen laughs triumphantly. I've brought the Sana clan's most ferocious dog. Lisa floats in the air, her eyes glowing eerily, surrounded by thick streams of dark energy. Lisa is using binding dark magic. It weakens and drains life force. Fighting her will only exhaust me. But because of Ellen's interference, I failed to sever the Hydra's main head. Now it's completely free from its seal. Without hesitating, San swings his sword, slashing hard into an approaching Hydra head. Thwack, but from the wound, strange purple flowers bloom, erupting with energy. In that case, Ellen yells down, I'll let you suffer the consequences and taste the Hydra's true power. San tries to attack Lisa, but Ellen smirks mockingly as blue magic runes appear around him. You fool! Did you think just destroying Lisa's hair would be enough to stop her? Lisa lets out a terrifying scream. Her black hair explodes into countless sharp, dark tentacles that cover the entire sky. The black tentacles writhe madly, transforming Lisa into a true monster ready to devour everything. From the black locks, countless shadow wolves are formed, charging down to attack San. He observes and notes, Interesting. I didn't expect it to be able to devour the Hydra's flames and transform them into different shapes. But what a pity. San leaps to dodge, swinging his sword in a counterattack, angering the Hydra and using its abilities. The Hydra will definitely act on such obvious provocations. As expected, the Hydra goes berserk, its territory invaded by dark magic. San dives down at lightning speed. The Hydra has just broken its seal. The window of attack is closing fast. I need to deal with Ellen immediately. Seeing this, Lisa launches an attack towards San, yelling, Young Master Ellen, be careful. But instantly, countless red slashes crisscross through the air, tearing the shadow monsters to shreds. San appears right behind Ellen like a specter of death, his flaming blade pressed close. You think these weak things can stop me from killing him? Ellen hastily activates a blue protective shield. San shatters it and swings his sword, but Lisa quickly flies in to block the blow, gritting her teeth. Another one of your life-saving dark magic spells. Ellen, you really are hard to kill. San sees Lisa falling. From a distance, William shouts, San, do you need a hand? Lisa lies convulsing on the arena floor, letting out pained whimpers. San orders his teammates, No need. All of you leave the arena now and take her with you. William replies, Got it. William rushes forward to catch Lisa as San throws her. An announcement rings out. 3rd place, Gloria Isak. 4th place, Andrea. 5th place, the Nameless Knight. You have earned the right to advance to the knockout stage. William holds Lisa tightly. Lisa unconsciously bites down hard on William's arm. Let go! Don't you see? San doesn't want to kill you! The announcement continues. 6th place, William advances. If you stay in here, you'll just slow him down from settling his score with Ellen. Lisa keeps biting William's arm. Her eyes are wide with fear. In Lisa's memory, a voice echoes, You don't have to waste your life protecting that piece of scum. A past image surfaces of William patting a little black-haired girl on the head. When we grow up and get stronger, we'll be better able to protect ourselves. Back in the present, William smiles gently at Lisa. This is a position you earned for yourself. I hope that in the next match I'll have the chance to fight you openly and fairly. The final announcement is made. 7th place, Lisa Sana advances to the next round. In the arena, Ellen is attacked by the very Hydra head he was using. He's thrown back, cursing, "Damn it, that dog betrayed its master." The Hydra roars wildly. San charges forward, sword pointed straight at Ellen. "There's no one left to take the damage for you now, Ellen. Are you prepared to die?" Ellen looks up at this giant Hydra head, then back at San with a crazed look in his eyes. "You want to kill me too bad. You won't get that chance today. I'll be the last one standing. You're only worthy of being food for the Hydra." San didn't say a word. He swung his sword, creating a massive fiery slash that tore through the air. In an instant, several of the Hydra's lesser heads were sent flying. Ellen was stunned. "What? Oh, really?" San sneered. "I couldn't have cut off the Hydra's head so easily without you. I should thank you for helping me drain so much of its energy." San dove straight down, plunging his sword deep into the monster's main head. "You helped me complete the ritual while the Hydra was at its weakest." The Hydra's blood erupted, mingling with San's crimson energy. Chris once mentioned that an ancient blood magic ritual was recorded in the old texts. "By mixing my blood with the beast's, I can create a resonance through blood magic." A brilliant red light enveloped both San and the Hydra's heart. System notification acquired. S-rank skill. Super regeneration. All physical damage will be repaired instantly upon injury, and the negative effects of pain will be nullified. At this point, a human can achieve a high level of synchronization with a magical beast, not only allowing them to control its actions, but also granting them access to its unique innate abilities. Ellen prepared to land the finishing blow, but his arm was suddenly severed by an invisible force. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, a skeletal hand. Ellen's dropped to the ground. San spoke coldly. "You dare cut my hand off again? What a shame. This time you won't be able to regenerate it." System acquired the Hydra's A-rank skill corrosion. Instantly consumes the target's life force. San emerged from the smoke, his body completely healed, his presence overwhelming. As the master of the shadow bloodline, have you ever truly experienced the sensation of the shadows? Ellen clutched his severed arm, his face drained of all color in utter terror. I understand now. No wonder you've managed to survive this long. You think this will have any effect? Any damage I receive will be transferred to my endless shadows." San moved closer, pressing his blade to Ellen's throat, his eyes glowing red like a demon's. "It seems you truly don't understand the shadow bloodline. A shadow cannot transfer the damage it endures for its master to another shadow. And now that I've obtained the Hydra's regeneration, an attack of this level won't cause me any pain. So, you can taste this sweet, sweet pain in my place." Ellen screamed in despair. "No, San, you're insane. A complete lunatic." Crimson threads tightened around Ellen. They cut deep into his flesh as he let out a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the arena. San, please let me go. Just kill me. Please just kill me." San watched the agonized Ellen with cold eyes. His ruthless voice echoed, "I'm not going to let you die that easily. I want you to go on living this filthy, painful existence of yours. Always terrified, never knowing when the next wave of pain will hit. Just like I was in my past life." San held the Hydra's main head high. The announcer declared 8th place. "San Cooper has earned the right to advance to the knockout stage." From a distance, Torridon Drank watched San, muttering in admiration. "What a tough bastard. That's the main head of the Hydra, the one that no one has ever managed to kill. This guy is strong." He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he thought, "He's the first from the Drank clan to advance, possessing both extraordinary defense and the secret art of the rumored dragon taming." San looked his opponent straight in the eye. "I look forward to facing you." The announcer revealed the schedule. "The one-on-one knockout matches, and will be held tomorrow. The first match will be Torridon Rank versus San Salma." The bracket appeared, showing that San and Torridon would face each other in the very first round. Sanru smirked smugly. San thought to himself, facing an opponent as strong as Torridon in the very first round, it's obvious the two princes are targeting me. But San wasn't fazed in the slightest. He smiled confidently as he watched Torridon approach. "This is perfect. If I want to win this whole thing, I'd have to fight him sooner or later anyway. I'll definitely win, and without a single loss." The match began. Torridon leaped high into the air, swinging a pair of giant axes and yelling, "Take this, my heavy axe assault!" San dodged, thinking, such a powerful attack. And it's fast, too. I can't block that head-on. Torridon unleashed a continuous barrage of mighty slashes, but San It kept dodging nimbly, leaving afterimages in his wake. Torridon roared in frustration. "Are you too scared to face me head-on? You just keep slithering around like an eel." San shot back with sharp words. "And who's the one who's really afraid of a direct confrontation? The Rank clan has been called the Sea Warriors since ancient times, but in reality you men just hide from a distance. And attack with your weapons, is that it?" Torridon flew into a rage, his body radiating a furious aura. "Say that again!" Suddenly, San dashed forward and caught Torridon's punch, shattering the ground around them. "Ha ha! For a so-called real man, you're not that big, but I'll admit your strength is pretty impressive." Torridon staggered back, roaring, "That was a dirty trick. You were trying to piss me off so you could land a sneak attack, weren't you? I won't let you." He recalled his battle axes, summoning a violent dark purple energy to surround him. San observed his opponent, thinking, "I never expected Torridon's defense to be this ridiculous. Not even the combined attacks of Piercing Ring and Corrosion can leave a scratch on him." Torridon flew into the air, surrounded by blades of darkness. "You were pretty arrogant a moment ago, weren't you? I'm going to make you pay for everything you said." San was not to be outdone, summoning his own crimson swords. "Oh, really? In that case, I'll be happy to oblige." Torridon dove, screaming, "Die!" But San just smirked and murmured, "Blood magic resonance." Halt. Torridon's attack suddenly froze in midair. He was in shock. "Damn it! What did you do to me?" San placed the tip of his sword on Torridon's shoulder, explaining, "There are no dirty tricks in a fight. Kiddo, you need to keep your cool when you get angry. If you don't, a cunning opponent like me will find every possible opportunity to establish a blood link with you." Threads of blood from San's sword. "Torridon, up tight. Be a good boy and get eliminated." Torridon was thrown from the ring. He screamed, and suddenly a giant magic circle appeared in the sky. A majestic ice dragon emerged, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. That's Fessa named for its agility and ice power. Its personality is quite the opposite of the hot-headed Torridon. The dragon breathed a blast of icy air, freezing the blood chains that bound Torridon. Torridon landed on the dragon's back, glaring at San with hatred. "I can't believe you forced me to summon him. What a shame your luck runs out here." Chris stood in the stands, protesting, "The school rules state that summoned beasts can't participate in knockout matches. This isn't fair to San Cici. Atkinsaw." Moran shrugged. "Rules are rules, but as a Dragon Knight, Torridon is exempt. If you're not happy, San can summon a dragon too." Torridon then ordered Fessa, "I'd like to see how you dodge this." The dragon unleashed a sea of azure ice flames. San used his fire sword to defend himself, thinking, "This will be bad if it drags on. I need to find a way to get close." Torridon raised his lightning-enchanted axe, his eyes glowing. "I will show you the powerful attack of a Dragon Knight." Seeing this, the two princes smiled in satisfaction. Torridon is indeed a talented Dragon Knight of the Drank family. The head of House Drank said proudly, "Thank you for the compliment, your highnesses. Torridon is my proudest son." A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the sky with earth-shattering power. He is the only member of the family. Drank family in a century to form a pact with a dragon, and with Face's ability to communicate with the heavens and earth to channel the power of thunder, he will surely lead the family and the Dragon clan to a glorious future. Torridon tilted his chin arrogantly, looking at San as if he were already dead. To die by such a powerful lightning strike is your greatest honor. However, a giant shadow suddenly blotted out the sky. San coldly summoned the demon dragon. S-rank skill magic resistance, capable of absorbing and nullifying all ice fire, lightning, and other natural magic. He shouted, "Don't celebrate too soon," stunning the crowd. "Why is there another dragon? Is San a Dragon Knight too?" In the stands, the head of House Drank and Torridon were utterly terrified. "That's a demon dragon. The dragon that was rumored to be extinct." He recalled the secret only natural disasters could help a demon dragon evolve. In his past life, Ellen had obtained a demon dragon but couldn't make it evolve. Electricity flared around the dragon. The evolved form of the demon dragon, the Thunderfire demon dragon, a rare SS rank species. San could now use the magic of 3 attributes: wind, lightning, and fire all at the same time. San thought to himself, "I'm lucky the demon dragon gained the lightning attribute today. Its potential is limitless." San waved his hand, ordering the dragon, "Unleash your blazing breath. Go show me your new power." Torridon screamed in despair. Impossible! This is impossible! A shocking explosion erupted. A stream of deep blue energy completely swallowed Torridon's attack. San suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of his opponent. S-rank skill of the Demon Dragon. Lightning Flash. It borrows the power of lightning for short-distance teleportation. He coldly declared, "Torridon, the winner of this match. Can only be me." San swung his flaming sword, standing majestically before the giant dragon. Torridon was sent flying by the blue electric current. His entire body was paralyzed, completely defeated. Standing tall on the back of the mighty dragon, San turned to the judges' panel. The referee can announce the results now. He looked up at the sky amidst the audience's cheers. So this is what it feels like to stand in the sun. This is a glory that a shadow like me could never have had. The head of House Drank frantically rushed down to the arena, pointing at San. "You thief! You're the one who stole the Drank family's treasure." He summoned his axe. The old man roared furiously, throwing it towards the dragon high above. "Give me back my demon dragon!" San calmly crossed his arms while sitting on the dragon's back, looking down with contempt. "Your demon dragon, you say?" He looked at the old man with a razor-sharp, ice-cold gaze. "You shameless old fool. Today I'll make you face reality." An image of a fiery dragon legion flashed through his memories. In this world of only weapons and magic, a legion of flying dragon knights is undoubtedly the most powerful fighting force. To ensure a balance of power among the families, he wiped out all the demon dragons in a single battle. The remaining demon dragon eggs were sealed in the Crystal City. The key was split in two, held by the Cooper and Isaac families. San's dragon roared as if wanting to tear its enemy to shreds. San affirmed, "The demon dragons are not extinct. How wonderful! It's just a pity that a cunning brat like you is its master. Dragons are the most loyal creatures. Once they acknowledge a master, they will never betray them. Kidnapping it would only drive it to suicide." The head of House Drank trembled with ambition. "Kid, where did you get this dragon? Does it have any siblings? If the Drank family could get a dragon, we would surely become the leader of the 7 great families." San looked at the old man with a dark, sarcastic gaze. "That's the last demon dragon left in this world. All the remaining eggs have been destroyed." The old man was stunned. "What? Who gave that order?" San leaned down and whispered a harsh truth in the old man's ear. "Who do you think would least want to see the Drank family return to its golden age? Sometimes submission doesn't necessarily guarantee protection." "Could it be the 2 princes? But why would they—" A diagram of the battle appeared. San walked away arrogantly. "Only a dragon that has completely lost its wings and fangs is easy to tame. Wouldn't you agree?" He turned to instruct William before the next match. "William, your opponent is from the Forest family, someone from the deep woods." An image of a bear tightly bound by magical threads appeared. This illustrates that they are the best at setting effective traps to hunt their prey. William stood facing Luna Forest in the arena as San continued his instructions. "That's why you need to use your speed to get in close and end the match with your fastest strike. If you don't, you'll be forced onto the defensive," William shouted. "Let's go Imperial Sword-style charge, take this, Luna." But the girl simply replied with a cold, "Humph." Arrows of light and vines shot past, restraining William. "I can't believe Luna set up her defenses so quickly," he thought. Although William's attacks were powerful, his opponent easily predicted them. Luna Forest gracefully dodged through the streams of magic. The best strategy now was to use the opening from Luna's own attack. He had to break free from the vines and exploit her slow recovery after the attack to quickly close in and counter. William unleashed his power to shatter the restraints. Imperial Sword-style energy burst, so William really decided to unleash this attack. But while the energy burst could free him from the vines, William gritted his teeth and launched a decisive strike. Imperial Sword, style Swallow Reversal. A green blade. He carved a razor-sharp arc towards his opponent, then channeled his strength into 2 consecutive techniques. Imperial Swordsmanship Assault, followed by Imperial Swordsmanship. With a piercing gaze, she observed and silently assessed the blow. This attack drains a lot of stamina. With her sharp eyes, Luna Forest dodged by a hair's breadth. She clicked her tongue contemptuously. Tisk! Giving his opponent no time to breathe, William spun around and executed Imperial Sword-style block and counter. Lightning crackled around the greatsword upon impact. San narrowed his eyes, watching from afar. He worried for his teammate. If William couldn't defeat his opponent with this move, the situation would only become more dangerous. A huge explosion erupted, followed by a thick cloud of dust. William, using all his might, slammed his sword into the ground. When the dust settled, San fell silent, then uttered coldly, "William has lost." William stood dazed in the middle of a deep crater he himself had created, looking around in confusion. "Where is she?" Suddenly, Luna appeared right behind him, a dagger held to his neck. "So you've learned the Imperial sword style, but is that all you've got?" William was stunned. "When did she—" "Why can't I move?" Luna stood proudly beside the immobilized William as a sinister pinkish-purple energy flared up around them. San's red eyes saw through everything. He realized something was off. William's condition isn't normal. Did he use too much energy from the start? No, that's not it. San's gaze settled on the dark vines sprouting up. Those bright red mushrooms, it's the effect of a hallucinogenic plant. Fly agaric, an A-rank hallucinogenic mushroom. It produces spores that can cause illusions and madness. San analyzed. It turned out Luna had planted fly agaric seeds inside the thorny vines from the very beginning. Once the vines were destroyed, the mushrooms would sprout wildly during William's final attack. He must have absorbed a large amount of spores along with the air from the explosion, causing him to hallucinate. San gripped his broken sword tightly, his eyes burning with the will for revenge. "So this is Luna's trump card. I'll defeat you in William's place when it's our turn to fight." Luna delivered a powerful kick, knocking the dazed William out of the ring. The referee loudly declared, "William is out of bounds. The winner is Luna Forest." San immediately rushed to help his teammate, but a strange dark aura wrapped around him. "William, who's there?" "What are you trying to do to William?" William whispered in his delirium. "Help! William!" San watched in astonishment as Lisa appeared out of nowhere. When did those two get so close? Lisa was even faster than me at catching William. San looked around, worried and confused. That's strange. Why is the person who saved him hiding so far away? Andrea hurried over to check on him. "That Luna girl is so cruel." Gasp! "There's a strange hallucinogenic energy in William's body and I can't wake him up." From that energy's influence, San turned to Lisa and made a bold suggestion. "I have an idea. Could I trouble you to use your dark magic to give William a little shock? He needs to wake up as soon as possible." Under Lisa's purple electric current, William jolted awake. San said cheerfully, "Great, William's finally awake." "It's all thanks to Lisa. Hurry up and thank her." William smiled. "Thank you, Miss Lisa." This made the black-haired girl blush shyly. Startled, Lisa ran off. San was bewildered. "Huh, why did she run off so fast?" Andrea crossed her arms, a thoughtful look on her face. "Just now, Lisa's magic and mine briefly mingled inside William's body, and I accidentally caught a glimpse of her memories." She continued worriedly. "Lisa couldn't protect Ellen before, and now she's saved William. I'm afraid the Grand Matriarch will punish her." San reassured her. "Don't worry, Lisa still has her elimination match later. She wouldn't be crazy enough to punish her before then." The scene shifts to a dark dungeon. Ellen's mother swung a purple electric whip, striking Lisa directly. "You useless thing. You couldn't protect your master and you still want to participate in the elimination match." She gritted her teeth, looking at the tightly bound Lisa. "Does a dog like you even deserve to—" A painful memory surfaces. The Sana family, famous for its dark magic, would annually search for impoverished children from all over and bring them to the family's dark magic dungeon. The Sana family's magic originates from the deepest pain and despair in the human mind. No, there is no limit to the cruelty of the House of Sana. Their humanity was long lost. A young Lisa stood amidst the collapsing children. Only a few lonely, fortunate souls survived the despair. Only then are they worthy of being marked by the Sana family and becoming fearsome killing machines. Back in the present, the great elder lashes Lisa, roaring, "Have you forgotten the teachings of House Sana? A dog of the Sana family?" She swings a chain whip blazing with purple energy. Must always be ready to sacrifice everything for their master, including their body and soul. A brutal lash strikes Lisa's arm. "Because you failed to protect your master, this arm of yours is now worthless!" Lisa screams in agony. "Ah!" Lisa's eyes are filled with tears and resignation. "I have failed my mission. I couldn't protect the young Master Ellen." Kneeling at the great elder's feet, Lisa whispers, "Please punish me as you see fit, my master." Suddenly, a flaming sword flies in. Stop. San appears full of authority, blocking her whip with his sword. We are in the Royal Academy. She is not a toy for you to torture as you please. The great elder gives a cruel smile, raising a hand adorned with a green skull ring. Santa still hasn't found a chance to capture you. I never thought you'd be foolish enough to come to me yourself. She clenches her fist menacingly. I will put this dark magic collar on your neck and you will become just like this dog, living a life worse than death, able only to kneel before me. Contrary to her expectations, San gives a mysterious smile, his eyes flashing with a purple light. It seems young Master Ellen hasn't had the chance to tell you. There was a small flaw in the shadow lineage that the Cooper family placed on me, and now Ellen has become my shadow. She grinds her teeth in fury at San's intervention. You disgusting, filthy bastard, how dare you treat him like that? You deserve to die. San stands tall, his gaze cold as he issues a warning. You had better pray that I live a long and happy life. After all, poor Ellen will have to endure all my pain and injuries for me. San bends down, worried for the tightly bound Lisa. The elder sneers. What the hell do you think you're doing? You think you're some kind of savior for having betrayed your family? She grabs Lisa's hair cruelly to display her power. Look closely. This girl will never escape the control of House Sana. Not everyone is an ungrateful wretch like you. Meanwhile, Lisa whispers, please, punish me. Punish. My master! Punish me! San's killing intent explodes, a blazing red phantom roaring behind him. You people really have no regard for the lives of others, you heartless monsters. But a voice of warning rings out. San, don't be rash. If you attack a noble, you'll be disqualified from the tournament. Suddenly, Andrea swings her staff, which radiates a holy light. I have seen Lisa's memories. If we can just awaken her warmest memories, she can break free from the dark magic's control. San looks deep into Lisa's eyes. His voice firm, he says, Lisa, can you hear me? You still have the qualifying match. If you win, you can stay at the Royal Academy. In Lisa's mind, an image of William smiling gently appears. A chance to fight fair and square. Lisa's eyes flutter. The match. Lisa suddenly struggles up her bloody hands, trying to tear off the collar. The magic is tightening. You will be free if you can leave this cellar. Horrified to see her slave resisting, she activates a 6-star green dark seal. You dare try to escape, you lowly wretch. I'll inflict a pain so deep it reaches your very soul, so that you never dare to think of it again. Despite the black aura surrounding her, Lisa collapses to her knees, but her will is unshaken. I can't die here. Power erupts from her pain. Lisa screams as her black hair transforms into a massive torrent of energy, blasting away everything around her as she lunges toward the faint light of the dungeon door. I made a promise. I can't just die here. Her strength gone. Lisa collapses at the cellar door, her breathing ragged. I can't die. William was already waiting and catches her in his arms. I'm so glad you're safe. I've come to help you, my lady. Lisa is stunned. Why are you here? William. But wasn't the headmaster treating your wounds? The great elder catches up, collapsing from exhaustion, but still growling, don't get cocky. Even if Lisa escaped the dark magic, she is still the private property of House Sana. No one can take her away. Just then, Headmaster Ambrose and Oliver appear, blocking the way. Ambrose declares, Lisa is a tournament participant, not anyone's private property. The hag glares at the headmaster with a venomous look. It's a pity the school can't protect her forever after the freshman dueling ceremony is over. Ambrose smirks and makes a shocking proposal. Then what if she becomes my disciple? Do you think the Sana family would be willing to offend me for your sake? Especially you, Mrs. Cooper. Someone who has already married outside the family. She could only storm off with a resentful huff. San bows his head in gratitude. Thank you for your help, headmaster. Ambrose looks at William and smiles. William pleaded earnestly with me. As a teacher, I have a duty to fulfill my students' requests. San thinks to himself, so William was the one who convinced the headmaster. It seems he really cares about Lisa. William, I'm leaving Lisa in your care now. Andrea is using healing magic on Lisa, who is in William's arms. He asks worriedly, why me? Isn't this inconvenient? Why not let Andrea? San smiles, watching William awkwardly comfort the blushing girl. Shh, don't disturb her. Lisa is. San turns and claps Oliver on the shoulder warmly. We wouldn't have been able to save Lisa if you hadn't told me about the secret cellar, Mr. Oliver. Oliver looks at the tournament brackets and updates San before Headmaster Ambrose intervened Lisa as the representative of House Sana declared her withdrawal. Moran has already announced it. Andrea has advanced to the next round. His gaze turns serious as he looks at the adjacent branch on the other side of the bracket. Gloria had to face an unknown knight. That guy quickly overwhelmed her without taking a single injury. Even with my years of experience as a teacher, I couldn't tell what kind of skills he was using. Up in the stands, Prince Sandrew lounged with an air of authority. It's your turn now in the knockout match. If you don't show up on time, I will personally disqualify you, Moran announced into the microphone as the audience held its breath. I will begin counting down from 3. If San still hasn't appeared, he will be considered to have forfeited 3, 2, 1. Boom! A huge explosion erupted in the middle of the arena, causing Moran to scream in terror. Ah! San had made a spectacular entrance. He stood with his arms crossed on the head of a mighty lightning-fire demon dragon amidst streaks of lightning that lit up the sky. Moran, you people are way too impatient. San gestured haughtily. Miss Luna, we can begin now. Luna Forrest gritted her teeth, drawing her magic bow with murder in her eyes. Then take this. Instantly, San's dragon opened its mouth and began gathering energy. It unleashed its raging thunder flame roar attack. A deep blue stream of breath engulfed Luna. San declared coldly, I won't give you a chance to use those old tricks again. Let's end this quickly. Sorry about that. After the terrifying explosion, Luna was on her knees, exhausted and stunned. Damn it, that attack was so cool. The referee announced loudly. Luna has been thrown from the arena, but immediately after a new rule was imposed, due to the demon dragon being too overpowering by the decision of the 2 princes and the council, the use of spirit beasts is forbidden for the remainder of this competition. This made San give a bitter laugh. The Academy is so very fair when it comes to dealing with me. The match bracket appeared. The next fight was Andrea versus the Nameless Knight. San warned Andrea pensively, his defense is bizarre. Gloria couldn't even wound him. You absolutely cannot hold back. Before she went into battle, Professor Cassidon chided San, Humph, you brat! Meanwhile, San was advising Andrea, be careful, okay? If you're in danger, just forfeit. I'll take care of the rest. Andrea smiled. Thanks, San. I'm heading out. San narrowed his eyes, watching the shadowy figure with the greatsword. His mind was filled with suspicion. Who in the world is this guy? Why have I never heard of anyone like him in my past life? Andrea immediately attacked with a continuous chain of magic. Take this, ice crystal, wish, wish, electroshock, crackle, rock, bullet, boom, boom. Witnessing this, the chibified professor was astonished. I never thought Andrea could cast 3 types of high-level attack magic at the same time. But those skill names are so adorable. However, all of Andrea's spells dissipated into nothingness upon touching the Nameless Knight. He stood tall amidst the streams of energy and said coldly, All of your attacks are useless against me. San was shocked, realizing, how can his attacks just disappear so nonsensically? If all the elemental energy is being absorbed, then... The knight raised his glowing sword and declared, By the law of balance, the scales of power will return something of equal value. This made San yell out, Andrea, look out! He's about to use his special move. A massive tornado erupted. Andrea only had time to scream, Retreat! As she realized the horrible truth. This is wind magic. He's not just absorbing the energy, he's borrowing the power of the wind to counterattack. In an instant, Andrea was blown off the arena floor, but San managed to dash in and catch her in time. His strength is truly far superior to the other opponents. The match was over in a flash. Andrea has been blown away. The Nameless Knight is the winner. The announcement echoed through the stadium. The final match will be a showdown between San and the Nameless Knight. Who will claim the final victory? The winner will become the new leader of the Academy, forcing every student to obey their command. The crowd began to whisper, full of contempt for San. Is our future leader really going to be that dog who was exiled from his own family? And we're supposed to follow him so we can be the dogs of a defeated dog? Moran smirked. Your luck has run out, kid. The Nameless Knight looked at San with a cold gaze, while the audience screamed, Kill that defeated dog. The 2 rivals faced each other on the silent arena floor. The referee yelled, The final match officially begins. San looked his opponent dead in the eye, his aura flaring. You're the strongest opponent I've ever met, but today's victor can only be me. San swung his flaming sword and charged. I'll shatter that deceptive armor of yours, and while I'm at it, I'll shatter all the prejudice those arrogant fools have about this so-called defeated dog. The knight replied, shameless people like you are always dreaming of turning the world on its head. No more talk. Let's fight. Looking at his opponent's sword, San analyzed, so that's what absorbed Andrea's attacks. It's not a skill. It's a weapon that uses absorbed magic to store energy. How interesting that you were able to summon it. San unleashed a continuous series of slashes. Bloody explosions erupted around his opponent. Let's see if you're really as unbeatable as they say. The knight stood unmoving behind his giant sword, full of confidence. Don't struggle uselessly. You can't possibly break my absolute defense. Unexpectedly, he launched the same attack as before. The scales of justice will punish your cruelty. San gave a mysterious smile and snapped his fingers. Snap. Immediately, the tornado vanished and orbs of blood began to float in the air around them. Suddenly, they surrounded the enemy. Humph. Do you really think you're some kind of judge standing above everyone else? Watch this. The blood boiling inside me won't be blown away by your little gust of wind. The ground under the knight's feet turned into a field of crimson lava. Blood lava, using blood to create a marsh, doubling the power and speed of a blood demon swordsman. There's no such thing as an absolute defense. Relying on an inanimate object will always leave a blind spot. San continued his overwhelming assault. With giant blood drop-shaped streams of energy, he continued, if others couldn't break your defense, it's either because their attacks weren't strong enough or they weren't focused enough. San landed a lightning-fast slash right in the blind spot.